Okay, folks, good morning. Hello, hope you're having a nice day. We're about to get started. We're just letting some people know that we're about to get started. Yep, is the speaker for ID sign present? If not, we can go to the next one. I think it's Rebel. You guys want to get set up? We can, yeah? We can wait like 2 minutes. Yeah? And just give time to people to show up. Over there. Slideshow. Exactly that. I'm just gonna do a round, letting people know, and come back. When I come back, we can start. Okay? Okay, there is not that many people left outside, so we can get started. You guys want to come in? Please, if you're a speaker, remember your slot. Things might be moving faster than we thought.
Hello, everyone. Cool. Awesome. Well, it's exciting to be here today, isn't it? I'm looking forward to hearing from many of you and, being able to provide feedback, communicate, and help change the world today. So I'd like to start off by saying that I think we're all here to change the world. Obviously, a lot of us are here as businesses, nonprofits, organizations, and money is critically important. And it's not only important to us, but it's important to the rest of the world. Right now, we face a pretty big challenge, which is that over the next 10 years, 1 billion jobs across the world are likely to be disrupted in one shape or form, and that has to do a lot with AI, Web3, blockchain, and it has to do with robotics. And so I think I'd like to kind of pose this question, why are you here today? And think on that a little bit. At Rebel, we're trying to solve a specific problem that we hope may help to alleviate and empower millions, not billions of people around the world. Currently, there is a huge demand to create communities, meaningful communities in which we can communicate with, share content, and hopefully monetize. Whether you're a brand, you're a business, you're a content creator, or you're an influencer. We know that Gen Z, more than ever, are slowly stopping their use of social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, TikTok. And that's because they're moving towards more niche-based communities where they can either, through a social commerce platform, they can monetize, or they can create content, build audiences, and start to monetize their audience that way. There's still an incredible amount of challenges facing everybody today that's trying to create meaningful communities online. Talking to some of the biggest brands in the world today, putting a message out to their communities through social media often feels like they receive zero ROI from doing so. This is pathetic. We have the world's best means of communication that has ever existed. And ROI for communicating online feels like nothing. So, here's what we propose. We propose, just like many of us in the Web3 community, to build platforms where we can tokenize communities, but now thanks to the advent of AI, we can combine this incredibly powerful tool for creating and generating content and collaborate with each other in a brand new way. We're creating a new standard in Web3 that we're happy to talk about today called trustless collaboration. It's going to empower the Rebel platform and protocol of which we're developing to enable users to create content, amazing high-quality content with AI-powered tools, to collaborate in a way that allows people to protect their IP, their intellectual property, and monetize. There's nothing out there like this right now. The Rebel protocol is going to allow developers who have already started to create district communities within Rebel and collaborate with their users to launch applications or video games, much like Facebook did back in the day, when you could create a Facebook group and you could, amass an audience of 1 million users, a few million users, and then launch your own application. The problem with Facebook is that it was mirrored in privacy and data issues, and then of course now, I don't know any kid that's on the platform. The market potential for this type of project, you might think, oh, well, let's talk about the Web3 numbers. Web3 numbers are great, and the Web3 world is amazing. But really the market potential lies in what's happening with AI technologies right now. The adoption for AI is happening incredibly faster than in the rest of the Web3 world right now. And that's because kids are incredibly excited to use AI content tools, to use LLMs, to use ChatGPT. Now, we believe that there is an incredible potential for the entire rest of the Web3 community if we really start to tap into these AI creative tools, tie them into our platforms, and make sure that there is an ease of use that has most often be the sort of stumbling block to the Web3 world, in particular blockchain and crypto-based platforms. Our competitors right now consist of the other major AI platforms, the generative platforms that often lack community, lack tokenization, and lack any means of monetization for users that are now generating probably some of the most high-quality, cutting-edge, next-gen content in the world right now. And that's why we're combining all of those wonderful technologies with our trustless collaboration standard to make it easy within one platform to create your community collaboratively and then launch your own application around it, your own video game, etc. We already have 10,000 users. We're in private beta. We're just about to launch some more tools within the next couple of weeks. And we're going to be launching our standard later this year in Q3. We're super excited to be here. We're super excited to talk to partners, potential investors, anybody that is interested in helping us to drive forward the future of Web3 with AI and blockchain technologies. My name is Thomas. Thank you very much. Yep.
Hi, do we have Nefeli in the house? Yeah. All yours.
I don't see your screen.
I think it's a problem with...
Okay, so nice to meet you. I'm Brieux, co-founder of Nefele. Nefele is a new layer 1 GPIN for cloud storage for the Web3 ecosystem. So let's start very easy. And I hope you recover from the Bitcoin halving. So let's start with this simple number. The number is 90%. 90% of data storage in Web3 companies is centralized. This can lead to some cybersecurity concerns. Some months ago, the Mixing network got hacked from their Google Cloud accounts, and they lost a lot of money. Think that the Web3 ecosystem is still a niche and need to spend a lot of money in cybersecurity. But there is an alternative. We call it decentralized data storage infrastructure. These solutions have some issues today. First, these networks have some profitability issues. If you are an infrastructure provider in these networks, you don't know how you can earn easily, and if you want to provide high-quality equipment, you won't make it. Second point is the seamless development. It's very tough to integrate these networks in the new Web3 services. And the last point, and the most major one, is the user experience you can have when you want to retrieve your data from these networks. It's not very fast in terms of file transfer speed, and then we need to find a solution to provide a more suitable decentralized data storage infrastructure. Here comes with Nefele. Nefele has been designed to provide the best decentralized data storage experience. To do that, first, we decided to fork Ethereum. Ethereum has the largest community of developers, and today very well known for a lot of Web3 services. With that, if you want to do a DApp, DeFi solution, or a layer 2 solution, you can do it and build it on the top of Nefele. Additionally, we developed a new algorithm called the Quality of Network Optimizer. This optimizer incentivizes the infrastructure providers to provide high-quality services as infrastructure. Of course, there is a marketplace on the top of the network. If you are an infrastructure provider, you are going to choose by yourself the data storage fees you want in the network. And then, if you want to win these data storage fees, then you must commit with the QoS optimizer. And if you are doing correctly your job, you are earning the data storage fees. It is how we incentivize, in fact, a nice and great quality of services and to optimize, of course, the file transfer speed. Of course, we have an hybridization of a proof of stake, and proof of space-time on the top of the network, which allow anyone to fairly deploy on our network. And last and not the least, the whitelist system. It's a system where developers will be able to use some packages and to know that these packages offer them a framework in terms of data compliance in their regional laws. In fact, decentralized data storage, there are a lot of solutions, but our difference with our competitors is that we are focusing on frequently accessed files. We call that, in the cloud storage world, the hot storage. It's where you need a lot of downloads from the data storage space you have. But today, 1 billion of expenses are made by the Web3 ecosystem in centralized solutions because of this need. And we want to focus this need. In 2030, 770 billion of USD will be in the data storage, cloud data storage, and this market is growing very fast. The Web3 ecosystem is also growing on this point, and we want to capture a part of this market. To do that, we developed first a team. So we started the project more than 1 year ago. My name is Brieux. I'm a PhD in computer science. I work in the space for more than 8 years. 5 years ago, I met my co-founder, Giacomo Milligan, and we decided to start 1 year ago this project and to build the technology. Of course, this team is not alone to develop the solution. In fact, we want to develop an ecosystem. So first, we developed an MVP that allows any Web3 services to deploy on the top of the network. This MVP has been live some days ago, and we need to accelerate our growth. Our acceleration starts with the phase 2, communities. We want to grow our community. We want to improve our social media. To grow the community, we are going to deploy the first B2C service, our first store-to-earn application. We are going as well to improve the B2B developments. We need to have partners to build on the top of the network, and we invite any kind of Web3 companies to take an interest into Nefele and to see if they can deploy a data storage with us. And finally, not the last, we need to deploy our last stage of infrastructure. It's data storage. It's expensive. So as it's expensive, we need as well to have some funds to support our growth. It is why we started to fundraise, to raise funds, for 1 million of our network, for 1 million for 5% of the network supply. We are in pre-seed round, and we are doing that in token sale. We are based in France, and so we are happy to share more our vision with anyone here, Web3 companies, investors, and to see how we can commit together the future of Web3 and to start this mass adoption we want tomorrow. It was brilliant. It was a pleasure to present you Nefele, and see you soon.
Next up is EcoTrader. Do we have them? Well, what about Govaland? Yeah, you can come on.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I need to adjust to this mic. Yes, good morning. My name is Andrei. I'm in crypto since 2018 when I joined Gnosis to work at Gnosis Safe. So we did a couple of iterations before Safe became the go-to solution as a multi-signature wallet and fell to a new journey. And we started working on Goverland with a mission to make governance fun, exciting, to bring it to the masses. We think that right now it's a proper time to work in this space. First of all, because the legislation frameworks are evolving constantly. Every year we see a lot of new countries or states in the United States adopting better frameworks, so that contributes to the growth of the DAO ecosystem. As well, we see that the amount of the users participating in the DAOs year to year constantly growing. So right now, according to the snapshot data, we have something like on average 600,000 monthly active users participating in different DAOs and spaces. We also see that the treasuries of the DAOs are constantly growing. According to the latest data, there is around 40 billion in assets managed by biggest DAO treasuries. And we anticipate this year many more L2 DAOs will appear on the market, like Starknet DAO, Polygon DAO, ZK DAO. More than 30 L2 chains will form a DAO soon. Not speaking about the infinite amount of hidden potential of the yet undiscovered DAO use cases that we will see soon. Yeah, the earliest DAO that formed, they have some difficulties because they used the earliest tech. There was not like good solutions on the market. And right now, many DAOs, they have many problems in the space. So the fragmentation of information, you need to use many systems. Energy consuming decision making, delegation is often clunky and inefficient. We know about all these problems. And these problems result in low engagement, so there is less than 5% of DAO token holders usually participate in the governance. Pseudo decentralization, really few amount of the token holders make the final decisions, suboptimal decision making, and of course when you delegate the tokens, you usually don't follow up on how your delegates perform, do they align with your values, and etc. But we believe that we still miss several parts for the mass adoption of the DAO space. As I said, what we see right now was 40 billion of assets managed by the DAOs is just the really top of an iceberg. There is yet so many undiscovered use cases that we will see in the nearest years. For example, vote and earn, when people or DAO participants can interact with their brands in actually earning money or different perks by voting in the decision makings of that brands. Pay to vote. Different ideas of public good funding or crowdfunding organized with help of DAOs. Bonding curve DAOs. Imagine friend tech and snapshot combination when you have ability to buy DAO tokens according to the boarding curve price and exit this DAO anytime. And of course, everyone is speaking about real-world assets. And with real-world assets tokenization, there will be DAOs that will be managing these real-world assets. And a lot of experts predict that this space will grow to trillions by 2030. We also see that the technology is becoming more friendlier for the DAO space. So the recent Dencon hard fork, it's make the prices 10 times cheaper. Evolution of L3 chains and sharding in the Ethereum space will soon make this on-chain prices, like on-chain transactions, almost free, which also opens enormous potential for the DAO space. Storage proofs and verifiable computation enable cross-chain voting when you can keep your DAO tokens on L1 chain, but actually manage all the governance on L2, L3, and soon we will see Starknet DAO that will be implying these mechanics this year. And of course, evolution of identity systems. We see that a lot of projects were funded recently, and projects like Coinbase attestations, Gitcoin Passport, WorldCoin, Polygon ID, and etc. They bring identity on chain. They bring new possibilities for the DAO when you can build a Sybil-resistant DAO participation. Altogether, with the simplifying of tool sets, simplifying of use cases, we see the DAOs, or in general, the voting mechanics in the DAOs, like crypto-likes in the Web3 era. So by submitting your votes, you're kind of giving an appreciation to the decisions of some brand DAO or community. And we on a goal to simplify this interaction with the DAOs as much as possible. Yeah, the application that we built, we envision several types of monetization. One of them will be protocol rewards. When the DAOs will be using some on-chain protocol, they will be paying to these protocols some fees for the votes, for, I don't know, for being there. And the protocols will distribute rewards to the interfaces that bring votes actually to these protocols. We will have app subscription with cool features like verified users, AI features, advanced analytics, and etc. And we already talked to several DAOs, and they're super interested in having possibility sending push notifications to their users through admin interface, communicating to their users directly, utilizing our inbox inside the application. Yeah, this is our team. We are small. We are 2 co-founders. I, Andrei Sherboich, and Pavel is my technical co-founder. We also have 8 different contributors at the moment with different type of the involvement, and we're excited to have top advisors in this space, who is Evgeny from Zerion, CEO of Zerion, and Fabian, CEO of the Snapshot. So we are very strategically aligned with the Snapshot, and we want to bring super convenient user experience to participate in DAOs. More advanced analytics on top of analytics that we already have to build Android app, to integrate AI assistant to interact with the DAOs, and of course to try out first monetization use cases. Yes, thank you. Here are my contact details, and happy to chat with you if you're interested.
Next up, do we have Shell Protocol in the house? Yeah.
BCs, please remember that you have access to the BC app, so you can book the projects that you're interested in on the app. And for the rest of the speakers, if you can get started, like if you're next and you want to be on the front row so we can just fast things up, just feel free to join me up front. Thank you.
Wait, I was hoping I could do like a Patrick, I was hoping I could do like a live demo or play a video, but it's saying that maybe I need to request access or something.
You'll have to send the video because the app won't allow you to play the video, right?
Yeah. But let's see, maybe I can play it.
Does it play?
Let's find out. Request access. I can also plug in my laptop.
Yeah, that will take a bit of time.
Okay. I think I just gave access to it. Let's see. Is it okay if I refresh this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's working. Yeah. Okay. Sick. Cool. Thank you guys for being patient on the technical side of things. Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the founder and chief economist of Cowrie Labs, which is a company that builds Shell Protocol. I have about 6 years of experience designing and building DeFi protocols, and I'm going to sort of give you guys a quick demo and rundown of what we've been building. Before I go into details, how many people here have used DeFi before or are familiar with DeFi? Oh, nice. So we have a kind of a DeFi native crowd, which is awesome. So before I talk about Shell Protocol and what it does and what problems it solves, I think it's important to first talk about the status quo of DeFi and in particular a user pain that's not being addressed right now. So I'm going to walk you guys through a typical user journey in DeFi. So Alice has some crypto assets and she wants to put those assets to work to earn some yield. And currently she's an LP in Curve and wants to see if she can get a better APY somewhere else. So the first thing she does is she opens the Curved app to check her current APY and sees that she's getting about 0.7%. The second step she does is she opens Aave and goes and sees that she can earn 2% lending out ETH. And so then she has to go back to the Curved app. Then she has to withdraw her USDC. Then she has to go to Uniswap, swap USDC for ETH, then go back to the Aave app and deposit ETH. And so in total, this was 8 steps on 3 different dApps and sent 3 separate transactions. And this anecdote is not just a one-off. We did a survey of about 118 respondents of users of DeFi that we sourced on Twitter and Discord. And we found that 93% of the respondents have to send more than one transaction when moving between protocols. 88% will open more than one tab when they're using DeFi. And not surprisingly, there's a very low satisfaction rate of only 31% when it comes to the current DeFi UI UX. And so basically, users are dissatisfied with the status quo UI UX, and people are sending unnecessary transactions while juggling too many tabs. And I think that the root problem with DeFi UI UX right now is fundamentally users want the ability to access as many DeFi protocols as possible, but they don't want to be using as many dApps and front ends as possible. Instead, what users want is one dApp that has everything. In other words, they want a super dApp. So that was the status quo, and now I'm going to show you guys what the future of DeFi looks like. I was hoping I could do a live demo, but I don't think this isn't my laptop, so I'm going to have to play you guys a video.
Hi, I'm Kenny, founder and chief economist.
Is there? I don't know. I guess the sound's not playing.
And I'm going to show you how we can use the Shell dApp to move our tokens between different DeFi protocols. The Shell dApp interface is very similar to a swap screen with an input token and an output token. Except, in addition to being able to trade tokens, we can also select DeFi protocols. I'm an LP in the Curve USDC USDT pool, getting about 1% APY. I think I can probably do better, so let's select that as my input token. For my output token, I'm going to check to see what kind of rates I can get on Aave. It looks like I can get about 2% on the wrapped ETH pool, so I'll select that as my output token. I'm going to move all my tokens. I'm going to hit max. Then I hit swap token. I confirm the trade. Off camera, I am signing a transaction with my wallet. And what's happening under the hood is that the Shell protocol is withdrawing stablecoins from Curve, swapping them to wrapped ETH, and then depositing that wrapped ETH into Aave. Looks like the transaction confirmed. If I were to go to the Aave front end, I would see this balance there. And yeah, that's how we move tokens between Curve and Aave in one transaction. Thanks for watching.
So, okay. And so, oh, 1 second.
Hi,
Okay, so kind of to summarize, in the status quo, doing something like that, which should have been a simple task, takes 3 transactions, 3 different dApps, and 8 total steps. Whereas if you use a super dApp like Shell, that's only 1 transaction, you only have to use 1 front end, and it's like 2 steps. So Shell is more than 3 times as efficient for users than the DeFi status quo. And the last thing I want to talk about is super dApps. Like right now, DeFi is very siloed between a bunch of different front ends and dApps and protocols. And with Shell and super dApps, DeFi is going to become incredibly flat, where you're going to be able to use every dApp or every protocol on every chain kind of in just one-click transactions. And that's not only going to make DeFi a lot better and easier to use for existing users and power users, it's going to pave the way for mass adoption of DeFi. Because right now, the way DeFi works, there's no way that regular people are going to use it. But with super dApps, DeFi becomes a lot more accessible. And I think a previous presentation was talking about real-world assets coming online. And I think with super dApps, it's just going to really supercharge that type of growth. So if you're curious about our fundraise, please reach out to me. I have like a full pitch deck that I can share with you, but I just wanted to kind of show you what Shell Protocol was about. So thank you guys very much.
Next up is Meta Fight Club. Are they here?
Where is it? Oh, it's here. Okay, just a second. Is the mic working? All right. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here and nice to see all of you. I hope everyone is doing okay and had a great week. So my name is Jenna, and I'm here to introduce to you the Meta Fight Club. So the Meta Fight Club is a new generation combat sports league that's owned and managed by its community. So our team has been evolving both in the crypto space for many years and as well as in the fight industry. And a few observations we've made is that this is an industry where the key value creators are the fighters, obviously, but also their communities and their fans. And the people creating the value are not the one really being fully rewarded for that value. So the value distribution model is very unfair. It's obviously a very centralized business where you have centralized entities, large entities that are extracting a lot of the value out of the fighters and their communities. So we believe that the centralized model for matchmaking and value distribution is not optimal, and we also believe that the power of communities is not being explored and that we can do better. So essentially, this is an industry that's ready for transformation and innovation, and this is where the Meta Fight Club comes in. So the Meta Fight Club basically introduces a new approach to the fight promotion model, an approach in which we want to bring fair and equal access to opportunities for fighters and communities, and give the decision power to, in the hands of the community. So essentially, this is an international fight promotion that will be hosting events worldwide with different disciplines going from boxing, kickboxing, MMA, Muay Thai, and more. It's going to be, as I said, managed and controlled by its community, so I'll get back to that point a little bit later. And the idea is to give a level playing field to fighters so that they can showcase their skills, and we hope by that to unveil kind of like hidden talent that don't really have the opportunities to get into the kind of like large organizations. So as I said, this is a decentralized organization which is powered by Web3. So as we all know here, Web3 allows us to align incentives of different stakeholders in an organization. It allows us to create governance models that caters to certain needs. So in this case, we want to be governing a fight promotion, deciding who is fighting today, in like organizations such as UFC or Glory or you name it. So with Web3, we can also incentivize desired behaviors. We can incentivize participation, engagement, and that's what we're trying to do here. So our tech stack allows us to rethink this industry from the ground up. So it's not rocket science for very crypto-native people here, but basically the league is going to be supported by a DAO on the Ethereum blockchain that's going to take all of the decisions on matchmaking, event production, reward distribution, etc. So it's going to be a token-based membership, with a token being the MFC token, governance token, granting voting power, ownership, and a few other interesting features that we're working on. But we don't want to limit ourselves to just like, a DAO and a token. So we really want to explore things that are possible with Web3, using as many Web3 tools as possible to unlock new experiences, whether it's on-chain or off-chain. So we're also working with other teams, such as the Joker Race or Farcaster team, to create those experiences. The vision and the goal here is to bring more transparency to this industry. As I said, offer more fair and equal access to opportunities, but also empower community. And another big one for me, as someone that has been in crypto for a really long time, is it's a way to also onboard new people to this industry. So the martial arts industry is like very, very far from what we're doing, but I believe that it's a community that would benefit a lot from the things that we are building. And I think this is a great way to onboard a new user, and I think this cycle is a really good time to do it as well. So yeah, just to summarize and wrap up, this is a cross-disciplinary fight league. We're going to be doing different disciplines: boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, MMA. It's going to be managed by the community, so you can be part of this if you're interested in that as well. And we, in terms of the team, as I said, we have been both into the crypto space for a long time. For myself, for example, and other members of the team are professional fighters, world champions in kickboxing, Muay Thai, MMA, have experience in the largest organizations. So we have like quite a strong foothold both in the martial arts industry and also in crypto. And I think it's just an interesting experiment to see what we can do with the tools that we've spent many years building in kind of like more of a physical world, real world approach. So yeah, if you're interested in that, you can just reach out to me. I'll be here until like 2, 3 p.m. and I'll also be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Next up is Invoice Meet. Yeah, can you check?
Minimize. Minimize the whole thing? Yeah, this one.
Okay, this 1 second.
Go to the Apple logo. Let's go.
1 second. This is the one, right? What is this now?
check the audio check.
How about this?
This one.
Oh, this sign up and sign up.
No, no, down here. The folder. No, folder. So we have to check the audio. Wait.
This is the normal PowerPoint.
Wait, give me just a second. I want to check audio. इसका ऑडियो किधर होता है साउंड
He's just testing the.
There is a video. Can we play that one? Just for
If you can get that working, it's good. He can just go on.
Which one?
Yeah, this second slide in this. Just maximize it.
This one.
So maximize green, no? There's no video.
You don't have PowerPoint. Without PowerPoint,
How do you minimize this?
I have sent it on the email.
How do you minimize
Actually, you don't have the PowerPoint. We have there. Yeah, you have there. So
there, but
let's not do it now.
how do you close this?
You close it. I want to check the audio. Speaker. Let's not waste those time. We will do after.
Okay, so I guess I'll call the other one.
Yeah, you call. Yeah, escape button. Okay. Close the escape button if it will go.
Yeah, can you maximize that one? The browser window? Yeah, this one close. Yeah, this one also close. This one also. Just one second. No, I don't use Mac now, so
Same.
yes, 2 is better than 1.
Yeah, I want.
Anyways, this. Wait, what happened here? Oh, okay, this one, right? No, this has gone full screen. How do you remove the full screen? Because now we need to see something is happening. One sec. Do you know how to fix this?
Stuck. What's going on? Stuck.
I don't know what's.
Oh.
Yeah. Is this full screen or what?
Can you play some video? Which one is yours?
Now Kiom. No, he's just testing the sound. We'll have to call
Oh.
Kiom because the other one can't get
If you
this.
have any video that we can just check the audio that come out.
Yeah, so some video will.
But which one is?
Now we need to check Kiom Pro. This guy can't get the audio.
Okay, here is.
Do we have Kiom protocol?
Do you call the game thing again?
No. Yeah, we could call. Okay, do we have Evil Genius Games? Yeah. Yeah.
What was the issue with the video? Someone asked.
Yes, this one, right?
No, wait.
Yeah, maximize this.
No, don't maximize there because it's gonna mess up the. Wait. Just. Here is it. Huh?
Yeah. I think we can close these, right? These ones.
It worked.
Yeah.
All right, while they are pulling up my slides, I just wanted to do a show again. How many of you guys play video games? All right, now I'm going to ask a really nerdy question. How many of you guys play Dungeons and Dragons? All right, we got a couple of nerds out there. Fantastic. For those of you guys who don't know, Dungeons and Dragons is a game that was started in the 1970s by a guy named Gary Gygax in Geneva, Wisconsin. And yeah, he is the inspiration for what we do here today. So my name is Dave Scott. I'm the CEO and founder of Evil Genius Games. This is my fourth startup. I'm a serial entrepreneur. My first three startups were all venture-backed and were all had successful exits. My last startup was a company called Laughly, which was an on-demand streaming comedy platform that was sold to Kevin Hart in 2018. So Evil Genius Games makes role-playing games based on successful movie franchises. Franchises like Rambo and Pacific Rim and Kong vs. Godzilla. We started out as a physical product, very much like Dungeons and Dragons, where we actually sell the product in over 3,000 stores worldwide. We have a 5-star, a perfect star rating in a lot of the rating sites that talk about these types of games. Believe it or not, this industry is large. It's a $30 billion industry growing at 11.8% CAGR to a $50 billion industry by 2028. Over 150 million people worldwide play games like this in Dungeons and Dragons, which is absolutely astonishing. Last year, we did $1.2 million in revenue just off our physical products alone. So now it's time to bring these old school games into the 21st century. The games that I play, the D&D games that I play today are the exact same games I played when I was 11 years old. Nothing has changed. So what we're talking about is introducing a series of technologies that will enhance gameplay. So the first thing that we launched was a subscription site, which actually allows people to have access to the digital content right online. It builds a community of players that can now build their characters, can actually create adventures, and even play the game online. The second product that we created is called Dispatch. It's an organized play program which allows people to find other players to play with all over the world. Right now, we give this to retail stores. We have over 110 retail stores that have done hundreds and hundreds of games through our Dispatch app. We've built a phenomenal team of game designers, people who are famous in this space, people who created games like the G.I. Joe game, the Transformers game, even the My Little Pony game was created by one of our designers that's on staff today. But what's exciting about this and where we're going to bring blockchain to the market is all around this concept of homebrew. So believe it or not, players like to create their own characters. They like to create their own items. They like to create their own bad guys and villains. What we want to do is we want to monetize that through a UGC marketplace using blockchain. So we're going to be introducing in September the Genius token, which will have a utility to be able to actually create in-game items that are going to be immediately usable for your characters. In addition to that, we'll also have an NFT discount subscription card, which will allow you to stake tokens for certain items in the game, certain subscription levels in the game, and then also the ability to play the game with celebrities. An NFT marketplace, which gives you that NFT utility token. So for example, we're getting ready to announce a relationship with Mad Max. And so imagine that there is the Mad Max Dodge Charger, and there's only one of its kind in the game.
And then the third is to be able to earn for tokens. Every single time you GM a game or play a game at a convention or play a game online via Twitch, you should be able to get an airdrop, earn tokens, and be able to stake those as you'd like as well. We've actually been, we've raised $1.5 million so far on a $3 million round. We have very, very good venture capitalists like Blockchain Founders Fund, Hustle Fund, Sarah Fund, and others. We have about $1.5 million left in the round. It is a safe with token warrants, and we'd be happy to talk to anyone who might be interested in getting into the round. You could reach me at Evil Genius Games on Telegram, or you could also find me tomorrow because I'll be here for the speed dating, VC speed dating day here. So hopefully you get a chance to talk to me about a little bit of D&D, a little bit of what we're doing here with some of these blockbuster movie franchises, and how we're going to drive utility through our UGC marketplace. Thank you very much.
Do we have Haha wallet in the house? No? Okay, Kinetex network, are they here? Metal Swap Finance? Okay, yeah. Yes, metals. Sorry? Yeah, okay. You can do it, right? Sorry? I think so. Did you not want to do it right now? Yeah, please. All yours. I think we had a previous thing, so.
Okay, and I have also a video. Can we check if it's working, if it's starting?
Yeah.
The video is in the slide here. Can we check? Perfect.
The sound's not working, right?
No, there's no
There's
sound.
Okay, okay, yeah, you're good.
Okay, so to start, I just flash you.
Just do it on the first page. Just do a slideshow. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone. I'm Tiziano Tritico, co-founder of Metaswap. Metaswap wants to onboard traditional finance into DeFi. Let's see why. So the reason is simple, is because of numbers. As we can see, only the past year we had $700 trillion in volumes in derivatives for the traditional finance sector. And only in commodities, the past year, we saw $15 trillion. In DeFi, we saw 0.5 trillion. And the why is because we are still missing the real world asset sector. But this wave is coming to this sector. And we started to build a solution before RWA was cool. So we already built a product with 8,000 plus hedging contracts opened and settled, and with $2.6 million volumes on-chain already exchanged. The hedging contract solution, this is already a dashboard. I have also a short video to show how it works. It was built from scratch, so it's something unique, and is based on the hedging solution to settle a cover for a specific asset, so an underlying asset, on a specific period of time. So as we can see in this video, we can select the underlying asset, we can select RepBTC, Ether, OP, or real-world asset when they will come. And we can set the duration, the cover we want to have. And what happens is that when the time expires, the difference we have in the price, so for example, we open a position to cover 1 Ether for a week. If the price of Ether will go down in this week, at the settlement time, at the expiration time, the smart contracts will settle the difference in price of the underlying asset. So it's a complete hedging solution like the financial swap contracts. And at the moment, we already have the, I think, the crypto assets like, as I show you, RepBTC, Ether, OP, but also the gold, thanks to Paxos Gold. The ecosystem is already made by security audits, unit testing, incentivized testnet, and we had already a token with the option to stake the token, bridge integration, and Uniswap V3 NFT staking, and other solution to manage all the token governance possibilities. And the governance has already a blog, a DAO, a forum, documentations made. The supported networks are starting from Ethereum, and then L2s on Ethereum, and EVM solutions. The hedging contracts are already available on Linea, Optimism, and Ethereum. The next steps will be to scale up this solution because, as I say, the real-world assets are coming to the sector. We need a speed-up onboarding for this solution, and so to create an Oracle-based technology, so without the necessity to have tokens issued by third parties. Then we want to build also perpetuals, because it's a big trend in the crypto ecosystem, so to have also a solution without a predetermined period, and adding account abstraction to the solution, so to onboard new users with a better UX, so with the Web 2 feeling. Our milestones: we already had a grant from Optimism, we participated in a Linea campaign, and we built an account abstraction pilot during the Luca Comic and Games the past year. And our collaboration with Celercy Bridge, Chainlink, Optimism, Linea, and Etherspot for account abstraction. This is our team. I'm a KOL in Italy, so I'm known as YouTuber in the country. I'm here since 2016. This is my third halving in the sector. The other co-founder, we have a team of 30 plus members, developers, marketers, legal advisor, backed by a Swiss foundation, the DeFi Foundation. We are still not covered by any VC. I will be here for further details for the day for today and tomorrow to show more details about the project. Thank you.
All right, next up is InvoiceMate.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Mohammed Salman Anjum. I'm the chief mate for the InvoiceMate. I'll piggyback from our previous speaker that we need to take off-chain world to the closer to the on-chain world. And no better way to do it through the most commonly used to instrument a document from the off-chain world. So I'll build it up with a small teaser, and then we'll take it forward.
National Invoices change hands all around us, but few recognize their $3.6 trillion opportunity. Global invoice financing, an invoice is more than a document. It is an instrument with real-world measurable value, behind which a skyline of opportunity can be built. InvoiceMate Marketplace empowers on-chain investors to provide liquidity to qualified companies and their cryptographically verifiable invoices, obtain financing, and generate stable and de-risked yields for themselves. InvoiceMate, unlocking the power of invoices.
Unlocking the power of invoices, but for what reason, right? Invoices are world's most commonly used business document. And as I said, it's a very good way to bring the off-chain world to the on-chain world and go for the mass adoption of the stable coins and, of course, DeFi as well. So the problem of traditional centralized invoicing is very severe. It is hampering the businesses to get the access to the credit because invoice receivables stands as assets on their balance sheet. But the lending institution, because they have to do a lot of tedious due diligence, and that's the reason why they generally avoid invoice-based financing. So it is a problem which is hampering both on-chain investors and at the same time off-chain businesses. In comes InvoiceMate's decentralized infrastructure for the invoicing. Why I call it infrastructure? Because it is having a tech stack of invoice management system, then the invoice tokenization platform, loan origination system, and then finally the marketplace. It helps the businesses to get the access to the much needed capital and from the alternative source of the on-chain platforms. Now, the market of RWA is already getting bigger and bigger every day. By 2030, we all know that it will be turning into 16 trillion plus. Invoice financing as well, on the other side, is going to be $6 trillion worth market segment. And even now, it's $3.6 trillion market. So the market is there, demand is there, liquidity is there. You need instruments, you need enabler. The infrastructure are the tools. So for that, you need this kind of a decentralized invoicing ecosystem. Invoices are happening for centuries now, but they're living in the past. We need to bring them in the future, in coming days. And that is required, and this is an ideal time with the help of blockchain and AI, we can do this. So invoice can be generated on our system. We can also fetch it through other systems, and then we tokenize it. Each step of the invoice journey, in the next slide I'll explain further. Blockchain and AI powered AI, KYI, know your invoice. It's just like the KYC. It's the KYC of the invoices because that is the asset which is getting tokenized and which is getting then into the lending and borrowing transactions. So it has to be verified and there has to be a mechanism to score these assets. It comes onto the listing and pools of the marketplace only when it is verified. And of course, then it is providing the stable and high kind of a yield as well. Now, I have spoken about the KYI, which is the USP of this project. How are we doing it with the help of AI and blockchain? First of all, our Mate chain enables trust in entire workflow of the invoices, reviews, approvals, payments, duplications, and all. It keeps on as a single source of truth. The AI bots also keep on detecting the frauds and the credit eligibility, which is the biggest pain point of the lending institutions are the investors who are doing on invoice-based financing. So that's what we call KYI, Know Your Invoice, the world's first ever digital invoice verification happening with the cryptographically means and, of course, AI. Let's talk about our business model, and I'll bring our numbers because we are not, and as the previous speaker said, we are here before the RWA was a cool thing. So we've been live for 9 months now and been impacting the number of SMEs. So our revenue is coming from two sources, basically. The performance fee when we enable lending and borrowing transactions, and that's the curve we are experiencing since July, and this month we'll be closing around $20,000 in that revenue. And of course, the second subscription-based revenue, because we have a invoicing ecosystem, and that gets us the subscription fee revenue as well. So till date, we have crossed $110,000 worth revenue, and it's the business model we are pursuing. I'll talk more about our growth and impact in the last 8 months. Total revenue I've shared. Very importantly, asset finance till date is 4.3 million. And more importantly, 0 non-performing loan. That's the testimonial of our KYI technology, that how secure assets we bring on chain. So overall, 1,700 plus registered businesses. We have partnerships with the supply chains, business platforms. That is giving us a sustainable supply of the SMEs and their invoices, which helped us to do $200 million worth invoices as tokenized ones. And very importantly, we have 10 plus lending partners now with us, coming from the off-chain world and of course on-chain liquidity providers as well. This is the amazing team with me, which is basically a blend of RWA tokenization and conventional finance expertise. We are backed with the region's leading accelerator programs, Mohammed bin Rashid Innovation Fund, Crypto Oasis, DIFC, which is again a leading finance accelerator program here, TDFI, and Definity Foundation as well. From the get-go, we started this project as a camel corn, not with the philosophy of the unicorn, rather a philosophy of the camel corn, just to build it on a strong growth and cash flow model. And that's why I bootstrapped it until it reached the product market fit. And now I'm getting into the raise. We have already signed $500K investor and doing this $1.2 million worth seed round. Overall, we are raising 4.9 million to take our current number from 4.3 million to 100 million by the end of the next quarter, quarter 2 of the next year, and of course, aiming to be $4 billion by 2029, which is a 5 years journey. So I would love to invite you to be part of this journey of CamelCon by partnering with us as a liquidity provider, our simple SME, using this platform to get your cash flow sorted. Thank you very much.
All right. Just a reminder, if you've got a VC ticket, don't forget to book the founders through the form so that you can connect with them. Next up, do we have Story Sage in the house? All right. Also, for those who are presenting, maybe they could sit on the first row. That would be easier with the logistics.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Inch. I'm the founder of StorySage.io. We are the future of generative AI for video, stories, anything that can be basically created as a narrative. Currently, we are already launched in our private beta, and we're launching a public version of the website in May this year. A little bit of background, StorySage was created by storytellers. I'm a writer myself. One of our other co-founders was a screenwriter. We had the idea that narratives and storytelling was missing, especially in many Web3 projects. So back in the days of 2020, 2021, when I was investing in NFT projects, I was always looking for ones that had an intriguing story behind them. Many of the projects themselves didn't have the story models. So in image models, you've heard of Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, and others. We are then taking other models such as audio for voice, music models, video models, and we're putting those all together with our own custom models to create long-form videos. So we're actually creating 10-minute videos, 20-minute videos, and longer as part of our process. Currently, we're in R&D phase on the videos, but we've already created scripts and other elements which I'll introduce to you shortly. The opportunity here is great. You have actually $2 trillion of value in the overlap between the movie and entertainment industry, the gaming industry, education, and other sectors. AI itself, of course, is growing very rapidly. So StorySage ties into all of those and will be part of this $2 trillion industry by 2030. I'm going to show you now a quick video of what our application looks like. And let's see how this goes.
Introducing StorySage, your ultimate story design companion. Imagine having a writing partner at your fingertips, tailored to your preferences and ready to collaborate on your next masterpiece. You have the power to choose the timing, genre, and even your writing partner's personality. Our detailed process ensures that every aspect of your story is neatly crafted. With StorySage, you'll receive very detailed results for every story you generate, including insights into plot twists, character arcs, and narrative flow. Whether you're a screenwriter, director, student, or entertainer, StorySage caters to your unique needs. With an easy interface and detailed guidance, we ensure that you get the best experience using StorySage. Easily export your script in PDF format for seamless integration into your projects. Experience the future of storytelling with StorySage. Start your journey today and let us help your dream of becoming a writer come true.
With a couple of clicks. So that's StorySage as you see it today. And here in my hand actually is an example of one of our scripts. You can see it's actually about 150 pages of material. This was created with our application. It's in a Hollywood standard format that you could actually submit for reading in the entertainment industry. So you've seen the demo. Here's just a couple of other screenshots. A little bit about myself and our team. So I'm a multi-startup founder with several exits. I've been based in Asia now for 25 years. I've worked in the events, marketing, co-working businesses, and in 2016, 2017, I founded one of the first blockchain storage projects in the world. We did an ICO, and that was kind of my background in blockchain. What I'm doing with this project is taking AI and putting it together with blockchain. So primarily we're going to use NFTs. So every character, every location, every story will have an NFT. Those stories can then be licensed, can be viewed, can be sold, anything that can be done with the NFT. We'll take the platform and run that on a platform ecosystem token. So we're going to be highly integrated with blockchain. And of course, with blockchain storage, we'll be storing data using the blockchain as well. One of our other co-founders, Glenn Tam, he's a Harvard graduate, master's degree in computer science, cloud computing expert. He's worked with AWS for many, many years, as well as other cloud platforms as a certified engineer. And we have Vinandya Kamilia, who's actually here with me in the front row, taking some videos and photos today. She is one of our content developers. So she's already using our application to develop complex stories, not only in English, but also in Indonesian and other languages too. So we are a multimodal and a multi-language application that has a global user base. Anybody who wants to create stories is a potential market, but we in particular have identified markets such as education, entertainment, video games, and others. Briefly, our ask today, we are in our pre-seed round. We're looking for 1 or 2 key strategic investors or fund to join us on this journey of storytelling in the blockchain generative AI era. And we're going to be here today and tomorrow at this event, as well as around in Dubai until Monday. Look forward to speaking to any investors, as well as other founders who are interested in this space. Happy to talk about Gen AI and blockchain. So please, my name is Jason. My contact information is up on screen. Thank you to the organizers for setting this up today. Thank you very much.
Right, next, do we have Power Browser? Okay, that's for later. Do we have EC Mint? Is there anyone left who had an earlier time slot and wasn't here that wants to present? So we have a few names and they're scheduled for later. Yeah, Power Browser. 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, we have the next one is Power Browser. They couldn't be here because of some issues, flight cancellations, so they sent their presentation on a video. So we're going to play that for you. As soon as they give me the okay. They went the extra mile to just be here, even though they couldn't. So, can we turn on the presentation, please? The screen. Let's see if it works. It doesn't. There we go. The audio? Let's see. Yeah, it's not coming from here. Hmm? No, he said that they didn't came. He said. I'm going to ask him. Yeah, can you go to the settings? Sure. Okay. Settings like this one. Audio settings. Is there anyone that had a schedule later and wants to present now? Okay, we're sorting this out. You're next. We have an issue with the audio.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Saurav Patra, founder and chief contributor.
Go back, please. Yeah. Okay, these are the folks from Power Browser. Again, they couldn't be here, but they send the video and they're watching the live stream, so feel free to act like as if they were here. Okay? I will leave you to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Saurav Patra, founder and chief contributor at Power Browser. Despite being unable to join you in person due to flight cancellations, I am grateful for this chance to connect remotely. Nevertheless, our absence doesn't diminish our enthusiasm to present our product to you. Let's get started. Power is envisioned to be the ultimate gateway of the decentralized future. Our goal is to democratize internet access and incentivize user engagement. Power is currently available on Android, Windows and Mac with an upcoming release in iOS. In a very short span of time, we have reached over 37 million users with more than 450K daily active users. Power Browser distinguishes itself by prioritizing user empowerment. Our platform rewards users for their time and effort, prioritizes security and offers innovative features, highlighting some of the major features like ad-free browsing, multi-login support, enhanced privacy, browse to earn, crypto chronicles, lightning speed, alongside many more. The key differentiator lies in our rewarding mechanism, token distribution, and user-centric approach. Offering a comprehensive suite of products, Power Points, Power D App Store, Power Wallet, and Power Swap. We will show a visual overview of these particular offerings in our upcoming slides. Some important milestones include the upcoming launch of Power Points, which is browse to earn, Power D App Store, gearing up for the future release of Power Wallet and Swap. Our tokenomics model is designed to ensure sustainability, growth, and fairness. We have successfully completed our seed round and our private sale is currently open. Let's take a glimpse of our product offerings by Power. Let's begin with our flagship product, Power Browser. With customizable themes, dark and light mode, switchable sidebar, multi-login support, blazing fast speed, privacy feature, and many more, Power Browser is redefining the browsing experience for everyone. PowerPoint is our innovative feature that rewards you for browsing the web in our browser. With features like an intuitive dashboard with earning stats, weekly and monthly leaderboard, and a tier-based reward system, PowerPoints aims to enhance the user engagement, build loyalty, and attract new users. Moving on to Power D App Store, with a vision to become the premier gateway for Web3 applications, Power has developed D App Store that catalogs comprehensive range of Web3 applications, providing users with a very vast selection and access to Web3 ecosystem. Now let's talk about Power Wallet. Our browser seamlessly integrates self-custodial multi-chain wallet, allowing users to store and manage cryptocurrencies and NFTs. Not only does it offer convenience, but it also ensures secure asset management and enhances privacy. With Power Swap, users can effortlessly swap between different cryptocurrencies, all from within the browser interface. With an expanding digital and Web3 landscape, there's a clear opportunity for Power Browser to make a significant impact. We are thrilled to have Chingari as an investor in our recent seed round, backing us since the beginning. Alongside Chingari, we have partnered with 150 esteemed collaborators and more, all dedicated for revolutionizing web browsing. In conclusion, Power Browser is not just a browsing tool, it's a catalyst for empowerment, innovation, and seamless user experiences. invest in power, and become an integral part of shaping the Web3 ecosystem. I want to extend a heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for joining us today. As we move forward on the exciting journey, we invite you to stay connected with us. Whether you have questions, feedbacks, or just want to say hello, please don't hesitate to reach out to us via email or any of the social channels. Thank you.
Okay, folks. Next, we have a panel here, so it's gonna take like 25 minutes or so. So we have a break in terms of, please stay around. It's gonna be, I'm sure, something very interesting, but we're just setting up the stage for the panel. So yep. After that, we will resume with the demo day presentations. Thank you.
Hey, Ben.
Are we good to go? We're waiting.
Is everyone good? I don't know about y'all, but I had to swim here. Did you guys have to swim here?
All right. Hi, everyone. This is a decentralized AI panel for you. And I'm going to introduce my pretty famous panelists to you. So I'll start with Ben Kurtzel from Singularity that everybody knows, Jihao from Local AI, and Tom is doing so many things, I don't know which is...
Network Zero. Network Zero is like my fun incubator.
That's what you want to hear. Is there anything we can do with the mics, organizers? Because it's too strong, no?
That's because we have the PAs here. I think does it sound good?
Hello.
Yeah, cool.
We'll wake them up.
Yeah, it's okay?
Yeah, we have a PA, so
okay,
it's
they did something. They adjusted. Okay, fine. Excellent. So, yeah. I want to start with a little story for you about decentralized AI. So I did a panel in Hong Kong. I don't know if it was 2017 or 2018. I did it for RISE, Web Summit. And they asked me to cover actually cybersecurity. And I decided that I wanted to look at the angle of how cybersecurity interacts with AI, because basically, there's a lot of AI used by hackers, and there's a lot of AI also used by cybersecurity firms to offer all kind of cybersecurity solutions. So I invited famous cybersecurity firms, and I also wanted to invite Ben as AI expert to have this debate. So we had a very good panel, and it was a nice discussion going on, and at a certain point, Ben was making an argument about what could be done, to protect things and how things could be carried. And I'm not sure if we did it in 2018 or 2019, but at this stage, Web Summit was still not crypto-friendly. In the middle of the panel, Ben goes and takes over the whole thing, and he says, well, you want to be safe, you have to decentralize AI. The other panelists were looking at him like, what? And he gave the whole pitch of Singularity back then, So here we're sitting now, in a totally different environment after OpenAI coming out, and after so many things that happened in this, I don't know, how do we call it, Gen AI or overall AI domain. So I want to start this panel by asking Ben to give us a little overview how it was in 2017. He's basically the pioneer, not basically, he is the pioneer of decentralized AI and crypto community. So take us back a little bit. Tell us what you had, what you didn't have.
Yeah, sure. And I think what the Hong Kong event you mentioned, I think was 2018, and it was a crypto bear market starting then. So basically Bitcoin was dead, and the idea that crypto could be used to make AI better for everyone was considered sort of nuts by the mainstream of the tech world. But yeah, if we go back further, so AI has been around since the middle of the last century. I've been working on AI, I guess, since I was a kid, late 70s, early 80s. I remember my wife dug up recently a web page I put online in 1995, claiming I was going to run for president on the Decentralization Party candidate. No, I wasn't 35 yet then, so I couldn't run for U.S. president. Now that I'm guess I'm still not old enough because you're supposed to be 90 to run for U.S. president. But
they'll make an exception.
I'm technically old enough now, but I've realized that'll be a terrible job, and I don't want to do it. But the point is, back then, the internet is decentralized, right? So when the internet came out, anyone could put a server on the internet. It can talk using TCP/IP. It's woefully insecure, but at least anyone can do it, and there's no central controller. So at that point, it seemed clear to myself and many others, really, that you want AI to be decentralized in the same sense that the internet is. That the whole global AI network should be controlled by everyone and no one. Anyone can put a machine online running some AI. It talks to the other machines online running other bits of the AI, and the overall AI of the global network is emergent from different AIs that different people have put up there. So I tried to build some stuff like that in the early aughts using early versions of Java. It was just so slow and so expensive. And we even talked about doing decentralized money back then, but it was also very slow and very expensive and given how fast like Visa and MasterCard cleared a transaction, it didn't seem to make sense. So yeah, you fast forward to 2015, 16, 17, you have Ethereum, you have smart contracts, still too slow and expensive at that point. I mean, in a way it still is now, but way too slow and expensive at that point. But you can start to do something, right? So we built SingularityNet, which is an agent system for allowing multiple AI agents owned and controlled by different people, running on different machines, written by different people, to communicate and coordinate together without any central controller. And SingularityNet, I think, was the first to do this in a serious way, but there's a bunch of others that popped up around the same time. And, actually, we thought at that point, being naive and starry-eyed, like in late 2017, we're like, all right, crypto is going to the moon forever, so we will ride this bull market to the singularity, and then you use this to build smarter and smarter AI and move toward current narrow AI, toward artificial general intelligence, then toward superintelligence. Of course, crypto has been more of a roller coaster ride. It's doing nicely now. Centralized AI has advanced very quickly using venture capital money and money from sovereign wealth funds and all that. We've had ChatGPT, the whole generative AI revolution. But, crypto's still doing decently. AI is still fueled by open source code, so it's not a big mystery how to do the most cutting edge AI stuff. So I think we're in a position now where we can put cutting edge AI algorithms, both deep neural nets and other AI techniques like logic systems, evolutionary learning, hypervectors, can take multiple AI techniques, put them together in a decentralized network. And I think we're in a position in the next couple years to make smarter stuff in the decentralized AI ecosystem than big tech has done, and to roll it out at scale and rapidly, right? And this is so, looking back into the historical period you mentioned, we had Fetch.ai, an Ocean protocol, launching a little bit after SingularityNet with their own versions of decentralized AI agent systems. So one thing we've been working on in the last couple months is creating a new entity called the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance. So the SingularityNet's AGIX token, Ocean's Ocean token, and Fetch.ai's FET token, they're all going to merge into a single ASI token. And we may end up merging other decentralized AI projects into the alliance as well. And the goal is to pull together the decentralized AI community.
So you're merging the decentralized intelligence into one superintelligence.
But we're
right?
coming back to the tokens, guys.
Right.
Leave it a little bit. We're coming back. We're doing another round on
Is
tokens
that
now.
an offer already for us?
So actually, very good primer. So looking back at what you had and what you didn't have, what you were missing, in my humble opinion, were tools and community. So speaking about tools, you guys, Floki AI, are doing federated learning. I mean, the audience would like to know a little bit more, because I don't think everybody heard already about your product, so we'd like to know a bit more, and also like how you helping these guys move forward.
Yeah, federated learning is a super important ingredient of
of
AI
decentralization.
ecosystem.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I'm a researcher for the past 10 years working as global head of AI in Royal Bank of Canada and also a research fellow in Imperial College London, where my main focus is on the AI research and especially knowledge graph, natural language processing. And it was in 2022 when I see federated learning as an emerging technology in AI, where Google, Apple is already been using it. But the way they use it in traditional way is they still have to control the central node, right? Google still has to stand in the middle, say, okay, I am the guy who is going to distribute the resources into different nodes, even though that, yes, it's privacy preserving in a way that A and B don't see each other, but yeah, I see everything. So I'm a master. So that's why I want to bring blockchain in. So there's no central node. We don't need a central node to actually facilitate everything, every training. Leave it all, we can still ensure like everyone is genuine enough. So that's basically the idea behind Flock. That's why we call ourselves Flock. Actually, it's a pun. Federated Learning Blockchain Flock. So I casually do some stand-up comedian myself.
Thank you. So I was looking, a couple of weeks ago, we had an argument about the whole subject, because that's the subject that we discuss every day, decentralized AI. And I went back to look up your white paper, and I was like, oh my God, it's all about governance. There's so much about governance. So that takes us to you, Tom. I wanted to ask you to share a little bit, because we were together in Zuzalo, and there's a lot going on in the AI community. Could you share a little bit what is going on, how it all came to exist, and what do we expect from this?
Yeah, so the effective acceleration movement was kind of birthed out of this backlash of the collapse of EA and the rise of AI doomers. So I think it was, what year is this now? Was it early 2022 or 2023? I forget. Udowski went on the Bankless podcast and basically scared the shit out of everyone with this AI doomer thesis. And when I first saw that, I was like, well, he's obviously just like incorrect and everyone will dismiss him as a fool. But then I started getting all these like emails from my different crypto groups and mailing lists and stuff like that. And crypto people who are generally saying, hey, we need to decentralize everything and like, no government, we're saying, oh my God, I'm really scared about, AGI now. And, should we get governments involved? And should we like be petitioning our congressmen to like ban AI? And like, so I was like, oh fuck, like this is mimetically spreading. This is dangerous, right? And so I wrote a whole article that was like, the title was, AGI isn't going to doom us all, it's the doomers that will doom us, or something like that. And like the thesis there is like, if you follow that line of thinking and you want the government to get involved, like what actually happens like is that the government says, hey, only a few companies get a license to create AGI, right? And then you have a problem of alignments where it's not that AGIs are aligned to humans or not, it's like which humans are the AGIs aligned to, right? Because it's the ones who actually create these AGIs that are going to be controlling them, at least in the early days, right? So I think that's a massive problem to get government involved and giving a few a license to control the only AGIs that exist, right? So I wrote a whole article about that. It was rather popular in the EAC community, but really the central thesis there is like, hey, it's probably impossible to align AGIs to all humans because humans can't even be aligned with all humans. Like we haven't figured that part out. Like we haven't aligned humans, right? But if every like set of humans has their own AI, then like it kind of like levels the playing field for everyone, right?
I mean, few people are aligned with themselves.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, we're multifaceted beings. Like we're in conflict with ourselves constantly. So it's an impossible problem, right? But like we have a few rules, which is like the golden rules, like do unto others as you would have others do unto you, right? It's just which is basically a non-aggression principle, right? And like that's really the thing that we need as beings, right? So yeah, I think it's super important that we get the technology to everyone, so everyone can use it, and it's not nerfed or censored by particular organizations. And so I think this is why the decentralized AI movement is very important because, hey, if you're only plugged into ChatGPT and you have to do, like, you can only query the things that they say that you're allowed to query, then that's not very good, and it only gets worse from there, right? So there's lots of various techniques to make sure that the rest of us have access to the raw untapped potential of AI, and I think that's where the decentralized AI movement is incredibly important for the future.
Give me one word on the community, because the governance is important, but you need to have a community to govern it. So what can you tell me in the community?
I actually don't think that, I don't agree with governance. Like, I think everybody should just have their own AI, and then they just duke it out with each other. I don't think we should govern anything like that.
Well, on that sense, I think there's a beautiful thing about AI, because the metrics is actually is deterministic. Like for example, the paper rewards all you need, right? So yes, it can be a very super ASI or AGI, right? But we can just set up a very deterministic reward as a number, 99% that you need to reach, which can be easily then used as a mechanism, for example, when it comes to governance. So that's the beauty of AI, which I think, it works in a way that you don't really have to have a very complex mechanism to do the governance if it's, or object-oriented.
I mean, if you're dealing with a very narrowly construed AI, which is working toward a specified reward function, one can perhaps build a governance mechanism around that. But I mean, the nature of open-ended intelligence is such that there is no fixed reward function for general intelligence, human intelligence, or super intelligence. So I guess mechanisms like that can be valuable, but yet they're existing within a larger open-ended intelligent framework.
Okay, so this is the threat of centralized AI. If you have a non-general superintelligence, right, and it has a reward function that we don't like, if it's the only player out there, it can go and cause havoc, right? But if everyone has their own similarly powered AI, then those AIs can battle that AI, right? If one goes rogue, then you have tons of other AIs to battle it, right? That's why we need a lot of.
Let's hope these battles are not what happens.
Exactly, but like more likely they detect that one has gone rogue like very early, and they're like, like let's turn that one off, right?
Let me swap the word governance for coordination.
Yeah, so I think we're really terrible at that. Everything that I've seen in crypto with DAOs and democratic voting and all of that has turned into a total shit show and destroyed a ton of value. So I think that I'm very bearish on that. I'm more of the individual should run their own thing and make their own choices.
Crypto networks tend to try to do governance via vote buying, via one token, one vote. And the pathologies of this are clear. Sure. Democratic governance doesn't necessarily mean voting, and I would say there are many open source communities that evolve in a
rough consensus,
in a democratic way without trying to count votes and make it precise in that manner.
Yeah, I like that. That you're describing rough consensus, which I think like forkability and rough consensus is, I think, the more free market way to do that, right? Because if you're in the open source community and half of the people who want to contribute to that community don't agree with where it's going, it gets forked. And then there's another one that's like, hey, this repo is this, but in this particular way, and this repo is that in that particular way, and the rough consensus ends up in two different places, right? And if it's such a contentious thing that it's so important that you have to fork the community, that will happen. And if it's not, it will get resolved.
Yeah, and
that's why AI meets crypto.
Well, that's the real decentralized governance in crypto networks, right? I mean, the fact that you can vote what this network does or not, I'm not saying it's of no value, but these votes are easily gamed and they're complex.
I would say it's of negative value. I've seen everything be destroyed by it.
It can be negative, it can be positive, but I think that the fact that the machines are owned by different people, the software is open, and if a bunch of people don't like what a network is doing, they can just run different software on their machines and form a different network. That's really fundamental.
Exactly.
I mean, that's like voting with your feet, and that clearly is what works, and that's the power of decentralized networks for advanced software.
That's where the right to exit.
And
is
now I want to take
important.
it back to you, Ben, in the sense that having this discussion here, what's next for you? What do you need to basically continue?
Well, We're in a fortunate position now because crypto is doing well, AI is doing well. We have a lot of cool software. We have a great community of people who want to help us keep building this software. So I really think we're in a position now where within the Singularity Net and the Superintelligence Alliance ecosystem, I think we're in a position now where during the next few years, we're going to be able to build AI which is much smarter than what big tech is putting out. And if you have GPT-4, 5, 6, if we come up with something much smarter than GPT-6 running on a decentralized infrastructure, because we're not just trying to jack up transformer neural nets, but we're integrating them with logic engines, evolutionary learning systems, and other forms of AI systems on our own substantial but decentralized server facilities, I think you'll then have a situation where the balance of power in the AI world shifts from a few big tech companies to decentralized networks. And certainly techniques for federated learning will be part of this, because you need federated learning to train, for example, sizable neural models on decentralized networks, right? And so this will create a situation which is very troublesome for the powers that be, because if a government wants to stomp down on AI, well, okay, they sort of can in their borders, but the network doesn't live in anybody's borders, right? And they can't lock up the guy who owns the servers, because it's not just on one guy's servers, right? So it doesn't mean governments and people can't regulate and guide what's going on, but it's a bit more elusive than something that's controlled by a single company. And there's a quote that my friend, the psychologist Alan Combs, gave at the Beneficial General Intelligence Conference we had in Panama a couple months ago. He said, "Don't worry, nothing is under control," right?
Yeah, we live.
And that's let's hope it stays that way. Then it can self-organize into a beneficial configuration. So really, what we need is just more and more community, more developers to jump on board and help build the decentralized AI, more people to design applications using decentralized AGI and AI tools and make noise about these applications.
That's call for community, guys. Jiao, can you support on your
side? Yeah, of course, thanks. As Ben and Tom say, right, the model has to be community owned. That's exactly what we are trying to build. The product that we are launching soon about decentralized training. So basically everyone who holds either data or graphic computes or a task, right, they can just join the training, and then a bunch of them, if they don't agree with any other people, they can have their own model run. They don't have, they don't have to always, have a consensus ideology about the AGI, because it's not going to happen. Like, there are different thinkings, different school of philosophies in different areas. Like, we want them to all control their own idea, right? That's exactly the thing. And also, because of federated learning, which is very important, that helps us to preserve user privacy, because I also know another saying that human beings' real authentic data died in 2016, because that's the time when GPT-1 came out, and there are so many synthetic data generated. And now, like, everyone's using GPT for example, when they send the emails to the proofreading, right? That's not your created data. That's synthetic. And then models train on those synthetic data. It's like amplifying any bias that machines might have. So it's dangerous. That's why we want that last mile of a human real dignity of your real private data, right, which can be securely run on your own control, under your own ownership. That's the real AGI that we are looking forward in the future.
Thank you. Now, Tom, I need you to put we have 5 minutes left, and I need you to put your investor hat and give us a little bit your sentiment or whatever you see for the AI tokens. Well, Ben opened with the merger. I mean, what do you see in AI token world? We see a lot of volatility. We see Eric Wall and everybody else complaining about AI token behavior. What's your take?
Yeah, so I think it's very early days, and I think we're in that stage of 2017 kind of ICOs where everyone was creating these so-called useless utility tokens. Not to say they're all useless right now, but I think we're in a very early phase where we're not exactly sure how tokens will work within AI ecosystems in an ideal way. And so some projects may have it more figured out than others. Some of them are just considered to be like AI meme tokens, right? And what I've seen in crypto is that the best case for that is like you're like a meme token doing well for a particular technology like ends up like funding public goods. And that doesn't always happen to be the case, but if high integrity people are the ones that are working on the project, then that tends to happen, which I think is a net benefit. And then you also get like folks who are just kind of riding the wave, and they kind of just like do an exit scam or something like that. But yeah, so I think there's a lot of as we figure out what systems work, it's really difficult to design a token without knowing how the system is going to work in the end, and we're still figuring out how the systems are going to work. And once we figure out how the systems will work, then we'll understand how the token actually helps the system to work, right? In the case of Bitcoin, the Bitcoin asset actually is the security of the entire Bitcoin chain. It's the reason that it works, right? And I think we'll get there, and the SI teams have made some good strides in that direction. So I think we'll get there, and like on the way we'll fund a bunch of good stuff, and we'll fund a bunch of scammy stuff. That seems to be like the way of crypto.
I mean, evolution is messy, wasteful, and often absurd, right? And
exactly.
That's what we're seeing here.
So our take, don't worry, nothing is under control.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, thank you guys very much. Great perspectives. Thank you, audience, for having us.
Thank you. Cheers.
Organizers.
Use this one. So this we could just make this full screen. Do you know how to do that? Let's download it, I believe. Just a second. Yep. Maybe open it. Yeah, just a second. You switch, yep.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here after Token 2049. It's not so many people, right? So, but anyway, let's talk about DEXs today. My name is Vladimir. I'm co-founder of Algebra, and we are working in DEX space since 2021, making the best DEX engines for many DEXs which you already know. It's like Camelot, QuickSwap, Tina, StellaSwap, and many, many others. Right now, there are 25 DEXs, which is built on Algebra. So let me talk a little bit about market opportunity, about market situation in DEX space. You know, it's every chain when it's launched requires at least 5 DEXs. And there are more than 300 chains at the moment, and we expect that much more new chains will be created this year, including layer 2, layer 3, and even layer 1 planned to be launched. So every chain requires a DEX, a lot of chains, so it means that DEXs will continue to grow. And as a result, right now, 20 billion locked in existing DEXs. We consider 2 main problems in the DEX space. First of all, DEXs are not smart enough. And the reason for this is that all the pools are the same. If you go to, I know, SushiSwap, if you go to Pancake, Uniswap, Stella, the same behavior for all the chains, for all the DEXs, like mostly the same. And it's wrong. Because blockchains are different, because pairs are different, and so on. So until we not fix this one, DEXs will continue to be not as much effective as possible. And the second big problem, there is no way to upgrade a DEX. So if you go to DeFi Llama and see Pancake TVL, you will see there's more than 1 billion locked in old-fashioned contracts. And nobody can do anything with this one without liquidity migration. So DEXs stuck with updates. That's why they could not innovate in the space. So let me present our concept called Integral, which completely disrupt and fix these problems. Thank you, Rock. It's based on modular architecture. Now it's divided by 2 parts. Every DEX divided by 2 parts. First part, called core layer, it's where liquidity is stored. And on this level, we have a plugins layer, where extra functionality could be added to every pool. For example, for Ether USDC, you can add dynamic fees or after compound. For WBTC against Ether, you can add limit orders or maybe Oracle KYC. So now every pool could be customized. So you can add extra functionality to every pair, depending on what chain it's operating and what type of the pool. And it increases DEX efficiency a lot. And also, as a result, you got upgradability factor. So you have a pool, you have plugins connected, and you can replace them. So add new plugins, remove old-fashioned ones. It means that DEX continue to innovate like every day. Before, you deploy DEX and wait for 3 years until the new version will come, and you will ask all the users deploy. Now you can constantly improve and ask all your partners. And the third advantage, more effective upgradability. We could say that DEX start being ecosystem. So before, it was a product. One team working on the DEX, deploy it and forget. Now, since plugins could be added to the pool, it become ecosystem. So our main goal is to attract protocols, developers to continuously come to new ideas and contribute to ecosystem. So, how to say, we don't believe that we will find all the great ideas for a DEX. That's why our main goal is to build something that others could contribute their ideas to the DEX. So, from product to ecosystem. So, some words about us. I believe many DEXs which is listed here, you work every day. It's QuickSwap, Camelot, Linux, Tina, Stella, and many, many others. And many of them are top 1 on their chains. It means that our technology is well battle tested and well done and give you ability to be #1 DEX almost on all the chains where it's launched. As a result, we are the 10th most forked protocol in accordance with DeFi Llama, and in March we processed 8% of all EVM DEX volume using our smart contracts. I think that's it from my side, so really happy to be here, and if you consider to launch any new DEX, or you build a protocol which is used Uniswap or any other DEXs, please come to our booth and we are happy to discuss our partnerships, because working with us, you get an access to all the existing DEXs, and you do not need to talk to every chain, to every DEX with your great idea. So let's improve the DEX ecosystem together. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Right, next up is Kiom protocol.
Hi everyone. Is the mic working? Hello? Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Gary. I'm a contributor at Kiom Protocol. Before I go into detail what we do at Kiom, I would like to show you a quick demo of the actual product because we have a new product we're super excited about, and I would like to demo it right here for you. So, Kiom is essentially a platform, a DeFi protocol that stemmed from initially lending protocol, which was a Compound V2 fork. And since then, we expanded into margin trading as well as an on-chain order book exchange, which I'm going to talk about in a second. The borrowing market is live on 5 chains: Polygon POS, ZKVM, Manta, Aster ZKVM, and the new OKX chain, XLayer. And the margin product that you see here is essentially using the lending market liquidity to offer looped leverage positions, being long or short, which is significantly cheaper than opening up a perpetual position because you essentially only pay the lending borrow interest rates. Our next product that we're going to present on testnet at ETHCC will be an on-chain order book exchange, which you can see here. The beauty of it is it's built on a non-VM chain called Polygon Maiden. We're going to be the first application ever launched on that chain. It's fully censorship resistant, extremely high throughput, low latency, and we aim to be one of the first protocols that can show that DeFi can be really significantly decentralized, because the way the blockchain, in this case Polygon Maiden, works is the protocol never has custody over users' funds because it doesn't work with smart contracts. Everyone's wallet becomes, also thanks to native account abstraction, its own smart contract. And therefore, we describe it more like a traffic light system, or traffic control rather, that just says, okay, this is the position that a user has. It pops up on the blockchain. Any cryptographic statement can be proven on-chain thanks to Polygon Maiden, and then once the user closes the position or gets liquidated, those positions get matched or closed. And this is something we're extremely excited about because it makes essentially our product highly, not just innovative, but also quite composable. Also with the new, some of you heard the new aggregation layer strategy of Polygon. So, and I'm going to talk about it in a second. So just to summarize, we start with a money market, morphed into a margin trading protocol that uses the money market liquidity, and then for high leverage in particular, you will have the on-chain order book product for spot and perpetuals. I just summarized the beauty of MIDA and how it works, but if any one of you want to understand more the underlying tech, very happy to tell you more about it, or just follow Kiom Research on Twitter if you want to understand more about this highly innovative way. The core message here, though, is that it's the ultimate non-custodial platform where users have full transparency and control over their funds. This is probably the only or one of the few solutions worldwide that can really show best execution rather than having a black box as an order book. And it's really not the goal to have any pooled funds or liquidity, but rather have the user be in full control with his account abstracted wallet. Which also, by the way, means the users will only engage on Ethereum rather than having to bridge on any chain, be it Polygon or something else. Our core product that we've built until now is already, as I said, on 5 chains. We're closely following the Polygon CDK strategy. And essentially what it means is that we have those 3 products already being built on a number of those chains. And our strategy is essentially to really roll out tons of product on upcoming CDK chains until we go live on the testnet with the on-chain order book. Our team consists of mainly engineers and product people. One of our co-founders has a legal background, has set up over 40-50 DAOs, and we aim to actively engage with regulators both in Europe and US. We already started specifically on the MiCA end because we generally think DeFi can be, we can show or we can prove rather that DeFi can be sufficiently decentralized to be either out of scope of regulation or kind of help write new regulation for DeFi, because as we all have seen, DeFi currently is really under scrutiny, starting in the US, and most likely it will also expand into other jurisdictions. And I've been in fintech for over 15 years, building regulated fintech products, so this is something we're quite passionate about to bring to DeFi. If you want to know more about us, feel free to go on kiom.io or Kiom Protocol or Kiom Research on Twitter. And thanks for being here.
All right, next we have Haha Wallet.
Just 1 sec. I need to get the demos opened in a different. Oops.
South.
Check, check. All right, hey, I'm Mu. I'm founder of Haha App, and we're building a non-custodial investment platform for retail users. So just a little bit of background. As some of you already know, account abstraction has really sort of changed the paradigm here, where people can actually build much better UX on non-custodial things like wallets and dApps. We're actually using account abstraction somewhat differently. We're actually using it to do trade automation. So we're starting with limit buy, limit sells, auto DCA, basically allow people to really reach feature parity with TradFi and Web2. The other thing we're doing somewhat uniquely is we're actually going to be a launch wallet for Monad Chain, and they're giving us a lot of support. So if you think about the combination here, account abstraction, really good trade user experience combined with the high TPS and low gas fees, it's a really good combination. Monad recently gave us a LOI along with a lot of dedicated support. So we're looking forward to be live on them on day one. So I just wanted to do a quick example demo of sort of how limit orders currently using an account abstraction automation, how that would work. It looks very much like, here, let me press play. So this, we deployed this on Polygon mainnet just to see an example, place the limit cell. You'll notice that it's only one click. You didn't have to do approve, wrap, mathematic, and then do, it's one click, and it feels very much like a seamless Web 2 app, which is our goal. And this is fulfilled super quickly as well. So this, by the way, this video was not sped up. It was played in real time. So let's see, how do I get back to the slideshow? Okay. So essentially, to summarize the problem, right? DeFi trading experience right now is pretty bad on wallets, especially on mobile, which is one reason why retail really hasn't crossed the chasm yet. And we're sort of trying to basically reach feature parity on day one. I think about the investment opportunity here. Basically, it's our superior trade automation combined with Monad's superiority on really being able to overtake the EVM chain. And testnet launch day one. Really, this is a phantom wallet moment where we can capture a lot of users. We're pretty confident of that on day one. But that's just the start. What we're really doing is building that end-to-end experience, right? You have Robinhood, Fidelity, and TradFi, where you just go to one place, one app to do all this. Really, that's how non-custodial platforms have to be in order to reach that mass adoption. And we believe that we're going to be the ones who have a really good shot at doing this. There's a fly here. Long term, what this means is, we're going to expand to other chains as well, and then offer different products as well as the world becomes tokenized, RWAs, tokenized stock. Eventually, we become the super app for personal finance in terms of investment. All this will be tied together with a native token, which encourages use of the app as well as interaction with our platform. So market size, happy to discuss this more further offline, but basically we believe that we can really overtake the TradFi platforms. Team, we're a very nimble team. It's just 4 people full-time. My co-founder, Angel, he's from Banksa, and he's actually worked with, they do fiat on-ramp, off-ramp, and he's worked with hundreds of wallets, so he's very well aware of how to grow an ecosystem. I'm coming from an engineering background, worked for big tech for a couple years in Seattle, and then ended up doing crypto full-time. And then, yeah, we have 2 other very solid engineers as well, and recently we are very proud to announce that Ahmed, from CEO of Bioconomy, is actually an official advisor for us. You've probably heard of them. They're the #1 leader in account abstraction infra. So we ship very quickly, and even with a small team. And we recently, this slide is a little outdated, we actually hit 8,000 active accounts wallets pretty recently. In terms of business model, we believe that we can actually generate more from swaps than a typical wallet can, just because with the trade automation, the limit orders, people will be able to make way more volume automatically. We also believe that because this allows people to make more revenue on their portfolios, we will actually charge a premium subscription monthly fee for that. In terms of, we don't have too much time. Yeah, and then we're raising a seed from strategic investors. We already got a first check from Outlier Ventures. We graduated from the accelerator, a grant from Axelar, and Monad is, like I mentioned, giving us a lot of support as well. So if you are a project looking to integrate with us and get access to the Monad ecosystem on day one, talk to us. And also, if you're an investor interested on getting in on this deal early, email us. Thank you.
All right, next up is cyber finance. Download it.
need to open it with Google Slides.
Download anywhere. Okay. Do you wanna? Okay. Yeah, I guess this should open. 30 seconds. Hopefully the internet is fast enough. Otherwise, it would have been a problem.
Yeah, now it works.
Hello everyone, I'm Led and I'm the founder of Cyber Finance, and we are building an on-chain perpetuals protocol powered by Blast L2 blockchain. And we see a lot of problems right now with existing perpetual exchanges, such as like it's really hard to use them, and you need to pay like 10 times more with comparison with centralized exchanges. And there is no perp-dex that covers you from the like inflation. And we want to solve all of these problems thanks to Blast Yield. And for example, we are implementing a lot of great features such as like gasless trading, like seamless one-click trading using like Bioeconomy SDK. So basically it looks like this. User open the position with mark price like 2,500, and we are sponsoring all of the transactions for him. And after he closes with the same mark price, he still have the same amount of money that he opened the position with without any spending of on the commission, on the gas fees on the network. And basically he receives the same user experience as an centralized exchange. And our approach garnered acclaim, and we processed more than 100 million trading volume in just 7 days after launching on our testnet, and we received more than 50K Twitter followers and around 45K Discord members, basically by partnering with the best projects on Blast. And yeah, that's it. We just like haven't spent anything on the marketing side. We just partnered and being like active in the Blast ecosystem. And in terms of the perpetuals market, you definitely know that it's a huge market, but just friendly reminder that decentralized perpetuals have potential for more than $6.5 trillion to claim from the centralized exchanges. And in terms of our comparison with the best perpetual markets, exchanges out there, we basically try to combine all of the best features. We basically try to combine all of the best features from the best exchanges out there. So you can see that we implemented gasless trading as DYDX or revenue sharing model as GMX. And as I said previously, we are introducing zero fees model. So basically, our users are not paying any fee to interact with our platform. And we already built a website without any funding. So with additional resources, I think like the potential are boundless. And in terms of our roadmap, we are launching mainnet really soon and releasing our token with revenue sharing model in May this year. And after that, we are implementing all of these features such as like gasless trading, GGen mode, copy trading, Telegram bot, and all other stuff. And about utility of our token, you can imagine like usual utilities such as revenue sharing or governance. And we are raising even more, such as like reduced fees for token stakers or using this token as a trading collateral. And in terms of our tokenomics, we are looking to raise like as a private sale for 12%, and we want to distribute around 50% through some marketing events, liquidity bootstrap events, airdrop campaigns, and other stuff as well. And in terms of our seed round, we are looking to raise 1 million at 8.5. We already received checks for like 600K, so there is only like 400K left. And about our team, we have pretty great team of advisors that are pretty recognizable in the NFT space, such like president of youth or core members of TronDAO or founders of the best perpetual protocol on Telegram Open Network. And about our partners, we partnered, as I said previously, with almost like all the best projects on Blast, such as like Thrasher Finance, Blaster Swap, Mangrove Exchange, and even more. So about our team, we have like solid team of 3 people, and we are had experience with DeFi applications in previous a lot. We participated in a lot of different hackathons, and one of our previous best previous DeFi applications called Zeros. It's an NFT protocol powered by Layer 0 ecosystem, and we processed more than 1 million transactions already. And yeah, so I think we have like great possibilities of building the best perpetual DEX out there. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Swapper.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying Token 24 and ETHDubai. So my name is Jody. People call me the money bender. I am the CEO and co-founder at Swapper. So we are spearheading crypto-powered cross-border banking. It's like Western Union, but it's for onshore and offshore companies, and it's a B2B side of business, and starting from Umroh and Hajj industry. And the settlements are using cryptocurrency. Now, sending money is open 24/7. Instant, more affordable, and less limitation. So here are now our investment thesis. We are entering the 689 billion of USD remittance global market, and we have a strong tractions. We have 13.5 million of USD of volume facilitated in the past 1.5 years, and revenue at 0.4% at around 54K USD. And we have robust product. So we have developed 2 intuitive apps, which are the KYB money exchange app and the cross-border Web3 wallet. We have an experienced team, payments, fintech, banking, crypto, Umroh, Hajj veterans, and we are expecting 100 million of USD of volume by the end of the year 2026. Now we are raising $1.5 million of seed funding. So for on and offshore companies, the unavailability, inefficiency, high price, and money movement restrictions create immense problem. Swapper's starting tech segment is the Umroh and Hajj providers in Indonesia. It's a B2B model. So they are the ones who need to send money from Indonesia to Saudi Arabia to pay for hotels and visas. The thing is, if they go to the other alternatives, like banks, for example, they don't operate 24/7. For example, Alfictur, one of our clients, they need to send money right away in Saturday or in Sunday, but the banks all are closed. but the people, the pilgrims, need to go to Saudi tomorrow, so they can't do it with the banks or the other alternatives. And it's inefficient, it takes 1 to 3 days, unaffordable, the currency rates are really high, and there are lots of fees, and it has lots of restrictions. So SAR money movements are highly restricted because of the delays and even blockage. So we help onshore and offshore companies, B2B, to do cross-border transfers, which is open 24/7, instant, more affordable, and less limitations. So the case is the sender and receiver do KYB, and then sender deposits the IDR money to our bank account, and then the sender transfer money to the receiver, and the receiver can can get the money in his wallet, or in his bank account, or in cash in Saudi Arabia. This is one of our major use cases. So introducing Swapper is a crypto-powered cross-border banking ecosystem. We already have 2 apps, the KYB and Money Exchange app, and also Web3 wallet for cross-border banking. Soon, we will open Yield, stablecoin, and our own blockchain technology. So here's how Swapper dominates the competition by offering complete crypto-based remittance solutions. Our niche is helping the B2B Umrah Hajj industry. Unlike the USDT or USDC or even Western Union, in comparison also with bank or wires and transfers, Swapper get all-round solutions from stablecoin, remittance banking, cash-based cross-border transfers, instant yield, B2B solution, and good UI, UX. So we generate revenue by getting spread of currency rate, treasury yield, and yield brokerage fee. From Money Exchange, it's already live. We got spread of currency rate revenue at 0.4 to 2.5% of volume. Here's our market size. Our TAM is 689 billion of USD. Our SAM is 55 billion USD. It's outward and inward remittance from Saudi Arabia. And our sum is remittance between Saudi and Indonesia, which sits around 10.2 billion of USD. So we have proof. We already create and facilitated 13.5 million of USD volumes made through our platforms in 1.5 years of operations in revenue at 0.4%. So we form a great team in banking, cryptocurrency, and Umrah Hajj sector. Myself, Jody, I have 8 years in product management and payments. Our Chief Compliance Officer, Rega, 10 plus years in banking, fintech, and marketing. We also have advisors and technical team like Walid Sadiq, Munir Al-Rifai, and Arya Seta. Software developments and the angel investors and advisory. We have legals in Indonesia, in Saudi and UAE, and we are projecting 100 million of USD of volume by the end of 2026. And also AR around 1 million of USD annually. So now we're raising 1.5 million of USD of seed round, and we already have soft commitments, 300,000 for working capital from Munir, and also soft commitments of 50,000 USD for equity from our angel investor. So this is our investment thesis recap, and it's an all-around product to make ourselves better, become the revolutionizing the cross-border transfers using crypto. So I'd like to tell you more. Please call me Jody, and this is my contact. So people, maybe I just want to ask a bit, if you want to talk with me, please raise your hand a bit. If there is any one of you want to talk with me after this, okay. Thank you very much. So have a nice day for everybody. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Next up is Aspace Protocol.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. Hello everyone, I'm from Aspius and we're doing AI-powered DeFi asset management. So we collected all the buzzwords. Let me explain you what does it actually means. So we started the first with the infrastructure. So to allow like AI-powered agents to be involved in DeFi space, you need to enable first intermediary-free asset management. We go without decentralized party, and that's the problem that we solved. And I'm happy to share it with you. So in traditional finance, majority of funds are under professional management, unlike in crypto. And still, it's good to do it yourself investing. But like my friends from investment banking, for example, they specialize like in special sector, and they're sitting like 24 hours, 7 days a week, and trade only wheat, for example. And it's good to compete with them, but it's better to trust their funds to professionals. But how to do that without the mismanagement, fraud, and third-party issues? That's the first problem that we solved. So also, there is a big shift from CeFi to DeFi is happening with up to like 100 to 150 billion. The industry grew from zero in 4 years. How does it work? So there is Vault that's controlled by Sign Manager, and the future by AI. So right now it's like combined with AI assistant and the strategy and the manual trading from the manager. Users put funds into this vault, basically, and this vault have certain on-chain agreements and rules, similar to like traditional fund term sheet. So it has rules for onboarding and offboarding of funds, collectible fees, controls of the spending, and the list of assets, for example, and list of DAXs that manager is able to use. So we integrated 1inch and autos and top liquidity protocols to get access to all the liquidity venues. And the beauty of this solution is that also manager is not able to drain liquidity from the pool because we integrate the chain link to compare the prices of the swaps. So there is like no trust required, accounting routine is automated, and the beauty of this solution is that you can actually not know who is the manager and still trust your funds to him, and he will not be able to withdraw it. Similar to like centralized exchanges API, when you open the sub-account, give API key to the trader, and he's able to manage the capital without the risk of being like exposed or like withdrawn. So right now we just like launched 1.5 months ago. So we have 25 funds already live on 4 chains, and our TVL grew 200K. But we're still very selective on who is able to join our program, and it's not available for retail. So we're still working on it. We also passed the security audit, and it took us like 1.5 years to build this infrastructure and around like 800 commits on GitHub. Regarding the team, we have from the space of intersection of traditional finance, operations, and software development with combined experience of over like 50 years in these fields. The market is very big, so if you add here real-world assets, and if you actually like think that there might be no brokers or dealers and no one will get loans or will trade against its clients, I think will be a better place. We're charging management fee from as little as 0.05% to 1% on each vault, depending on AUM. We also have the customization services available. We have like special requests from fund entity that wants to go on-chain. And we have the subscription for the Guardian and priority support in case we will need like to help to stop the fraudulent activity. Comparing to other DAO tooling in asset management solution, we're like at the middle of the spectrum. So DAO tooling proved themselves not working because it required a lot of action from everyone, and everyone needs to have a saying, and it's like doesn't work. And for asset management solution, they're mostly like copy trading tools when the manager can change the rules of the contract without passing through the board of directors or shareholders voting. And so we didn't invent the new things. We just bring like the tooling that from TradFi that will be needed in DeFi, and we think that this is something that will benefit the world and common good for the community. So right now we're working on early adopter outreach, so integrating protocols, educating content marketing, launch like affiliate programs, onboarding KOLs. But in the future, We're planning on adding more like partnership to onboard institutions, but it's very hard, and to get to institutions you need to do a lot of work. So we're right now raising 2.7 million via SAF to Save, and we got like, we won 3 hackathons, got through a couple of incubations, got the grants, cost the pre-seed round, and also we become like top 4 projects on ETHCon last year in Montenegro and Super Demo. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lobster Protocol.
Hey everyone, are you still awake? Okay, so I'm Alexis from France, coming from Paris, and I'll pitch you Lobster Protocol, which is the protocol that will show you the decentralized finance in another light. So first of all, if you guys know, there's 97% of the crypto holders that don't generate yields, that don't generate more yields into decentralized finance with their funds. So the question we will ask is why? Because it's like if you were renting an apartment and then 97% of the people who buy apartment don't rent it after buying it. So it's pretty absurd, right? So first, there's 2 types of protocol. I mean, if we separate them. So there is the protocol like lending and staking protocol that are pretty simple to use, but they don't generate lots of yield. We are talking about between 2 and 4% per year when we take the inflation of the token into account. Or there is very, very complex protocol, as you may know, has like Uniswap v3. It's very complex for an individual and also an asset manager to manage his fund into an LP. I was wondering who knows perfectly the formula of the impermanent loss, and almost no one knows it, so it shows how complex it is. So the best solution into DeFi would be like a really passive solution that can generate yields on top of the solution has liquidity providing, but as simple as if you were doing staking. So that's the point of Lobster. So Lobster, we are a protocol already live. We have more than 100,000 TVL launched like 2 months ago. And we are a combination of 3 different things. So first of all, and because we really like the value of the ecosystem, we are still a protocol with a 30 seconds to invest, 100% liquid, and investment from $1 minimum amount. Second of all, and that's the point, guys, we are making liquidity providing as simple as if you were doing staking. And this shows how you can go into a liquidity pool with only 1 token deposit. So we are a single asset protocol deposit, and we manage multi-protocol strategy through the best, so Uniswap v3 and AAV. And we are using predictive models with output computation to manage your LPs. And if you're not already convinced about predictive models, let me just show you this thing. So this is a backtesting of someone who's trying to do LPs on Uniswap v3. So basically, most of the people lose money, but they won't really know because it's not very clear on Uniswap how much money you get compared to the impermanent loss. But anyway, this is what you can get with the protocol that are only automated protocol and doesn't bring any intelligence into DeFi. So you generate yields, but you still have lots of drop down. It's you know, a bit risky, but you still gain money. And this is what you can get with the predictive models, such as IA, such as off-chain computation with lots of data, etc. That's the goal. You get very few drop-downs, and you get more yield than if you were doing staking with a single asset. And if Lobster was only this, then we would be competitors with lots of protocol trying to make yields, right? But Lobster is way more than this, because we are a new abstraction layer for DeFi investors. So we combine the Web 2 performance and the Web 3 security by this. So basically, we compute the off-chain part of our algorithm, and then we have a predefined whitelist address on our smart contract, and that's what makes us really non-custodial, and we don't need a regulation for that. And basically, Lobster is pretty much a hub for DeFi investors to create new strategy for B2B, because we've made the general algorithm that can create new strategy on top of any token and any level of risk, because the level of risk depends of the underlying pool, right? And so right now we already launched. We are raising $2 million in SAFT, so that's also the reason why we are in Dubai right now, is because we are selling our token in pre-sale. So if you guys are interested, we have a 10 million valuation, some vesting, etc., and the TGE at the end of the year. And this is just a part of the team. We are more than 6 right now, and we have advisors like, you know, Ledger, the hardware key. We have one of the co-founder advisor. We know them well. We are in the French ecosystem, and we are trying now to be more international. So that's pretty much all of it. Thank you for listening to us, and feel free to talk to us later.
Right, thank you. Next up, we have EC Mint.
Hi, my name is Max, and I'm from EC Mint, and I'd like to help onboard the next billion users into Web3 via mining. So out of the 7+ billion people alive today, less than 500 million are into Web3. And so we take a fresh approach to how to bring these people in using the resources they already have and getting around the barriers that exist to keep them out. So why are they not in yet? Bitcoin, of course, is the market leader, but to obtain the new Bitcoin that's mined every day, you need special equipment. Proof of stake coins, you have to already own the coins to participate in the staking rewards, and increasingly KYC barriers keep the unbanked and underbanked out. So how do we get these people in? The solution is an innovative proof of work protocol that has been out since 2019 that I volunteer for, called Epic Private Internet Cash, or Epic Cash. And it uses an innovative polyphasic proof of work multi-algorithm system that enables multiple algorithms to operate simultaneously, targeting different hardware types. So 48% of the blocks run on CPU, 48% run on GPU, and 4% on ASIC. It can handle any number of arbitrary algorithms, or any arbitrary number of algorithms. That's just what is configured there today. So in order to participate, all you need is electricity, which everybody has, and a laptop or desktop. Now, what we've created is a solution where people can mine and then off-ramp their value to mobile top-up or App Store credit, thanks to our partners Change Now and DT1. The market opportunity here is that there's 3 billion unbanked and underbanked people. The installed base of CPU and GPU is about 6 billion. That's what we're targeting as phase 1. And then there's 8 billion mobile devices. The market cap of crypto right now is about 2.5 trillion. We'll probably get to 7 or even 10 on this cycle. So for every person that's into Web3 right now, there's 15 that are not in yet, and this is a unique strategy to bring them in. How are we going to bring them in? We think we can bring them in for a near zero acquisition cost through a unique Tell a Friend program, where when you start mining, you enter a referral code, and whoever referred you gets 15% of the coins that you mine. Whoever told them gets 5%, and whoever referred them gets 2%. So basically, what we do is we take 1 out of 3 mined coins, and we pay 22% of those out to the marketing downline. Now, this is going to be bootstrapped by the current Epic community, which is live in 100 countries. There's about 4,000 on Telegram and slightly under 4,000 on Twitter. The business model, in addition to the revenue share from the mining rewards, is exchange fees. When they off-ramp to either mobile data credit or gift cards or other crypto, there's a fee stream there. In terms of team, I dropped out of Stanford. I put myself through college trading ink cartridges and eventually built a company that operates today as toner.com. One of the core devs for the Epic protocol, Patrick. We have an operations guy and a marketing guy, so we have what we need to hit the ground running. And we're looking for 200K in seed funding as a safe with a token warrant. That gets us to MVP and operational, and we don't think we'll need much more funding beyond that. So if this sounds good and you want to help bring billions of people into Web3, let's do it together. Email me at max@epic.tech. Thanks.
Thank you, Max. Now we have Quill audits. Okay. I think it's probably this one.
You'll have to switch it on? Okay. ऑन करेंगे Let me know when it's working.
Right. Do we have Yodel Finance? Okay, I think we'll continue with Mutopy.
Thank you. Hello again. It's me, I'm back, but now I'm presenting. Welcome everyone. I hope you're having a nice day and seeing the things you want to see. My name is Agus. It's not changing here, there. I was a software engineer for 10 years, I still am, and a product manager for 4 years, and a gamer for like 30 plus years. I'm not gonna tell you my real age. I'm now here to talk to you about Mutopy. Mutopy, it's an augmented reality game, role-playing game, that takes place in the real world, and I could have thrown like metaverse in there, but it seemed a little bit excessive. But of course, there are many augmented reality games in the market already. Some of them pretty popular, or some of them not that much. But the only thing that they have in common is that basically they are fueled by like an already pre-established intellectual property. They give you like an in-game avatar. So there goes your immersion. It's not augmented reality anymore. You're like just a character moving around. And then they give you like a small mini-game, some sort of mini-game, like feels like a proof of concept for an augmented reality proof of concept. Something that it might be fun at the beginning, but then it gets stale the moment that players realize that there is nothing else to do. So Mutopy, it's also a game, but what I'm trying to make here is like, what if a game had a purpose behind? And it's already been pointed out today here about the team, like I think Rebel was. They were talking about basically how the next generation is not coping with the ways that we used to do the things, the way we used to do things. So there is a need to have like a shift in how people live their lives. Basically, what we are seeing is like the fall down of, I'm not trying to sound extremist here, but like there is a shift in how things used to work. We are seeing like the fall down of the labor market, people like rejecting the hustle culture, the so-called the quiet quitting. Yeah, the younger generations are entering the job market, and they basically are refusing to cope with having like a 9-to-6 job because it feels like dead to them. Not to mention the people that are barely making enough to live or to survive, and the financial inequality that we see around the world. It's basically the same things that fuel DeFi or GameFi are things that could be solved by just a game. What I'm saying here is picture this augmented reality role-playing game taking place in the real world. So the world is your playground. And now it's basically Pokemon Go and Dungeons & Dragons had a baby, okay? So it's a game with actual deepness happening in the real world. And what if we power all that up with Web3 technology? What we have there It's basically a really deep game with a lot of things to do, where you have the ownership of your actual digital assets, your items, your skills, your traits, your character traits, and you're free to do with them whatever you want. You are not lending your assets from game developers or game development companies. You're owning the things that you earn through the game and the things that you make in the game. And at the same way, having these things on-chain pave the way for cross-platform interactions, so maybe between different IPs or upcoming titles or whatever comes next. So yeah, the solution that we're proposing is basically just a game, okay? But it's a game that actually embrace life beyond the grind of work, where next generations can try to find a new way to be, or new paths through, make a living out of things they like to do instead of just grinding an office job. And the same for being a gateway to those that are unbanked or those that live in economies that are underdeveloped or very unstable. And why a game, you may ask? Basically, games had set the precedent of leading the way when it comes to adoption of new technology. If we take Pong, for example, in 1974, it basically was the catalyst to owning a PC at home. Fast forward a few years, and you have Pokemon Go showing us the augmented reality or these kind of games actually can lead people to go outside and play games. And the same for games like Taxi, which is and its impact on countries like Thailand or the Philippines, where people were actually making a better living out of the things that they got in game. So, on top of all of this, this is just a start of the basic game loops that are going to lead to players to have basically a new type of economy, an economy driven by the actual community playing the game and by actual demand of the things that are being commercialized there. And on top of that, there is our revenue model is meant to be based on the transactions fee. So basically, all the trading that is going on the marketplace or trading among players is going to be, there's going to be a transaction fee for them. The same for seasonal contents or follow-up expansions. And there is another thing that we're doing, which is actually going on, it's already started, is the development live stream. We are streaming the entire development process live on Twitch every day. There is another outlet for the community to hang out there, help shape the actual game, suggest ideas, or just be part of a whole community and the conversation. So that's another part of the revenue model. We have subscriptions, we have the community donations, we have our revenue, all on top of the actual community. Right now, we're looking for investors and partners. We have an initial angel investment of $4,000. We're looking for funding to grow the team and accelerate the development. This is the money allocation, how we are planning to basically throw everything at the team. Some research as well, because of technology, AR technology is not quite there yet, but we would like to keep doing research on that. We're a small team. We're just 4 people. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, if you feel like you want to, you have some ideas or suggestions, I will be live on Twitch every day. So feel free to just drop by and send your suggestions. Thank you. Enjoy.
Right, thank you for that. Do we have someone from Cadmos in the house? Okay, I guess with that we can call it a break for lunch, and then we reassemble at 2 for a panel talking about tokenization and bringing institutional investors. I think that basically translates to BlackRock buying your bags. So I guess we'll see you at 2 o'clock then. I think everyone can proceed for the lunch. Thank you.
Okay, folks. Hope you had a good lunch. We're gonna get started with the next panel. It's tokenization and bringing institutions to DeFi. Guys, whenever you're ready, stage is all yours.
Yeah, come on. I don't think we have time for that. So to dive right in, we can do a quick round of introductions, and then we'll jump in. We're covering tokenization and institutional investors in DeFi. I'm Gareth from Owl Ventures. I'm also a DeFi architect and a former lawyer turned on-chain degen. So yeah.
Hey guys, Ben Lakoff, partner at Bankless Ventures. So you've heard of the podcast. We also launched a fund last year.
Hey, I'm Sean Martinak. I work at Coinbase Asset Management, and I run a tokenization platform called Project Diamond.
Hi, I'm Jignesh Ved from Comtech Gold, and we have designed the first real-world asset backed by 100% gold, which is highest purity of 4 nines.
Hello. My name is Momir. I've been with IRSG Ventures since 2020. IRSG is a crypto investment firm. We've been in the space since 2017. Did a lot of stuff around Ethereum over the past 5 years, and yeah, happy to be here.
So tokenization, we've been hearing about it since the days of security token offerings and all the STO infrastructure that never materialized. Last cycle, we started to see the likes of Centrifuge and Goldfinch bringing some assets on chain. I don't think it's quite there yet in terms of institutional adoption. So how have we progressed since then? Where are we now? How do you see this path towards tokenization of real-world assets on chain?
I can lead off. I mean, how many people in here own stablecoins? Just by show of hands. How many have tokenized treasuries or something like that? What about any other kind of RWA? I mean, yeah, pretty good. So I think like remembering that stablecoins are still like tokenized real world assets, and they probably have the best product market fit of anything within crypto. So where we were 7 years ago versus now, like tremendous adoption from a stablecoin perspective, but that's kind of like the softball answer to this whole thing. I think like in the past couple years, the tokenized treasuries, I guess whenever treasury rate increased, I mean, there's like $1.2 billion of tokenized treasuries. Now you have somebody like BlackRock coming in and tokenizing treasuries and putting $300 million of assets on chain. So we're making progress, but a lot of times, especially within crypto, the timeline is the missed expectation versus reality. So we're making some progress, but these guys can probably talk a little bit better on it.
So basically, the evaluation of real-world tokenization asset have been, taking various factors into consideration. So basically, a lot of changes have been happening, in the regulatory landscapes, where a lot of regulators are now looking into it in more detail and more specific requirements that they are coming up with. And there are various tokenization platforms, the selection of the asset class that we need to actually go into RWA, and what kind of a fractional ownership that asset will give you. And based on all these things, then what are the compliances, governance, framework, has evolved over a period of time. And with this, all these aspects, it's giving the stakeholder a lot of opportunities to, taking their risk appetite and selecting the assets that they need to take their bet on.
I can give a brief history. We invested first time in Centrifuge in 2020, and we doubled down last year. But to be honest, back then it was a little bit too early for what Centrifuge was doing. Centrifuge, I think they're the first project that kind of, together with MakerDAO, coined the RWA acronym, and early on they were trying to kind of classify this non-crypto collateral in Maker and choose this term, right? But back then, obviously, it was totally different environment. We had almost zero interest rate environment, and crypto yield was accelerating very high. So we had DeFi summer in 2020. We have double-digit crypto native yield. So RWA wasn't the hottest product, especially because they were offering private credit. That also introduced some off-chain TradFi infra risk, and also lack of transparency. But I guess this bear market that we just came out from kind of opened the opportunity for RWA. Firstly, we had interest rates in traditional markets getting to 5% level, and secondly, crypto yield was close to nothing. So projects started to look how to basically get access to this off-chain yield. Maker, again, was the first one to kind of start this shift. They basically converted their balance sheet from non-productive USDT that also has some underlying risk, as we were able to see in March last year, to productive T-bills. So they were basically a real-world asset protocol in the bear market, having most of their revenue generated from there. Now we are again back to crypto yield, being the major point of discussion. Obviously, you probably all heard about ETHDubai and what they've been doing with basis trade and stuff. So RWA might not be the hottest thing at the moment, but it's definitely not going anyway. I think first, interest rates are not going back to zero. Projects realize that why don't we do the same thing as Maker? So there is so much interest now from large treasuries to convert to T-bills, and since they already have this off-chain risk of USDC, like why don't we earn anything or something on it? And I think the last component of it is that there is now like so much wealth that has been generated on-chain over the past decade and a little bit more, right? And eventually this money is going to look to diversify slightly. So I think from that angle, RWA also is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I might, I guess I'll frame it a different way, which is I think that tokenization as a whole can be kind of broken down into a couple of categories. One of them are the digital twins that we're seeing today, right? And digital twins existing in two infrastructures at once can be very useful because it unlocks certain features, but it also comes with the cost of having to manage both environments. So you look at where there's some adoption for that. I mean, Ben was pointing to stablecoin because it had tremendous utility, and it also really gained that initial adoption at a time when capturing 100% of the net interest margin from the yield, the collateral underlying these assets was not a big deal because interest rates were zero. And then as soon as interest rates went up, you saw the on-chain world be restricted from capturing those interest rates. So there was demand for tokenized money market fund and wrapped vehicles that were going to import that yield. So digital twins work in that case when you're restricted and you need to make two copies to get access. I would argue, and this is kind of our focus as a platform, that that's a first step in the tokenization path, but the next step is to create digitally native instruments, because what the broader capital markets need, and keep in mind they're at least 200 times larger than the current total capital base inside crypto, maybe 500 times larger. What that capital market needs to really enter this infrastructure is they need an efficiency gain. And it's not going to show up in terms of massive, we were talking about this earlier, 100x returns. It's going to show up in terms of an extra 10 basis points on your yield because the margins have improved and the operational efficiency has improved. And that comes from creating instruments from their birth through their entire life cycle as highly automated as possible and maturing them on a blockchain, and that's where those property rights live. So it's about migrating from the old infrastructure actually natively into the new infrastructure for the broad capital markets that often come with that regulatory umbrella as a necessity. So we need a regulatory unlock. We need to take the next step in building that technology. Our team is pushing on that, and there's plenty of others that are pushing on it as well, and I think that will be the next phase that we can build on top of what's already been established with things like stablecoin.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, and as we've seen it evolve over time, it's gone from stable coins backed by on-chain assets, then you started to see the yield in real-world assets higher than being the DeFi yield. So it shifted to stablecoins backed by real-world assets. Now it's shifting back a little bit to on-chain yields, but actually we're moving more towards centralized structures on that, even with things like Athena, which is more a kind of seed centralized DeFi play, and probably more akin to tokenization. So I think, yeah, we have seen a lot of what you're calling digital twins, and it's an interesting point that it's probably going to be new products that are the next wave of tokenization. What do you see as the future of tokenization of assets on chain? What have we not seen yet? What do you want to see?
I can just quickly, I mean, I think you mentioned it. It's not going to be like this crazy token that 100x's. It's going to be these tiny like efficiency gains that are very, very profound with large amounts of capital, but they're incredibly not sexy. It's
for
a digital
DJs,
ledger.
but maybe for institutions.
Yeah, the other thing you will see is as that infrastructure gets built and it proves that there are efficiency gains available, the thing about this new infrastructure is it's much more widely applicable. So I think about capital markets today as like an iceberg, and really as big as they are, we only see what's above the surface. Under the surface, when you lower activation frictions and you expand access and you get more of a common global public infrastructure for finance, you're going to start to see intellectual property rights, all sorts of different categories and smaller packages of assets start to be able to be turned into products that fit into different business models. And so like we could unlock a tremendous amount of capital markets activity just by applying new tools to a wider set of things.
And I think that's one of the most interesting aspects of it that we discussed, that, yeah, the products themselves might not be as interesting for on-chain natives and that side of things, but you're still going to get exposure to that if you're suddenly having trillions of dollars of assets secured on a chain in TVL, a lot of activity there, millions of transactions. That's going to flow through to the L1s and L2 networks that these are built on top of.
Yeah, so basically for the future of the on-chain tokenization, basically the asset tokenization needs to expand. We see is a lot of increasing in the liquidity and then introduction to the DeFi network. These are the major aspects which needs to be looked upon and worked upon.
I think Sean is probably best to comment on this one. I'm not sure what's going to be possible because of the regulatory hurdle, but I definitely can be very creative with the ways how traditional infrastructure interacts with DeFi. But for instance, we had this, we have this project called Backed Finance. Last year, at least, I remember that they were talking about tokenizing any asset, like not just T-bills, but also bringing tokenized stocks, so you can trade ideally tokenized Coinbase on Uniswap or something like that, right? But then there is always this issue: who is going to take this risk of offering non-KYC users this asset? They had the idea that they attract some institutions, market makers, to basically mine these token standards that represent traditional stocks, and then expected them to bring it on-chain. But obviously, these are all institutions that are not willing and to accept this risk, and it's very hard to bootstrap these new markets. I think Coinbase is definitely, actually, Base chain is in a unique position over here. Everybody is now trying to find some comfort over there, like being in close proximity to Coinbase, which is an industry giant, and like just doing everything according to regulations. So there is this idea that we would be able to onboard some of the Coinbase KYC users to tokenized products where they don't have to have this friction of like doing KYC whenever they want to interact with some products. I think that's interesting, and overall I feel long-term future. We build so many interesting financial products around ETH. We can use this like financial innovation, this DeFi composability also around real-world assets eventually when there is liquidity, right? But how do we get there? That's something that is still not clear.
So at least Sean's building for them, but these institutional investors in DeFi, are they in the room with us right now?
It's a great question.
Where are they? And what do we need to do to bring them on chain?
Yeah, I think, Momir just made a great point. One thing I think is really important, we're trying to focus on it, but it takes a lot of, it takes excellent partners and kind of, honestly, service providers to be wrapped around the table. I think one thing you're going to need is you need to be able to backward integrate with the installed base of SaaS that runs traditional finance if you want to bring those institutions in. And that's their EMS and their execution and order management systems. It's the general ledger that the entire company across all these asset classes puts all of their instruments on. It's the compliance systems that have to be satisfied before they can do anything. So building something lightweight that works for unrestricted individuals who are technologically native is great for experimentation, but it isn't backward compatible into what already powers the global economy. And I think as we're seeing more startups that are focused on Web3 native accounting, but translating that into a GAAP standard, and being able to integrate with the OMS that's the most popular OMS in the world, and those types of things, you're going to start to see digitally native instruments or RWAs show up on somebody's computer screen who's a trader or making a capital decision alongside the traditional instruments. And when we start seeing that, that's kind of the bridge that gets built that allows those investors to show up in this room and say, what's new? What can we buy? What should we be doing? We're here for competitive reasons. But in fairness, it feels like we're at least 3 steps away from that. And so we're just trying to make sure we're walking in the right direction.
I think for me personally, like you guys mentioned, this marginal efficiency of using blockchain infrastructure. For me personally, it was funny, like when crypto ETFs launched, like how actually obsolete the financial infrastructure in traditional finance is. Like we had to wait for about 24 hours in first days to figure out what was actually the inflow, what was actually the volume. And apparently there's just a bunch of people doing Excel inputs and then kind of aggregating these tables and telling us the results the next day. I think we are just working with much better infra. Like we are used to getting real-time info and verifying it on-chain, like ETHScan, Dune Analytics, and whatnot, right? I think there are so many of these inefficiencies in traditional finance, even starting from the core of the whole traditional finance. If you just look how treasury bills are issued by United States government, it's so many intermediary layers. Like it's actually funny, like for somebody who is crypto native and used to interact with DeFi and knows how DeFi works, to look into this infrastructure. But then again, like how this transition is going to happen, it's still unsolved. Like we had this example of BlackRock launching Ethereum fund. And again, funny things happen. Like as soon as people figure out what was their address, they started spamming them with meme coins. They sent them the money that was washed in Tornado Cash. Like it was a true headache for anybody in BlackRock compliance team. So I think there is still a long way to go for these infrastructures to converge to a point where actually TradFi is comfortable. Obviously, that will require some level of privacy and not getting spammed by meme coins. But overall, like 5 to 10 years, there is no doubt in my mind that we are working with much better infrastructure, and that there is just so much efficiency to be gained by switching to on-chain.
Yeah, basically, I agree to Sean, and so what we have done is in the Comtech Gold, what we have done is we have tried to merge between the Web2 and Web3, where what we do is we actually take the physical asset, we take them, then we keep it in the secured vault, and once we have these things, there are the transgrant receipts which are given by DMCC, which is the Dubai government, and those receipts we tokenize it. So when we are tokenizing those receipts, they have been tokenized on a multi-sig vault. So we have built you can say a regulatory framework over there, where there is a proper governance by Dubai government, where they verify the on-chain transactions, and once they are then the tokens are minted, and then all the transactions which are being taken place are being verified online.
Maybe just a quick one to finish off, as I think we have a few minutes. So if we're building out these regulated platforms with restricted access to them, but it's utilizing blockchain technology, is this really
bringing institutional investors to DeFi, or is this something entirely different? Is it still DeFi? Yeah, I'd say it's bringing on-chain aspects to institutionals.
Yeah, they're hybrid systems, right? A truly decentralized financial infrastructure that doesn't abide by any regulatory constraints. Personally, I almost see it as a new academia. It's like it's a zone of experimentation. It's really exciting and creative, but it doesn't scale to the national level because sovereigns that set up nations and create stability in a nation, they require a sort of control over a rule set. And so you've got to figure out where you have that open environment of experimentation, where you have the more closed environment for scaling capital under a security paradigm. And we're flirting with the boundaries between these things. We're probing at them, trying to figure out how they're going to land. It'll take probably decades.
Yeah, I think it's probably some sort of dual system where you have the regulatory side that's not really DeFi, and then what we call DeFi today is more a test bed for experimenting with the smart contract side, the product side, and building out.
But truly a live experiment, because you're talking about billions of dollars in this test bed. So you get real game theoretic outcomes. You have true engagement from people that are dedicating careers and lives to building in that ecosystem because it's profitable for them. But it's not the same thing as saying that's the scale of the global capital markets.
Yeah.
So basically, my view is that any institution to come into on-chain and selecting the asset class, they still rely on the core banking systems. And the best part is that recently with HSBC, announcing their gold tokenization platform, which is now attracting a lot of interest for institutions to actually come and participate in on-chain selecting the on-chain asset class and investing into them.
Probably if we look at the strictest definition of DeFi, then the answer is no. Is BlackRock doing DeFi? I don't think so. It's some maybe transparent FI, but there are many elements that are just not DeFi over there. And I think institutional money is everywhere in crypto, like from venture funds, hedge funds that are doing basis trading, momentum trading or whatnot, right? Like to all these exchanges that are funded by institutional money. Now institutional money going into Bitcoin ETFs, institutional money trading CME futures. It's all over the place, but can we say that institutional money is in DeFi by the strict definition? I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's similar to what we saw over the years with kind of enterprise blockchain solutions. It's now being built on public blockchains. There's transparency there. There's openness in that sense. And I think, Sean, we discussed it a bit earlier, but we're probably likely to see more retail-focused yet traditional finance solutions being built out on-chain. But I think in terms of decentralization, it's probably not even the end goal for most of the institutions. It's more towards transparency, I would say. Okay, I think we're probably out of time. So,
thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, gang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dude, help me connect.
Should I take this? This one?
The audio, we don't need the audio. Yeah, I think you just have to connect the HDMI, right? That's what you were doing it. This is also gonna work?
No, this is for charger.
Okay. Let me know when you can. What's happening? Dude. What's happening?
Can we go back?
Yeah, you can minimize. Dude, don't tell me that changed again. So that was a technical disruption, and things seem to be working now. So I'll begin. Hi, I'm Akshat. I am the technical product manager for Quill Shield, and it's our latest flagship product. So before we get into the product, let me tell you something about Quill audits. So we are a smart contract auditing agency. We perform layer 1 blockchain audits and smart contract audits for your DeFi projects and other things. So this is our latest flagship product. It brings the same experience that we provide in our manual audits to a platform that's powered by AI. Now, let me walk you through the product ecosystem. This is going to be a little different because I don't have a pitch deck ready. I'll be walking you guys through what we provide as part of our security ecosystem. So the first thing that we have here is an AI-powered smart contract auditor. We have our own AI that's been trained on vulnerable set of contracts. So without boring you much, I'll get to the product demonstration quickly. So if you can see the dashboard, I'm not sure why that's not showing up here. Is that another technical glitch? Hey, can you hear me? Dude, I need your help again. Okay, I see. It seems like it's a bit slow. So you guys will have to bear with it. So here's a dashboard. In the dashboard, you can create your own project. And there are 3 different ways of creating a project. You can import verified smart contracts. You can upload something from your own device. Or you can import something from GitHub. So for you guys, I have a project ready. So I'll get straight into it. So when you look at the interface, it is quite familiar, especially if you're a dev. It's quite similar to VS Code. You've got your interface over here and a directory tree. So the auditing process is quite simple. On the top right, you have this Audit Now button, and it's going to take a few seconds to calculate the credits. So credits is how we calculate how much money is being spent for your smart contract audits. So there are two types of audits that you can perform on a platform. If you can see, this will audit the current file if I select it. Or if you want to go for the full project audit, this is the option that you have to select. So since it's costing me the same, I'm just going to go for the full project audits here and click Proceed. So it's going to take about a period of 5 to 10 seconds, and in some time, you should have an audit report. Yeah, so let's wait together. OK, we do have something. Let's find out. Oh, it's a reentrancy vulnerability. So the way this audit report is working is each of the vulnerabilities is going to snap to exactly where the vulnerability exists, and you're going to get a description. Now, this description is not something general that you would say about reentrancy. It's not explaining reentrancy to you. It's explaining how this exists in your smart contract. And that's because of our own fine-tuned LLM that we have trained. And it's reading through your smart contracts to understand this vulnerability, and it's giving you a remediation, which is quite long and exhausting. And I don't want to read it. So here are two things you can do. You can either fix this yourself, or you can use your autofix, which is available for a select few vulnerabilities. So let's see how that works. And it seems the autofix has fixed it. But to really check, you got to hit Audit Now again. OK, let's go. And yay, 0 vulnerabilities. So that was a pretty simple demonstration of what this tool is capable of. We have over 80 detectors. At the moment, we cannot really figure out really complex business logic bugs in your smart contracts, but that's where we are going with it. Now, in the pipeline at the top, you're going to see manual audits. So because we are an auditing company, this is going to put you straight into the pipeline. Let's say you do not trust AI-powered audits. You're going to head straight to our manual audits, and you can get that done. But let's say you don't want that. We're going to have monitoring and incident response. So monitoring is, again, going to use some AI-powered models to detect the transactions in the mempool and how they're interacting with the smart contract. And if there's any sort of hack that could potentially happen, our incident response tools are going to come in, and they're going to act as a circuit breaker. So that's going to stop the attacks from happening, and that's post-deployment security for you. And that's what Quill Shield is at the moment, I guess. Yeah. So any questions? OK. So yeah, that's it. That's pretty much what Quill Shield is, and we are launching today. If you guys are interested, please check it out at our booth. Thank you.
All right, do we have Euclid in the house? Euclid? OK, yeah.
Test, test. Is it showing? Cool. Okay. Hello, guys. I'm George, the founder of Euclid Swap. What Euclid Swap is attempting is to be able to build the first modular, unified, and accessible liquidity layer across the entire blockchain. So first of all, what is our vision? First of all, simplification. Right now, with Cosmos, with Substrate, with layer 2s, liquidity is getting more and more fragmented everywhere. So there's no source of truth, and liquidity and the fragmentation of liquidity is causing huge fragmentation, which is causing high slippage, bad user experience, and basically an unusable layer for perps, lending protocols to be able to use on any chain, right? So most users and traders, like arbitrage bots, our day traders would prefer to go to a centralized exchange to do their trades, especially if it's high volume, like 10K plus. So what we're trying to solve is to create a decentralized layer where we can offer the lowest slippage and the best price. First of all, let's talk about the problem. As we said, fragmented liquidity causes problems for three main stakeholders. First of all, we have the users. So the users on any chain, whether you're on Solana, Ethereum, except for the top 15 protocols, experience very high slippage and a very high barrier to usage, especially if you need to bridge tokens from one place to another, or if you have a few tokens here and there, it's hard to unify them in one place and do a trade. Second of all, chains are fighting a zero-sum game of liquidity. Now, we have a research paper I think you'll be able to see, but basically, over the last 2 years, the TVL in decentralized exchanges did not grow at all, 0. While the TVL in DeFi has grown tenfold, right? So what's happening is the chains, each one is building their own DEX, and then they're all fighting for the same liquidity. And the winners are the top 0.1% of protocols of over 3,000 centralized exchanges, and they're getting all the liquidity from the smaller protocols, and the smaller protocols are dying slowly, while the bigger are getting more and more of a monopoly, right? So that's a zero-sum game, and no chain benefits from this. And third of all, DeFi apps, as we talked, have no modular liquidity, deep liquidity they can access for DeFi lending cross-chain. Now, what is the Euclid solution? What we're trying to do? We're trying, we're trying to create unified cross-chain liquidity, which will first allow users to benefit from the lowest slippage across any exchange and the most accessible liquidity. You don't bridge, you don't choose the chain. It's like using just Binance or Coinbase. Just trade with a wallet. And finally, for DeFi apps, lending, perpetual protocols, any layer 2 DeFi will be able to tap into this liquidity using a very easy API to be able to basically increase the margin of profits, of course, and the revenue, plus decrease slippage and bad experience for the users. So usually we have the normal cross-product AMM, and it's basically you have two pools with each 100K of liquidity, and then you trade on one, and you have high slippage because you have 100 here and 100 there, and you cannot trade on 200, although it exists. Then you have cross-chain swaps, which we have seen a lot, and basically you have two pools, same thing, but now you can swap on one chain, bridge to the other, and it's pretty simple right now, and then swap on, and sometimes swap on the second pool as well, so you're getting still the same amount of slippage, if not more. And third of all, this is our new model, which is we're aiming to build. We have pools on each and every chain, whichever chain we can, and basically it's all unified virtually and on one hub, which is one chain, so it's all decentralized. And basically this allows you to trade on 200K of liquidity on any chain you want using our Euclid messaging protocol. And this basically brings you 50% lower slippage, better user experience, and more accessible liquidity. Now, how does it work? Really quick. Basically, you can deploy a pool on any chain that we integrate. It takes like 5 minutes. And then you're able to directly connect using our messaging protocol and model with the virtual liquidity pool that exists right now on Nibiru, which is on the Cosmos ecosystem. And I'll explain why. And when you connect to it, that's it. You can directly do any trade from any chain and tap into all the liquidity. And any new chain could come in And rather than building their own DAX, fighting for liquidity, doing partnerships, could tap into all of this liquidity at once. Okay, so why now and why we chose the Cosmos to build? First of all, Cosmos is growing bigger really fast. In the last 12 months, it has seen an increase in 10 plus new layer ones and over 30 plus new DeFi apps, right? And all of these require liquidity, and all of these require pools, require mostly modular liquidity to be able to interact, right? Or else most of them will become useless in a year or two. And that's the truth we have seen right now with majority of protocols, and a very few do succeed. So right now, and also, sorry, Cosmos also has IBC, which is inter-blockchain communication, which allows all the chains to communicate really easily without any centralized bridge. And you can go outside of Cosmos as well to EVM, Solana, whatever you want. So total available market, so this is like the total available market, but we have, on Cosmos you have 1 billion in TVL, in decentralized exchanges only. On Ethereum you have 10 billion, Solana 1.3 billion, that's excluding rollups, L2s, Polygon, all of that stuff. So the market is big, but it's all fragmented. We're trying to unify all of this. So we're building on Nibiru. First of all, we got a grant from Nibiru to build this on their chain. Their chain specifically for DeFi, which has, I think, a maximum of 40K TPS per transactions per second. We have a massive support from their team. Some of their team are our advisors as well. And they have strong KOL partnerships, and I think they can help us infuse all this liquidity to grow. Now our traction, as we said, we already got a grant from Nibiru. They will also have an MOU to bring between 250 and 1 million of liquidity as soon as we launch from Nibiru. And we committed, now it's here at 15, but we now reached 40% of our pre-seed committed. And we also we are finalizing partnerships with other chains as well, so we can launch as much chains as possible. So the team, very quickly, myself, I have 4+ years of experience in blockchain development, mostly in the Cosmos ecosystem. Before that, I have a dev shop called Athena. We worked with over 10+ startups in the space. And Sean is the head of growth. He basically founded a leads company for Web3. He also helped over 5+ DeFi companies grow from 5 to 10 million in TVL. So our advisors, we have Ramzi Danawi, I think he's here as well. And he's CEO and founder of Unbundle. He has access to capital, members, and he supports us in fundraising and operations. And we have Hus, which is a KOL in the Cosmos space. And he's big there, and he helps us partnerships with chains and go-to-market strategy. So Athena, our team is working on the project. We've worked with over 12+ teams in the space, such as Shade Protocol, Angel Protocol, Andromeda, AADAO. These are mostly Cosmos projects, but we also worked outside of Cosmos. So our roadmap is pretty simple. Now it's changed a bit, but that's the old version. But basically, we're closing our pre-seed right now. And by summer, we're aiming to go to testnet. And hopefully by Q4 2024, we'll be able to deploy on mainnet. And we're closing our seed round after we launch on testnet. And yeah. Revenue model is very similar for Uniswap governance token or Osmosis. Basically, we take a basis fee, a 3-point basis fee, depending on the pool, of course, from each transaction. And 50% goes to liquidity providers, 20% to treasury, and 30% to stakers that stake the token. Now, our pre-seed total is around 600K, which is 8.5% of supply. And the valuation is at $7.5 million. Investing, we also changed that. It's now 4-month cliff because we want to be in the bull run, and a 18 months vesting schedule, linear vesting. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up, do we have Catapulta in the house? Catapulta? All right. After that is Trade Finex. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Chano from Trade Phoenix. So Trade Phoenix is a DApp under the XDC network itself. So XDC is a layer 1 blockchain, which is EVM compatible and is enterprise grade itself. So Trade Phoenix is a DApp within XDC. What it does is it focuses on the trade finance space itself. So it does focusing on RWA. So what it does is it connects both exporters as well as the lenders itself. And the main focus in terms of exporters which we have are more on the MSME market itself. So the main reason why we are focusing on MSMEs is because they actually have higher costs for capital itself. So I think what we want to do is we want to empower and enable the smaller firms in their trade finance endeavors itself. So why XDC for trade finance itself? So the main reason why we chose XDC, besides being funded by them, is also because for XDC is MIRITA compliant. So MIRITA is a standard in which it will enable digital trade finance itself. So our blockchain is MIRITA compliant, and we see this as an avenue of growth in the space of trade finance itself. And why? So what is the use of blockchain in trade finance? I think the main purpose of blockchain in trade finance is that so that the trade finance receivables, since the transactions are immutable, so that we can actually confirm that all these documents, the trade finance documents such as the bills of lading, are not double presented for financing itself. So, in terms of asset managers, why should they invest and provide liquidity to trade finance itself? I think it's quite simple because for trade finance as well as receivables finance, they actually have very low correlation with the likes of the equities markets. So this is very good for those who actually want to actually have a low correlation, but yet try to maximize the cash which they are holding on to. So in terms of use cases, besides trade finance itself, I think we are slowly increasing, our scope to also include the likes of supply chain financing, as well as invoice financing and invoice factoring itself. So I think the main difference is that for trade finance, because the bills of lading are bearer documents itself, so it effectively means that all of the assignment can be done on chain itself, whereas for supply chain financing, whereby you take hold of inventory, for example, as well as invoice financing, these are not bearer documents itself, which means that the documents need to be assigned, have to be legally assigned off-chain before this is effective per se. So so at Trade Phoenix itself, I think we have aggressively started our proof of concept as well as pilots. So how a typical lender actually gets on board our platform, they usually would open a Popeye account because this is in trade finance itself. So I think the necessary checks such as KYC as well as the AML as well as sanctions checks are required, which is the norm for trade finance itself. So all of the loans are actually financed in FXD, which is our US soft-backed stablecoin that is over-collateralized using the XDC token itself. So some of the POCs which we have worked with previously include the likes of Zoff as well as InvoiceMate. And the successful case studies which we have financed so far are the likes of TradeFlow as well as funding societies itself. So, how we see private credit with Trade Phoenix as well as XDC, we see that, in terms of innovations for blockchain, they are actually, once when you actually hook up the whole network itself, I think we would actually view this as something like a DocuSign moment, but for trade finance itself, whereby the likes of the bills of lading no longer need to actually be sent in paper form across the globe, but actually you can do it in electronic form itself. And like previously mentioned, once we have blockchain, all these trade finance documents, what you can be assured of is that like they won't be double presented, so this can help in terms of preventing fraud. So over at Trade Phoenix, I think we are not actively raising now, but I think we are on the lookout for liquidity providers who actually want to provide the liquidity to support MSMEs in trade finance itself. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Catapulta.
Yes, thank you. Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Paliani, and today I'm going to be telling you about a startup which is helping to deploy smart contracts for the developers. Until I begin, can I please ask you to raise your hands if you're a VC or angel investor or at least investing in Bitcoin? No? Okay. Okay, at least investing in Bitcoin. I see some hands, good. Finally. And please raise your hands, those guys who are deploying, actively deploying smart contracts, or maybe some enthusiasts that, perfect, nice to see you guys. Thank you very much for your time then, because I think that today this presentation is going to be more useful for you. So, let me start. We all know, especially the developers who have raised their hands, that deploying smart contracts, it's a total nightmare. Imagine a world with no easy-to-use platform like Vercel, and instead everything's done with the hard way, manually. With no friendly interface, developers lose track of what's happening, which leads to delays. And then there's the issue of smart contracts verification. And then, when everything is checked and done, millions can get hacked easily. So it's clear that Web3 developers need better, modern tools and solutions. Simple research shows that developers are dealing with a lot of issues with smart contracts verifications, and some of those problems are everywhere, online, in Twitter, in Discord, Telegram, GitHub, you name it. So, our solution is Catapulta. It's like a one-stop shop for Web3 teams. With Catapulta, you get a smart contracts platform that's ready to support you across over 1,000 layer 2 networks coming in today and beyond. With us, you can say goodbye to manual configurations and dealing with different chains. Catapulta handles multi-chain deployments hassle-free with no need of RPC setups. Plus, it automatically verifies your contracts on block explorers, and it's easy to use because it's plug and play and already integrated with both Foundry and Hardhat. The use cases are pretty simple. We all know that there are a lot of DEXs, bridges, DAOs, NFT marketplaces, and so on and so forth. Our market consists of mostly developers, and you just go into LinkedIn and type there Solidity developers. You already see more than 80,000 Solidity developers, which are already registered. And Gelato expects more than 1,000 layer 2s in this year, and 40K devs deployed in 15 public networks if we go into the 90 days trailing data last year. The main benefits is that we have better DevX, so we think about our users, and we're concentrated especially on developers, so you guys have it in a nice and easy and comfortable to use platform. You have access, as I already told you, to more than 1,000 EVMs. You automatize your verification, you have easier migration, and moreover, you automate your workflows, plus you can integrate and add there your team members, stakeholders, and even your clients. So it looks like this, to put it very, very simple. I'm going to show you how the dashboard is looking, right, on the right side of the screen. You can see it. So we have automated deployment reports which show deployment contract addresses, transactions, direct links to block explorers in the network, metadata, ABI hostings, and gas cost trackings. Our MVP is already live. We have pushed it and released it this February, and it's already working. We even have already some feedback for senior Solidity developers, as you can see here, who especially emphasize the ease of use and the verification of automation and deployment reports. So what's next? It's very simple. 2 weeks ago, we have officially launched our fundraise. So as you can see, it's Q2, so we're way ahead of our roadmap already. In Q3, the TGE is planned for our token, which I'm going to speak very, very briefly, just in a few seconds. Then we do the Vercel-like DevX, as I already told you before. Invariant AI testing is planned for the Q1 next year, and staking and RPC mesh features to be done also in Q1 next year. Our business model is very simple. We have a freemium business model. We give our users 2 weeks of trial version, and then we charge you just not more than $588 per year, and a little bit even less if you already do an annual subscription with us. This is a B2C thing. If we're talking about our business clients, then you can already congratulate us, because like a week ago, ETHDubai became our official service provider of ETHDubai. So basically, we already have several businesses onboarded as well, and these prices are negotiable because we usually develop individual solutions for businesses, depending on their requirements, obviously. And the final thing that I want to say about the Catapulta platform, we also have your gas costs covered with a gas relay function. For those who don't know, it's working very, very, very simple. You just top up your account, let's say on 100 USDC with a stable coin, and you don't have to have a headache on buying some gas, some Ethereum gas, some other tokens in order to deploy your smart contracts. The market size is pretty big, as we all know. I'm not going to be talking a lot about it, so basically it's just very big. We have this calculated, and we can give you more data on it if you are interested in investing. So basically, finally, I'll just add some things about our competitors. If we look at our direct competitors, unfortunately for them, unfortunately for us, they're not so keen on developing those features that we already have, especially the plug-and-play deployments. And even some of those do not have such integrations as we do by supporting Foundry and Hard Hat on our platform. Finally, if we're talking business here, we're releasing our token, as I said, the Q3. This year, we're doing a private raise. We have been working together with Standard Finance with the token simulations and tokenomics building. We have a special discounted price for our seed one investors, yeah, so first come, first serve basis. And we're raising there 500, and then the rest is 3 million. So the logic there is pretty simple, because the evaluation in the beginning we have right now is over than 12 million, and after seed one and after some traction and finally putting some money into marketing and PR, because we have done like zero marketing for now, our evaluation will be logically bigger. Talking about our Kata utility token, so as I said, it's a 100% utility token, which gives special features and more features that developers will be using. As I told you before, like you can do RPC-less deployment and many, many other features, plus, of course, paying for gas as well. Moreover, we have designed a special program for RPC providers so that they can stake our token and, of course, get some liquidity and some DEX program as well. I can give you some more details if you approach me. I'll be the whole day here, and not only me, but also the founder is here, and our business developer, Jose, please raise your hand. He is also here, so yeah, please approach us. We'll be more than welcome to answer all your questions. So basically, that's it. This is our vesting and token distribution model. I'm not going to be stopping on that. If you're interested, I'm going to be just sharing this information with you after in couloirs of this splendid event. I'm just finalizing with the team. Our team consists of very skilled professionals, me, myself, me and Dmitry Ivanov. We have raised the crypto processing unicorn back in the day. I did an exit like a year and a half before. And now I'm consulting mostly infrastructural companies, and I became a CCO of Catapulta. Our founder is a tech genius who has exited Aave also last year and has begun to build Catapulta last year. And we also have, as I said before, our BizDev from ex-Spark Network guy, Jose Rodriguez. By the way, big round of applause to our founder, David Racero, who is here. You can also talk to him. And also we have our blockchain full stack developer, Yolanda Lopez, who has also been in our team as well. We already have some advisors, Binance marketing, growth and operations PMO lead in Binance as our marketing advisor, Daniel from Unlocked as our technical one, and Francesco from Chain Labs as our product advisor. Plus, a little secret revealed, we're going to have some other advisor joining us by the end of this month, also both as an advisor and as an investor. Thank you very much for your time. Please feel welcome to ask me any other questions. Here is my Telegram. Here are also our links. You can check us on GitHub, on LinkedIn, and some other social networks. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Next up is Kinetics Network.
Test, test.
You make this full screen or what?
Yeah, can you put it on display? Where I can see the time. There's no time on display?
No time on display.
No. Can you make it full screen?
Full screen. Sure. Is it? How do you do this full screen? I'm not exactly sure. What? Is this good enough?
Okay. We'll try. That's okay. Test, test. Hi everyone, my name is Tagan. I'm the co-founder of Kinetics Network. And today I would like to talk about the Intense. It's a revolution in DeFi. And we can build instant swap across multiple networks, and it's based on a ZK proof. We create the first decentralized Bitcoin on a ZK on the platform of Saxent Labs. So why Intense is so important for the DeFi? Let's take a look, for example, how we will move liquidity between different networks. We need to find the bridge, pay gas. After this, our assets going somewhere in the black hole, and we need to wait for that. As soon as we receive our assets on another network, we need to find the DEX again. We also need to keep a gas on another network, switch our wallet, launch DEX, and we also need to understand all the settings. We need to understand what is the price impact, what is the slippage tolerance. We don't have a fixed raise. And if you use, for example, like let's say DEX aggregators or bridge aggregators, the transaction can be stuck in an intermediate network. Because when the gas pumping or slippage tolerance limits not pass, the transaction failed, we need to withdraw it, pay gas again, and relaunch it. So, but the solution could be one of the which we would like to present. It's an intent-based solution. So, when we can delegate any of our tasks to the professional market makers, and we can ask them that we want to like pay in A and receive B. So we don't want to understand how all the settings work, how the like price slippage, math, or gas, which I need to store on each network. So I just want to delegate to somebody my task and ask them to execute it in the time which we commit. I also can ask them to provide me a decentralized IML report for this. How does that work? So let's imagine we have some decentralized network and users, they create an intent. Intent send it to the network, and network notify all the players so that we have receive a new request. And all the market makers, they provide the price range with the quote. So they compete, and the winner, he receives the order. As soon as the market maker receives the order, who will execute it, we need to be sure that user is guard and protect from the fail, like from the fail change. And for this, in our architecture, we use a collateral system. So what's happened here? As soon as we receive a quote, and if user agree with this quote, user provides a signature, like approve. Approve allows to market maker pay gas for the user and withdraw funds. As soon as the funds withdraw, all the market maker who have a collateral, he have like private time for execute this order. For example, let's imagine like 90 seconds. During these 90 seconds, only one market maker can execute this order. If transaction pass and user receive his assets, we don't need to pay any intermediaries. So we don't need to pay for validators, wait for each validators, or pay to the liquidity providers in the pool. So we will have like a two on-chain transaction. First transaction is the market maker withdraw on-chain, and the second transaction market maker pay in a destination network. But if transaction not complete in time, in this case, transaction become public. So this means that anyone can liquidate it. We call it liquidation. How does it work? There is a two scenario possibility how that can be. The first, user can withdraw collateral from the market maker, and collateral is always higher. For example, market maker withdraw like 100 from you, and the collateral 150. So there is a interest and possibility to make easy money for liquidators. So they just pay directly to the user, like 100, and they can withdraw 150. Or user can withdraw 150 from the collateral. So that's how we see the decentralization, because we don't need to trust anyone for this. And we use it for this ZKPay. ZKP is a light client based on a zero knowledge. So what we've done here, we take all the historical data from the blockchain, shrink it in a one light client, and deploy it in the different networks. So using a smart contract, we can read all the blockchain, all the historical data from another blockchain. And we create this solution for the Bitcoin. As you can see here in the result, we have a very big difference, at least in the gas cost, because we will have like a two on-chain transaction. Each transaction costs around 65, 62 gas units. So the general token transfer is 59K. In our case, there is a two on-chain transaction, so which will cost around 120K for moving any amount of liquidity. Execution time is just a few blocks, so it depends on the network. For some network, we need to keep a little bit more, but usually, like if you move liquidity, for example, in Arbitrum or Optimism, it's around 1 to 2 seconds. And the rates. Because we don't pay to any intermediaries or third parties, we have rates where we spend our money only for the miners, and also we take a little small commission for like estimation of gas. We're already live. Our new domain is swaps.io, so you can test it right now. It's in the mainnet, so you can buy, sell, move, decentralized Bitcoin and other assets instantly using intent-based model with the ZKP. Our next version, what we were planning to do, we will create intent-based model with a combined transaction between networks. So you can delegate to resolvers, for example, to take your asset, put it in a stake, after this put it in a stake, and provide to you like LRT or any other tokens, and this can be done between all the networks. Here is my contacts. If you're interested, I can tell you more about this solution and what we're planning to do, how we're planning to scale. Thank you. My name is Taigan.
Right, thank you for that. Next up is Surfer Monkey.
Hello? Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Alamin Al-Bakri, and I'm the Chief Business and Strategy Officer of Surfer Monkey. We are a blockchain agnostic crypto mixer that is regulatory compliant. Web3 users have an expectation of privacy, but regulators want transparency. This has created a problem. The problem is RWAs and tokenized derivatives and corporations that want to use these products require privacy. They don't want their assets fully disclosed to everybody on the blockchain. There's going to be about $16.1 trillion in tokenized derivatives and RWAs on the blockchain by 2030. In order for institutions to use the blockchain, they're going to require a solution for privacy that privatizes their transaction over the blockchain. Surfer Monkey has created a simple widget using a few lines of JavaScript that will help institutions privatize their own data using ZK proofs. That is regulatory compliant. We've been working along with the FCA and the ADGM to make sure that our solution is both compliant and doesn't go outside of the bounds of regulations. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Miguel, the CEO of Surfer Monkey, and he will go over the technical aspects of our solution.
Hello, hi everyone. So the product is a simple widget, right? It's only 2 steps. And this is being powered by a novel CK mixer. It's been more than 2 years of R&D. And we also have the oversight dashboard, which allows financial regulators and the institution itself to, on mixed transactions, flag any transaction that is suspicious and apply the required financial forensics and accountability. So the technology stack, it's all done. All the product is finished. It's divided in different layers. At the bottom, we have the mixing layer via our universal CK mixer. Then on top of it, we have the compliance layer, which is the decentralized anonymous compliance technology. It has 2 main verticals, the traceability for their mixing and a firewall of sanctioned addresses at the actual smart contract level via non-membership proofs. On top of that, it creates the intent in Taiko, but this intent can be settled in Polygon to create a swap via SushiSwap. And we're obfuscating the source and the destination blockchain as well. Some highlights. We recently published in our blog private multi-smart contract calls, so you can come to our blog, read it. It allows us to make complex intents, such as agnostic swaps, and concatenate multiple intents. Next week, if you are in London, we are there with the FCA Digital Lab Expo, presenting our technology with FCA. More than welcome to join us. We are engaging constantly with the ADGM and the FCA, and we are backed by Outlier Ventures. And yeah, thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Do we have Noya in the house? Someone from Noya who wants to present? Okay, I guess we... Inflow. Are you guys here? Yeah.
test. Yeah. So, hello, I'm Danny from Inflow, co-founder of Inflow, the next generation payment service providers. Over the past years, fintech for merchant hasn't changed much. It looks great, but all of the online merchant payment ecosystem is based on old payment infrastructure, and there are a lot of issues. So in Web 2, you have a lot of problems with high transaction fees, high amount of intermediaries, and you have, on average, general payment service providers that give you around 2.5% on transactions. And in Web 3, with on-air firms, you have significant entry costs, so with a lot of, like KYC and adding your contact and things like this, a complex payment system, and that means that like you have, as a Web3 B2C business, you have a high barrier to user expansion. And on average, we have around 7% transaction fees on-air firm. And that's where Inflow comes in, by providing a new type of payment service providers that is safer, quicker, and cheaper, leveraging open banking and blockchain, and by providing an on-chain merchant account for full control and ease of use. So how do we do that? So first off, we have the current payment service provider flow. So the user online is paying through like a payment gateway, so you can be like Stripe or PayPal. That will go through the credit card networks, so Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. After that, you will have like an acquiring banks that will verify if the user have the money, and then the money will be sent directly to the online merchant account. As you can see, there is a lot of intermediaries and then a lot of transaction fees at each steps. With our flow, the user will connect directly to their banks thanks to open banking and then validate the payments, and Inflow will take care of all of the flow of payments, so from fiat to crypto to the on-chain merchant account, working with liquidity providers that can be CEXs, market makers, and stablecoin issuers. So right now we have two products. So the payment gateway that will be an easy to integrate API for the merchant, so no change on his side. So he can operate worldwide with a seamless integration, low transaction fees, around 1%, with no KYC on the payer, and we can automate the on-off ramp on the business side. So if a business just want to know you have the cross-border payments, he can directly off-ramp the money in his local bank account. And you have the fully on-chain merchant account that is fully self-custodial, thanks to account abstraction, with a simplified merchant platform, so no change again on the merchant side, that can prevent friendly fraud, clawbacks, and even in the future we can provide treasury management module, because then now you have a wallet as a business that can be connected directly to all of the Web3 ecosystem, so you can have lending, borrowing, yield strategy as a merchant. So right now we mainly focus on small to medium-sized business in Web3 companies that is focused on B2C and that really want to only sell services and not like, token or things like this. SaaS adds on with our API like Shopify, Webflow, and e-gaming companies. And mainly our revenue model will be on transaction fees, treasury management features fees, and maybe in the future, a token issuance. So that's the team. So we have Alida, one of our co-founders that worked more than 5 years in the London Stock Exchange. We have me, Danny, that worked mainly in the Web3 spaces, and Anafi, that worked in the Web2 e-commerce space. And we have our advisor, Chong, that worked in the financial space in Hong Kong and Asia. George, that worked more than like 8 years in PayPal. And Luca, that worked in the Web2 and Web3 space in France and has done 2 exits. So if you want, you can take like a picture on the QR code to explain and to talk with us about your payment experience. Currently, we are finalizing discussions with Web2 and Web3 merchant that will allow us to bring over 50 million volume at launch. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Aki.
So hello everyone. I'm sorry, I'm cold from the AC, so I have to have my jacket on. So nice to see you. I'll be going to be short. So we are security auditors, and the main problem with security is that it doesn't scale. There are some pretty interesting presentations today about security tooling, and we have one piece to add. So our idea is how to make the security process more automated and scalable. If you don't know us, we've been working with quite some names in the industry, and we are really happy that we could be the service provider for projects such as 1inch or SAFE or Lido. And I always say that like the best auditing companies provide something back, which in our case is open source. It's like Trailbits have their Slitter, OpenZeppelin is providing all the libraries, and we have our Wake. So Wake is a framework, which basically is a static analyzer, is a fuzzer, and a lot of other stuff. And I will be speaking about Wake tomorrow. So if you are interested in our tech, so please come to my talk at Sunday at 11. Here is not space to talk about the tech. But here I want to speak about what we can do with the tech. Because the tech is quite powerful. So far, these are some of the issues that we have discovered in quite high-profile protocols, not by a manual code review as every other auditor, but using our technology. And you can see we have had a medium issue in Lido recently, of course some criticals, high severity issue in Brahma. So the tech quite works. But the problem is we are the only builders of this tooling, and our capacity is limited. So our idea is we want to open up. And we want to open up by basically creating a marketplace where every, let's say, average Ethereum/Web3 developer can contribute to the tooling and create some kind of like detector that is then finding issues in other projects. So you can understand it as a marketplace for security detectors. And if we open our tooling to this stage, we will allow a much higher number of developers to actually become security researchers, and not much higher number, but every developer to be a security researcher. And it could be quite easy. So this is the main idea, and we want to race for that. And if you have any more questions, I'm here, or you can write me on Telegram. The team has already proven that we can do stuff. In our team are multiple Ethereum yellow paper contributors. We are teaching at the university in Prague, and we received grants from Ethereum Foundation, Solana Foundation, Coinbase. So we quite know how to build the stuff, and we want to teach the others to do it too. Thank you for your attention.
Right, thank you for that. I'm going to call out a couple of names if someone's there. Their slides are missing, so in case someone's here from the team, maybe they could just update the slides. Kaizen, Rubik's Network, On-Chain Chainification Labs, Kin Finance, Secure Shares. If any of you guys are here, your slides are missing, so you won't be able to update it. You won't be able to give the pitch. Okay, next up. Noya, is anyone here from Noya? Synexis? Okay, let's have Synexis.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for having me here. And I would like to start with asking you one simple question. Would you like to have more startups succeed? And yeah, I believe the answer is obvious, for sure, yes. But unfortunately, we have 90 to 95% of startups fail, depends on the industry and vertical. And this is the problem that I would like to solve. Yeah, my name is Dr. Pavel Vinitsky. I'm CEO and founder of Synexis. I'm serial entrepreneur and business strategist for over 20 years of experience. I hold my PhD and MBA, and for the last 5 years, I've been working mostly with startups, both in Web2 and Web3 niches. And talking to hundreds of investors and founders, I've identified a number of issues that are fundamentally broken in the industry. Then I started to collect the data, trusted data, to check my hypothesis, and what I found is that 92% of investors report of lack of transparencies in the companies they invest money in. And it happens because of the poor management of operations, both legal, financial, IP, and yeah, specifically if talking about IP, up to 90% of companies don't care about it at all or poorly manage that. But that leads to a situation of litigation of IP and copyright claims, loss of licensing deals, and yeah, so this is something that should be sorted from the very first day and do it right. The second piece is the co-founders' disagreements and conflicts that appear from the unequal involvement on the long run. And that comes to a situation when ghost founders can appear or a company can fail at all, and for sure it's a red flag for the investors again. And all that things comes to the next serious problem when companies run out of money. And they have no financing from investors and no interest, yeah? And that specifically happens on the markets when you have the situation when we have a big dump on the VC funding, both on the early and late stage deals, both in numbers and amounts, and as well as the LP to VCs funding is on the minimum now. So it is why I created Synexis, to create a platform for startups and founders in order to help founders to fundraise and be successful, and for investors to mitigate the risks and grow ROI. And so, in a nutshell, Synexis is a SaaS platform, on-chain platform that revolutionizes startup management with blockchain and AI, enhances transparency, security, success, and streamlined operations. So what we provide to startups, we provide investors visibility, compliance, and reporting. And how we do that? We manage intellectual property, both what is coming to the created in the company is going out of the company, its copyright, know-how, and path to patents. And we also manage their commitment, milestones, and deliverables of founders in order to manage cap table and tokenomics. And we start this journey with founders from the grants application to the ecosystems, where we manage milestones and create the first view of what's going on with the startup. We help them manage legal things like documents and yeah, all the legal management as well. And based on all the data that startups manage with our platform, we create the metrics and scores for investors in order to match them properly using ZK. We also provide the possibility for investors to track the companies, their progress and updates, and on the next level to manage the existing portfolio as well. We do it all on-chain, so with high level of security and privacy. So even we as the company don't have access to the data of the founders on our databases. So we have a fantastic team to execute that vision to help startups to be successful. I told about me also. We have seasoned professionals in marketing, business, Web3, Web2, and AI development. We have fantastic partners in this journey so far. It's several large blockchains. It's established law firms in Silicon Valley, MENA region, and Europe, and a number of incubators, VCs, universities, and different types of ecosystem players. Also, I won the pitch contest from Tim Draper's University, and I will lead to San Francisco for the HERO program, with Andrew Chen, Elon Musk, and Tim Draper himself being mentors. Yeah, and we operate on a very fast-growing market. We are going to reach an opportunity of 50 million in revenues in 5 years' term. Our business model is straightforward. It's on-chain SaaS, both for Web2 and Web3 companies, with extra LTV revenues to grow the LTV. So our go-to-market is based initially on the large strategic partnerships, and then a full spectrum of marketing to develop. Our computation is very fragmented. There are no direct computations, but there are some Web2 companies on some parts of the features. And we have a very straightforward roadmap. We already raised our angel round. We already bring the MVP to the market to have early traction, and we have strategic partners in the journey. And we raise our pre-seed now of 1.5 mil in order to perform the AI and ZK and cryptography developments, to release our beta this summer, and to onboard our first 1,000 paid clients. But more of that, we invite all the ecosystem players, investors, ecosystems, accelerators, incubators to be our partners in this journey, to bring our mission to life, to make more startups successful. And yeah, so I will be glad to working with you to help startups to grow and to partner with every ecosystem player to make this a joint success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, do we have someone from Parify? Seems like not. Okay, next we would have Fidus Innova.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Reza from Fidus Innova. Fidus Innova is a decentralized physical infrastructure network DPN for Internet of Things, or IoT. IoT devices are everywhere. Right now, we have 17 billion IoT devices around the world. And this number raises to almost 30 billion IoT devices by 2030, almost doubled. But there is a challenge in IoT ecosystems. When your IoT device sends data to your computer or mobile, in fact, the data goes to a centralized system, your IoT vendor server, which we know that the IoT administrator, server administrator, may manipulate your data. Also, when the data comes back to your mobile, still you cannot trust that data because maybe your IoT device is hacked. Fidus Innova has a solution to this challenge. Our solution is called Zero Knowledge Internet of Things. Using ZK IoT, you can confirm that an IoT firmware is executed correctly. So if you have a drone, if you have a temperature sensor or any sensor, you can confirm that the device is not compromised and the generated data is trusted. Our solution is peer-reviewed by other scientists and is presented in IEEE International Conference on Blockchain and Cryptocurrency. How ZK IoT works? There are three main roles in ZK IoT. The first one is IoT manufacturer. For example, here, as you see, we have a drone manufacturer. The manufacturer, using ZK IoT technology, they can create a commitment for their firmware and submit that commitment on Fidus Innova blockchain. Later, when the IoT device owner sends information on the network, that data comes with a ZKP, can prove that this data is coming from a valid source. Finally, if someone uses that data, for example, someone wants to capture, access the picture that captured by that drone or any IoT device data, simply verify the ZKP and can understand that the data is coming from a valid and legitimate source. There is a wide range of use cases for ZK IoT. For example, assume autonomous vehicles equipped with ZK IoT technology, and then they can assure you that they are not compromised. Or sensors, for example, in oil and gas industry. They can generate data, and then they can certify the accuracy of their readings. Finally, drones. They can validate and guarantee that their firmware execution is valid, and you can trust to generated data. And more importantly, healthcare sector. For example, pharmaceutical companies can define some incentive programs for the patients that provide their biodata, bio signals anonymously. This can help medical research, and maybe they save lives. What we have done so far, we created the main elements for these systems. The web app, the blockchain node, and the ZKP schemes are developed. Also, we have done these tests on one of our earliest partner company created sensors, door sensor, motion detector, thermometer, hygrometer, and a smart button to show how ZK IoT can work on actual hardware. Our team is moving fast. In next 2 months, we launch our testnet, and next January, we will switch to mainnet. Also, in this system, we use FDS as a token to exchange and facilitate the IoT data and IoT services. Fidesz Innova has a team of highly educated and experienced people. All our 4 founders received their PhD from top-ranked universities in Canada and the USA, and have more than 100 papers in top-ranked journals and conferences. We are thinking to raise $2 million in return of 20% of Fidesz Innova stakes. And we believe that Fidesz Innova would be the next disruptive technology for IoT domain. Thank you so much for your attention. Invest in Fidesz Innova and become the architect behind the next 30 billion IoT devices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I think we have Continuum.
Thank you, Patrick. Can you go to the first slide, please? Oh, okay. Okay, welcome, and very pleased to be here in Dubai with you. My name is Marcel Curé, and I work, I'm a core contributor for Continuum, a DAO. And our reason for being is to create the first public decentralized MPC network. So the major challenges that we face in interoperability between different blockchains relate to the ability to scale as we see the large number of new chains being created continuously. Existing interoperability solutions struggle to keep up with that. The poor user experience people have, everyone's expected to understand the interfaces to each of the chains, the wallets and so on. The problem with call them fake dApps. They're not really decentralized applications, some of them, and they don't exhibit true decentralization. And the problems of DAOs, which aren't really decentralized. So Continuum is a pure DAO. We were formed initially as a DAO to solve that trust issue, at least. Every decision made is through on-chain voting and on-chain governance. And we don't have any central authority. We're a team. All spending decisions, all contract deployments, admin function, updates, and so on are all controlled by voting. So we are worldwide distributed. We have core contributors around the globe. And our intention is to create a system, an MPC network, that does not require anybody to actually run it at all. It'll be self-running. So scalability. The way we address scalability is that we have nodes in our MPC network they're public, and anyone can run an MPC node. And the number of nodes is not really limited. And any DApp that wishes to use interoperability between blockchains, a DApp can, in a permissionless way, they can select which node set they wish to use in that network. And those nodes could be people from their own community running them, or they could be well-trusted nodes, institutional nodes. It's up to them. And we connect blockchains, heterogeneous blockchains from the EVM ecosystem, but also we're integrating Solana and Cosmos ecosystem, parachains, and so on. And we have a message passing system called C3 Caller, which is very easy to implement, and we well documented. And as I said before, we operate through on-chain governance, but not just on-chain governance. We've developed a system of on-chain, cross-chain governance as well. And all our decisions are, of course, traceable. And the MPC, multi-party computation, anyone doesn't know, it's just basically a node in the network will be responsible for signing just one part of the, or creating one part of the key, the private key that's actually used to sign a transaction. It doesn't know anything other than a shard of that key. The whole key is never created, except when it's actually signing, so no nodes have knowledge of that. And in our system, keys can be recycled. They're recycled periodically for extra security. And the throughput through the nodes is all traceable, so you can see which nodes are signing which transactions, are responsible for collectively signing them. MPC nodes have multiple purposes. They can be used for different functions. I'll come to that in a minute. For extra security, we operate a trusted execution environment to ensure that the code actually running on each MPC node is identical to the others. And we have proactive security strategies. I talked about the key cycling before. Other MPC solutions, you often hear MPC being used, but often, or usually, they're completely private networks. You don't know who's running the nodes, and they're not open source. So all our code is open source. It's easy for us to integrate EVMs. We can do it within sometimes hours, and other blockchains like Solana and Near, Sui require a bit of work, but not too difficult. We charge with the fee per byte model for cross-chain messages. So we're like a phone carrier, charging per second. We want to be seen as a public good in Web3. That is just provides a service that is there and easy to use, and dApps that integrate us know that we will be around forever because there's no central authority in our system at all. So as a public good, which is our mission, we have, at the base layer, we have our continuum network, thousands of nodes, we hope. We're in testnet now. Above that, we have one use of the MPC network, which is our C3 caller, our message passing system, which is a simple, any DApp can register their contract addresses on our network permissionlessly, and the actual Solidity functions on EVMs, at least, are very easy to integrate into a DApp. And above that C3 caller, we have the DApp layer, and we are incubating a router, a cross-chain router, which is in testnet also right now, and but it's open source, and anyone's free to copy our router code to implement their own routers, in fact. But other dApps could be social FI networks for message passing using encrypted data communication, on-chain governance, as we mentioned before, cross-chain, or it could be anything that programmers can imagine. So I think you get some idea about how important being a DAO is to us. Everyone's welcome to join our DAO, and I'd encourage any, especially coders, to please join us in our mission. And we cherish the involvement of experienced people, knowledgeable people in our industry. We want to spread our token, our governance token, widely, and to assist in the decentralization. And we want those tokens to be held by people for whom it really matters that we can run a system in Web3 that is not controllable by anyone. Okay, thank you very much for watching, and you can find our social network, in the QR code. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, do we have someone from Quintes? Okay, seems like not. Do we have someone from Almanac? Almanac? Are they present? No? Okay, do we have Blowfish Studios? All right. Next up, we have VIH Messenger. Are they here? Okay. What about Hora Games? Are they here? Okay. Sorry?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Goran. I'm coming from company Hora Games, and we are doing the game feed since 2018. Our first game, Crypto Idle Miner, has been downloaded over 1 million times on Google Play and Apple App Store. And today we are working on the feature that is called OG Pass, or the Open Gaming Pass, which is the basically Web3 implementation of the Battle Pass system that truly rewards. The problem that we are trying to solve is that the Web3 games has a lot of the complexity to the users. It is high-risk environment and unfamiliar concept to the old Web2 users. The volatility of the tokens are high, and we think about, and we spent more than 4 years thinking how we can create an environment that is made for be here for the long time. Our approach how to make the Web3 gaming more attractive, it needs to be familiar to the gamers, so the feature that they are using is already familiar. It needs to provide an easy onboarding process for Web2 users. Web3 mechanics should be invisible as much as possible. We will need to offer a stable and a bucket token, so the volatility is not that high. And it needs to be suitable for most of the games to implement within their gameplay. So basically, what is a Battle Pass? That is the feature that is introduced in Dota 2 and later popularized by the Fortnite and various PC and mobile games. Battle Pass is not a monetization tool. It's more like an engagement tool where developers engaging users to play for the whole season their game, and in that way they will spend more time and more money within the game. So basically, when the user wants to participate in the Battle Pass, they need to pay an entry fee, and after the season ends, they will collect the rewards that are distributed through the system when they complete some steps. Why we choose to implement the Battle Pass mechanic? Because we think it is already familiar to the users. The users that are playing the games perceive the value inside because it is clearly showed what they need to do in order to receive the rewards. It is the natural fit to Web3 games, and the implementation will be easy because the developers are already familiar with that. How we are going to improve the Battle Pass? So we will take the entry fee of the Battle Pass, and we will use it to back the price of the token that we're going to issue and the reward users with that. So basically, we are creating the first currency that is fully backed by Ethereum, and it is known as an open gaming coin. How the OG Pass works? So in this case, we have two examples. User A, he paid the entry fee of $10, but in the Ethereum, and he completes 80% of the Battle Pass season. He will receive the $8 back in our coin, which is backed, and the user B paid the same $10, but he completes the 100% of the Battle Pass, and he's going to receive the $10 back. The user that received $8, he will get the in-game items as well. So basically, he will receive the chest, which can cost the $10, and he will not lose the money he paid for the Battle Pass. With unrealized rewards, we decided to burn 70% of them, which will increase the price of all the coins into the system. 25% will go to the developer, and we will take 5% as a protocol fee. In this example of $100 that are entering the system, we are aiming to have the 40% of unrealized rewards in, it is projected to be in some average scenario. So in that case, $60 will be minted and the bucket for the open gaming coin. $28 will be burned, which are increasing those price of those coins. Game developer take $10 and the protocol fee will be $2. We have a strategy how to increase the rewards of the users that are holding the OG coins. So basically, when the user completed the OG pass, he will mine the OG coins. At the same time, at the beginning of the season, he deposited the Ethereum that goes to OG fund, and that OG fund are used to back the price. When the money enters the OG pass, it will be automatically staked, and the API will be distributed to all the users, which is going to increase the price of the OG coin naturally over the years. In the example below, we have the user that purchased pass for the $10. When he completes, he gets the $10 back, and over the time, he will get more money because of the API and the unrealized rewards that will be distributed. During our market research, we have found that the Game Refinery in 2020 said 40 out of top 100 highest grossing games in the United States used the Battle Pass system, and 86 out of 100 games in Japan did the same. We can expect the similar trend to happen within the blockchain games because the users like that feature and they would like to be implemented in any games they played. In our round details, in our round, we are looking for $2 million at 40 million fully diluted valuation. It will be a token round, and if you would like to speak with me about that, I'll be here today or tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm just calling you to speak, and if you want, I can present you more how our OG Coin works and the projects that we are working on the gaming side as well. We are 11 people team. We are experienced game and web developers, and we are based in Serbia. Here is my details, so if you'd like to contact me, yeah, you're welcome to. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Data Mint? Anybody from Data Mint? Nobody? Do we have Wow Max? All right, nobody from Wow Max. Skynity? Skynity? Okay. All yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe some of you know strategy games such as Civilization, O Game, or Heroes of Might and Magic. Despite their release a long time ago, there are still a lot of enthusiasts who play the game and feeling the joy of playing it. And now imagine that you are playing some tournament with big rewards. After a good game, you are winning the first place and a great reward. Do you feel that emotions going through your body? And what if we combine both? Fun of playing the game and winning big rewards. So here we are, presenting you Web3 MMO strategy game Skynity. Sorry, I have some problems with. I send you the slides for.
Yeah, but you need to give permissions for someone else to open it. You need to probably do it from your.
How to do this? I have on my laptop. But
Yeah, so you need to give the permission because otherwise it's not open.
I need to have permission, but no money. Yeah, I need to log in my account.
Sorry, a bit of technical issue.
Maybe invite somebody else.
Okay, I think we'll do this after some time, once we get the permission sorted. Do we have someone from Gamma Options? No Gamma Options? Anybody from Knights? All right, Knights.
Hi, my name is Matteo, and I'm presenting Knights. It's the first premium real-world asset marketplace for tokenized Knights TAs. So most real estate tokenizing projects are fractionalizing ownership. This, we tokenize one Knight, one token. So A brief description could be you can buy, sell, you can trade nights, but you can also redeem those nights to stay at those properties. So it's also like an on-chain Airbnb. So our model brings cash flow to the present because instead of using Airbnb to put your property and make some money, that way you don't know when the next guest is going to come. You don't know if they're going to come. Here, you can sell nights into the future. You can sell 1 year of nights, 2 years of nights, bring all that cash flow to the present, and you just wait for the guests to come. Also, our model allows us to buy properties with this cash flow that's brought to the present, but there's many ways we can monetize this. So we can tokenize properties from third parties, and we can charge a fee. We can also lease and then sublease by tokenizing nights in different properties. And the third model, which is the one I like the most, is we buy properties by selling nights at these properties, and nights also becomes a real estate fund where we are holding many properties all over the world. The opportunity is pretty large. Of course, we have the NFT market, which is pretty large. Mostly it's just speculation. And then we have also the online booking market. How it works, we select suitable properties. This is we do an in-house curation. It's not like an open where you can just put any property. We choose how many nights we want to tokenize for that property, and then users can buy, sell, or redeem those nights to stay. So the user flow looks, we have two different kinds of users. First, we have the user which we call the members. These people are participating in what we call IPO, or the initial property offering, where people can buy nights in bulk. So a user can buy a membership NFT. This membership NFT it brings like a certain amount of nights, like for example 15 nights per membership NFT. And then those owners can either redeem those nights or they can resell those nights. So it also not just brings like companies do it. Second, we have like the normal users, which they can just, instead of go to Airbnb or Expedia or even Travala, which is just Expedia with a front end which processes crypto projects, crypto payments. Users can just go into nights.co, which is live right now, it works. We have already tokenized one property. They can select what property they like, they can buy nights at that property, and then they can select the dates where they want to visit this property, or they can even resell them. They can just use it for speculation. So our target, well, our model is simple. We target areas where there's like a lot of digital nomads, but also like recurrent travelers. We tokenize one NFT one night, and these are released into a marketplace or airdrop to member wallets. So we can generate real cash flow. This is not just pure speculation, like charge a fee for bringing third-party properties. We can have a secondary income of our marketplace. We can also lease and make some difference from that lease, and then we can also build a real estate portfolio, leveraging the cash flow that the sales of the nights. So the platform is really easy to use. If you're in crypto, if not, anyway, it's pretty simple onboarding too. Like I said, you can go to nights.co right now and you can start checking it out. You can link your wallet, search for properties, and pay. The difference between the fractionalized ownership and this, we don't have to do KYC, so people could buy weeks, months at a property. They never own the property, they just own the experience of staying one night. The memberships also include incentivized benefits for the members, so they can buy the bulk price. So, for example, in our first property, they allow you to access surfboards for free. We are also ready to tokenize a second property in Tulum that will allow you to use some electric bikes too. So like I said at the beginning, Airbnb versus nights, Airbnb owner waits for guests to select the dates and book. Owner has no control over when the next payment will come. Owner income is subject to seasonality and dynamic market conditions. Nights, owner can sell 3 years and bring all that cash flow to the present. Owner only waits for the visitors to choose the dates. Owner income is predictable and readily available from the start. Expedia versus Nights. Expedia, traveler chooses the hotel and dates and has to lock in the price in that moment and lock in the dates. The price is locked until the reservation is made, and price spikes happen when the reservation is made close to the date. In Nights, the traveler can pre-purchase nights and secure the price. So if you like to come to Dubai, if you like to go to Tulum, to Bali, or whatever, you can buy our first property. This is in Mexico, in the Pacific coast, next to Ixtapa. We sold around $60,000 of nights, and that's exactly the cost of the property that we tokenized. So, like I said, the most interesting model here is to sell nights and use that money, that cash flow, to own the properties. So Nights is not only a marketplace, reservation system, and launchpad for properties, but also is like a real estate fund. We also have already a lot of traction. We have 3,000 on Twitter. We have already like 70 to 100 NFT holders, and we also have a Telegram. We're looking to raise some capital at around $2 million valuation. We're looking for around $200,000, mainly for marketing costs, legal structuring fees, continue developing the platform and making the experience better, and maybe even acquire some property up front. So we have like a more secure way to approach this. But even though, like I told you, we have a lot of properties already in the lineup of third parties that are ready to tokenize. So our future is to keep launching airdrops of different nights to the holders of the memberships, keep growing the collection of properties, expand beyond Latin America, and bring exclusive benefits to the members. The team is myself and my CTO from Argentina, and we're pretty small, but like I said, you should check it out. If you go to Mexico, you can use this to stay there, to go surf, and we hope we can keep expanding in the next months. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Skynity again, hopefully with the issues resolved. Yep. Good to go.
So one more time, good afternoon, everyone. I believe a big part of you knows strategy games such as Civilization, Wargame, or Heroes of Might and Magic. Despite they were released a long time ago, there are still a lot of enthusiasts playing the game and having great fun. Now, imagine that you are playing some tournament with big prizes, and after playing good game, you finally reach first place and win big reward. Do you feel that emotions inside you going through your body? And now, what if we could combine both? Fun of playing the game, engagement, with real big rewards. So here we are, Web3 MMO strategy game Skynity. So basically, Skynity is located in the skies, where thousands of players fighting each other at once for a rare resource called Skydust. There are 4 factions: water, earth, fire, and air. You are starting at the edge of the map in your motherland and going towards center, where you can find most precious mines and portals. Since there are limited space and plenty of opponents, you need to make strategic decision to be the best and win. In Skynity, there is a main resource called Skydust, but there are also other resources, like raw sky dust or spell points which can be utilized for various actions. You can easily exchange resources in-game. Sky dust, called SDT, can be harvested in mines, but need to be transported to remote portals with using of miners, which are weak and therefore need to be protected by your armies at all costs. Keep in mind that the biggest mines are located in the center of the map. But there are also other ways to gather sky dust, such as leaderboards, for example, predators based on number of killed units or constructor leaderboards. In your motherland, you can find functional buildings such as core, summoning rift, wall, portal, mine, and the mage's tower. By upgrading the core, you can unlock stronger units. In summoning rift, you can recruit your army. Upgrading the rift will shorten the production time. The wall is your main defense structure with bonuses to defense. Portal is used to export sky dust outside the game into the blockchain. In Mage's Tower, you can unlock different spells. In World of Skynity, you can find also plenty of barbarian lands, which can be very similar to your motherland, with even same structures and buildings inside. You can conquer them, upgrade, and manage same like your motherland. This is important to focus on sky dust mines, which can be divided into small, medium, and large mines, which you can find respectively towards center of the map. The portal is crucial for to keep your sky dust safe by exporting it outside the game into the blockchain. Golden mines located on the map are raw sky dust mines. If you are feeling lucky, you can open the chest located randomly on the map and winning even big reward of sky dust. Sometimes you need to risk it all and conquer other big armies to defend your sky dust or steal opponent's sky dust. This is essential to check the chances of winning, which you can do, for example, by using the spy spell. So in World of Skynity, there are various units, such as weak miners with big capacity, warriors, mages, or cavalry with high speed. Since our game is already to play, we invite you to join the battle and win what's yours. So now you are asking, why Skynity? Because first of all, the game is ready to play. We finished closed beta with very good results and starting open beta soon. We are heading towards game release, improving our game, which will be Q2 or Q3 in this year. Secondly, we are not only promising that our game have deflationary ecosystem. This is deflationary ecosystem by default. Between each epoch in the game, part of the token will be burned, and in fact, at the end of the tournament, we will have less token in the pool than at the beginning. So decreasing amount of the token and players' engagement will result in high token value. And lastly, we got very good feedback after our closed beta. Some of the players even spent more than 10 hours per day on our game and told that the strategy was most attractive aspect of the game, not the graphics, not the combat. They were even gathering into some small cells, some small diplomacy alliances, and making another steps, and gathering on social media, social communicators, and fighting each other. And there are a lot of emotions, and they said that the game is very addictive. So if you have some questions for me, I thank you for listening, and you can catch me on the meeting, or you can raise a hand. Now I will explain and show you the game, which is ready, and you can test it. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is WowMax. Oh, you need to give the access, right? You've not done that? I did already. WowMax. This one, right? Okay, I think, yeah, it says no access. You need to share it with everybody. Zon for, yeah, I guess you guys can come ahead. Yeah, you can fix the permissions. So in the meantime, no, but it says it's not. Yeah, just after that I'll adjust it. Because it's not there. Can you make sure? Okay, we have Wow Max. Yeah. Just one second. Yeah, this is Wow Max.
Hello, hello. My name is Almir. I'm a DeFi enthusiast. I'm coming from South Korea, Seoul. So welcome everyone. So let me first ask you, like, how many of you trade on Uniswap or any other DEX? Raise your hand. Okay. So I give you some alpha. If you trade in DeFi, after seeing this presentation, you only will be trading on our platform. So we started a year ago, and we decided to build the most efficient decentralized exchange aggregator. So currently we process about 25 to 30% of all DEX trading volume on Manta Pacific. We have a big traction on chains like Blast, Scroll, Linea, and of course Ethereum as well. So this year our trading volumes were growing 10 times per month. And the reason is because we have a superior exchange rates. So we incubated by the Korean exchange wallet called Bitsum. Bitsum is the second largest exchange in South Korea. So they have like a Korean MetaMask wallet. It's called Burrito. So we process all the swaps inside Burrito wallet. And we have over 30 partnerships with different DEXs, such as Curve, Uniswap, Tana, OKX, Izumi, Zebra, and many others. So this is why WowMax is superior. Basically, we compete with like very, very professional teams such as Odos, if you know, such as 1inch, Paraswap, Kyberswap. So our market is very competitive, but you can check it out. Our rates are excellent. The way we do it is basically with a single swap, we arbitrage the whole DEX market. We bring the whole DEX market into equilibrium. For example, here, a user wants to buy Orbit token, right, with USDB on Blast. So instead of just buying it directly, we arbitrage all other tokens on all available DEXs to make the rate the best. This is how our routing looks like on Manta, where we process a few $1 million every day. So with a single swap, we make about up to 30 different token transfers. Check this QR code. You can go directly on our website and just see all this performance. This is our trading volumes. Actually, we like at the beginning of the year, we were struggling and exchanging like $10,000, $15,000 per day. And then during the March, our volumes went like 10 times. We changing like 100, 200, 500,000 dollars. And recently, we're up to like 10, 15 million dollars per day. So within a few next months, we plan to be top 5 DEX aggregator in the world, exchanging 100 to 100 million dollars per day. So this is our performance. We are super fast. Our infrastructure is based in Germany and Hong Kong. So our response is one of the fastest in the industry. We're backed by Water Drip Capital, which is a Shanghai-based top-tier VC. We recently got investment from a NASDAQ-listed company that focuses on quantitative trading. Got some investments from a Swiss-based VC, Investment Solutions, and some investment from a Goldman Sachs director for equity sales and trading. So this is me. Hit me up. Ask me any questions. Or if you build something, just use our API, and you get the best rates in DeFi. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Zon Token. Do you know how to make this full screen?
Full screen, yeah. How do you do it?
Sorry?
Can you do it full screen?
Just download it and then try it. This should be good enough.
So is it presented? From where do I start? Hello guys, I'm Bhavesh. We are based out of Dubai. I am the CEO co-founder. I would like to introduce you guys with Zone Token. Zone Token is one token with multiple utilities. I'm sure you guys might be wondering that what is Zone? So Zone is a digital token with global reach, powering multiple utilities with one token. When I say this, what I mean is we have our own 3 dApps, our own ecosystem. So one token will be powering all the 3 dApps of height. Cross-chain, integrated ecosystem, and deflationary model. That's the USP of our token. This is our ecosystem. We have our NFT marketplace mainnet from last 20 months. It has clocked in 100,000 transactions on blockchain. We have 10,000 plus active users on that. And we have crossed 3 million trade volume as of now. Zebra Swap is a crypto exchange, which is mainnet right now on beta version. And Roro Wallet is a DeFi wallet. So Zone Token will be powered for all these 3 ecosystem dApps of our own. With 10 million tokenomics, this is how the allocation is. 55% is towards the community, 12% is towards the treasury, and you can see how the tokenomics is revolving out here. We started with our private round, and we have been oversubscribed. We are entering into pre-sale right now. So would request you all to visit zonetoken.io to have more details about the token as well as our dApps and what we are doing. And please support us on the pre-sale to begin with. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Next up, do we have someone from Soundwork? Soundwork? No? Okay. Okay. Yep.
Hi, is this working? Is this working? Good. Awesome. All right, guys. Hi. I'm Hernan. I'm the founder and CEO of Soundwork, and we're trying to rethink how the music industry supply chain is working. So this is very interesting and very close to my heart. So I hope you are interested as I am. I'm a musician, and I'm also a computer engineer and entrepreneur. So what are we trying to solve here with Soundwork? Basically, the music industry supply chain is really not working for everyone, right? Hasn't been a way to properly track how the music is being made, which are the building blocks, what parts are making the vocals, the bass. So the building blocks of the music is not really being tracked and rewarded for the creators. And I think this is what we're trying to change, as well as the players in the music industry have become very centralized and become the gatekeepers of the whole process of reward. So what we're doing at Soundwork is we are reimagining the music industry supply chain through Web3 and AI, and we're trying to build a more transparent and equitable process for all the creators, musicians, and producers alike. So the way that we do it is the following, okay? We are building a new NFT standard, which is called the Sound NFT standard, and with it, what we can do is we can leverage AI to track how music is being not only streamed, but also built. Like, for example, how many of you here, if I could get a rise of hands, know the app called Shazam? You've heard, so everyone has used it, right? What Shazam does is it tracks the waveform and it identifies the digital footprint of that waveform, pairs it up with a huge database and tells you, hey, this is a track you're listening to, right? But that Shazam's like a decade old, right? Now with AI, we can actually go through the sound and understand, okay, I detected a sound that the vocal's coming from this pack. And oh, I detected that the beat is actually from this pack, and this is the creator that made this, that minted this loop and this drum beat, and that way we can reward them through smart contracts. And that's how we are planning on rewarding all the creators along the process. And basically that's, oh, what happened? Sorry. Great. So what's the effect, right? So what's the scenario? So what happens is that until now, let's look at Tim. He produces a nice sound pack, or he sells it to a label for a couple of $100, and then that's it. But what happens if, David Guetta or Skrillex uses his sounds for his new $10, $12 million hit single? He won't get a single dime, right? And if he would have minted his pack through Soundwork, now he will be getting rewards as long as that track is being played by the people. So that's the effect we're trying to change within Soundwork. How do we do it? It's very simple. Well, not very simple, but it's easy to explain. We have a new NFT standard, which is called the Sound NFT standard, or SNFT, which is an NFT tailored for music elements. So sounds, samples, packs, instruments, and tools like effects or digital synthesizers. Those are all being minted with the SNFT standard. Then we're building a Soundwork marketplace on top of that NFT standard, so people can trade, buy, sell, and lease those music NFTs. And then what we're doing is we're opening an API for developers on top of that marketplace, so that, for example, game developers can tap into that API, and through AI queries, they can tell, okay, so just give me some music for my AI generated, sorry, just a minute. I want to record this, and this fell down. Fuck. Could you please? Thank you. Okay, yeah, so where were we? We're opening the marketplace through an API where game developers or app developers can just query for, I want high energy electronic music for my game. Give me 50 levels automatically generated. And that would generate music leveraging the marketplace in real time for all type of music needs, for podcasts, for background music. And the way that we build the business is, of course, through marketplace fees. So every transaction will carry on a fee on the marketplace. Then we'll open premium subscriptions that allow users and music producers to access exclusive sounds and features. And once the musicians themselves start using Soundwork as their distribution platform, we can actually tap into the streaming revenue and start actually rewarding the creators with streaming revenue. And I guess the question that you're probably asking now is, okay, we've heard of some music Web3 plays, and what makes Soundwork truly unique? And I think we are a very unique spot here because I guess everyone has heard of these players around here: Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube. I'm pretty self-explanatory. They're focused on streaming, right? And I guess some of you, if you're in the crypto space, have heard of these companies, Royal Audios, which are also focusing on music NFTs, right? But they're focused on the final track, the final product. Now, who here has heard of these companies? Splice, Lander, FL Studio? Anyone? No. Okay, so why haven't you heard of him if these companies are not small at all? Splice is at Series D, raised hundreds of millions. So it's a big market, but they're not touching Web3 and NFTs for some reason. And that places us in a very unique spot where we are focused on the musicians and the music production part, but we're also a decentralized platform. And no, we're not centralized. So that's what makes us unique in this space. Our team is super pro, and we have a lot of experience in the music tech space. I'm running the product and also the company. We have a very experienced CTO, and Edwin here, our partner, is the owner of Function Loops. Now, Function Loops is one of the top 5 labels of sounds and samples in the world. So they got over 300,000 sounds being used by some of the top producers in the world. You might recognize here Mr. Arvin Van Buren. And all these world-class musicians are leveraging Function Loops for their songs. So we got over 20,000 monthly active users that are logging into the platform and getting sounds for their music. So we're leveraging that musician community to build the community at Soundwork. So I am here at the conference. This is my email. I'll be happy to talk to you more. Of course, this is a simplified deck for ETHDubai, but we got a ton of more info to let you in on how the Sound Token plays into the ecosystem and how we are actually allowing for AI to not only recognize where the music is being tracked, but the model that we're building so that we can intelligently provide you with music for any style that your game or your app or your music platform or your podcast needs. So I'll be happy to talk with you after the talk, and thank you for having me. Thanks for ETHDubai. See you soon.
Thank you. Do we have someone from Hashlock? Anybody from Hashlock? All right, next up we have VIH Messenger. VIH Messenger? No, just a sec. All right, Bear AI.
Hello, can you hear me? So before you start off, how many of you has ChatGPT 4.0 paid version? Have we ever used the data analyst? Okay. Now the way AI is moving, if you can understand that whatever learning we have done for the last 15 years can be done by one person. A simple, smart guy, good analytical mind can play whatever you have done for the last 15 years. So I'll just give you my brief background. So I used to work in consulting for IT for last 15, 20 years. And the knowledge I have gathered, if I poke ChatGPT properly, it will give you the right answers. The way I would do a roadmap or a consulting roadmap, it will give it in maybe 1 minute. So the way AI is changing is nothing like the way we have seen. Second, how many have you kind of seen a crypto-specific AI? Have you bought any coins like that? Have you used a kind of platform for that? Crypto-specific AI? Have you ever used ChainGPT? No. See, the way AI has been made, it has been made for the millennials, like the new guys, the crypto guys who are young, who wants everything to be done very fast. That's the way Gen AI has been built right now, okay? So we feel that Gen AI will be used by the crypto millennials at scale, and that's where a lot of business opportunity lies, and that's where we come from. So what we say is, there are 4 things coming into play. One is Gen AI, on top of Web3, and there's something called prompt to earn. Have you heard of that prompt to earn? Like play to earn, have you heard play to earn? So I play and I earn, but is there a way that I make a prompt and somebody can earn from that? That's where data monetization will come into play, okay? That's we are seeing right now. The other thing people talk about, lot of kind of private data monetization. Have you kind of thought about, would you ever give your private data? I won't give. But the LinkedIn post I do, or I do maybe a report on a particular area, probably I would give it because that's an insight, and that is somebody can use it. So data monetization will come in terms of my insight or knowledge, not my private data. So what we say is, Bayer, our company plans to bring all these 4 together. We bring Web3 with Gen AI, with prompt to earn and data monetization, which we call Wave 4, and that's where the change is coming. We call this as Wave 4. Now, the young guys we have out here, the crypto millennials, they don't have time. So they play a game, they go to school or college, they hang out with a girlfriend. They really don't have time to do a lot of things in terms of doing a report or doing something. They want everything to be done very fast. They also want to earn money. So the software we have to build for this new millennial for AI has to be fast, quick, and it would like to make them lazy. Basically, they don't have time. So how do you make them lazy but intelligent? That's the goal of the Gen AI tools which is coming right now. So that's what we are talking, that we will help you to save your time. You can do whatever you want, play a game, have fun. You have a platform which is easy, not complex, very fun to use, and also earn money out of it. And we have actually built the first platform on Polygon, and it's running right now. So you guys can go and play around and see what's there. This is what I told. So for the crypto millennials, so the data is not correct and data is not right. So there is no custom LLM which works for crypto. So we have made a custom LLM which gives you right answers for crypto-specific questions or queries. So that's the first thing we started building up. Okay, we have done it. So the green thing means it is done. You can actually see it how it's working on Polygon. Second is, nobody has done. See, ChatGPT or Llama or whatever LLM you talk about, they will give you text data. What do I do with text data? Text data is just not fun to read, no. Can I make a report about a company which is visual, which is kind of a tabular, a dashboard kind of thing? So what we have done is, these young guys, if they want to invest in a company, they can have the prompts already built in, and they can build their own prompts to create a report which can be done within a minute. So normally our analysts would have made this report in maybe 2 days. The same report Gen AI can build with real-time data within a minute or so. So this is where the new kind of Gen AI use cases will come in, reporting and visualization of data which is in text. We have done this already. People are using it. We don't have a lot of users, 150 users, because that's a closed beta, but we have got feedback, we improve upon it. The third very important thing, see, gamers or young guys, they would like to create NFTs. They create NFTs, they create characters. That's fine, but what do you do with it? You create an NFT, and until you use the NFT for something, there's no point. So their end goal is to kind of create a game out of the NFT. That is the end goal. But till that point of time, when you cannot create a game with Gen AI, at least you can create comic books. So what we can do is that you can create a comic book, you can create your NFTs, you can create your storyline, and make a comic book for everybody to read and see. And you can sell it also as NFT. So the final thing is that people are calling decentralized AI, everybody is saying, is it a scam or is it real? I say it's real because this custom LLM works on the data given by the community. That's decentralized data which is coming in. So we have prompt to one, which is one part of the data monetization, but the other part is how community can give data for the AI to learn and give better results. So that's decentralized AI, which we're building right now, release 2. Release 1, we have already done. And finally, our goal is to kind of, like Alchemy gives you Web3 applications, we plan to give these applications as a SDK to build your own Web3 Gen AI on any chain. You can use any kind of Gen AI platform, you can use your own chain and build your own application. That's the end goal. We have not done it. That's the third release we plan to do. We are raising funds. Public sale is more or less finalized. Private sale is almost very near to the closure. We have around 150K allocation left. If you're interested, please tell me. Who are the partners? Gamify, pools. We have the IDEO partners. We have the technology partners and all those. And we will be kind of moving to the release 2 after maybe May or June timeframe, where we'll have the private data coming as kind of custom LLM. It's live on Polygon testnet. You can go create a user, make a query, create a game story, create comics, and all those things is open to everybody right now. You have to be on Polygon testnet with Mumbai with some Polygon test tokens. So you have the website, you have the Telegram. Just call us up and let us know. Any more feedback, please let me know. We can improve upon this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Entry Point. Oh, okay, this one. Perfect. Yeah. Someone's
Hi everybody, my name's Chris and I'm representing Entry Point. So what's Entry Point? Entry Point is a marketplace for established index providers to meet and synchronize with retail and institutional investors. Traditional finance has exemplified that ETFs are a product that has achieved product market fit. Currently, AUM stands to around 20 trillion US dollars right now, and that's about a fifth of world's GDP. It's also growing at a rate of 20% annually, so there's a lot more room to grow in this space. Traditional finance, however, gets this slightly wrong. First of all, settlement times are significantly slow. There's also a lack of composability and a lot of opacity in terms of the terms and conditions, particularly cost structures and other important informations associated with the commercials. Now, DeFi has come into this space already, and there are a number of protocols that have tried to index a lot of these crypto assets already. But these haven't taken off in the same way other centralized ETF products have done so. And this is probably because they were quite early on in the space within crypto ETFs, but also it's probably because retail is designing products for retail. Now, Entry Point is stepping into this gap in the market and solving the problem in a different way. First of all, as I mentioned, established index providers are coming on board this marketplace and designing these strategies. Secondly, it won't just be crypto native assets, there'll be RWAs on board as well. So you can think about an all-weather portfolio comprising of multiple crypto assets from different ecosystems, commingling alongside RWAs like fixed income, commodities, volatility instruments as well. Where are we right now? Well, Entry Point is live on testnet. We've also undergone some regulatory analysis to determine where we sit in terms of interacting with local regulators. And it's quite conclusive that Entry Point falls under 2 regulatory categories within the EU. We've also identified several jurisdictions where we could operate from within a sandbox program. So it's not a regulatory black box. We've kind of solved this problem and we just need to execute. Third, and finally, we've also onboarded some very high-profile index providers from traditional finance, and these are very well-known names that you would be able to identify their ETF products, both in real-world assets, but also in crypto as well. So the group is not so large, I'm sure people will know. The team behind this project is Simply Staking, which is a company based in Malta, 40 plus, comprised of engineers, product specialists, and risk analysts. We've been OGs in this space since around 2016, and we support over 70 networks or so. So we really know how to build critical infrastructure. Finally, we're looking to raise $5 million US at a valuation of 35 million, and this will allow us to propel and launch on mainnet and also undergo our regulatory journey. So with that, thank you very much. If you would like to contact us, please take a picture of the contact page. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Dual Tech.
Hello. So this might be a little bit different from the rest, but love to present to you guys Dual Tech. What we're doing is we're building live-streamed, degenerative, visceral PvP duels that unite Web3 communities together. You can go and check out our website that just went live last week. So a bit about the background and the lore of what we're doing here. So RuneScape, unless you guys know, is one of the largest MMOs in history. It's one of the most beloved games in the Web3 space. It's pretty much the original metaverse. And as a result, there's a lot of communities and meme coins launching around this. And in the last couple of weeks, there was a $4 million rug that took place on Coinbase. And as a result, there was a community takeover, which I ran by accident and decided to see if there was a way to build a way out of it. So the mission became to unite the biggest key online opinion leaders, the most redacted NFT communities, and meme coin tokens, and bring them on top of the BE token. So what that means is that, again, we're going to live stream PvP duels and have all of these communities come together, play old school games, and compete with each other to see really who can put their money where the mouth is. You know, and once live stream duels go live, viewers can also take bets and interact in a highly social environment. So how does it work? Similar to a boxing match, you know, sponsors organize a duel. They pick 2 fighters or more, and then they bring them online. They can brand the match, and then they launch the match live. Once the match goes live, there's a stream of matches. Bettors can come in. They can place a bet in one of their matches. They can choose one of the fighters and put a bet on them. Once the broadcasters goes live, everybody joins a lobby. They can now talk with each other and interact with the match. And as the match is playing out, they are able to see all of this within the Web3 app. Once the event ends, the broadcaster, which is a multi-sig wallet, finally submits the result and fighters or bettors get paid out. So, you know, what's the roadmap? Well, smart contracts, I sped run them over a weekend, and we completed them 2 weeks ago. The website is now live, and we're building the DApp end-to-end, you know, and we're making really good progress. Our goal is to launch in time for the on-chain summer event on Base, and we're now inviting people to join our business development Telegram group. So let me tell you a little bit more about the team. We have 6 engineers and 1 business development guy. We have over 100 years of engineering experience, over 60 years in the video game industry. Myself alone, I've shipped over 50 games, and our products have been played by millions of people and generated billions of dollars in revenue. The website is now live. I welcome you guys to come and check it out. And if you are interested, drop me a telegram and we'll get you in touch with our BD guy.
Thank you. Next, do we have stable unit? Nobody from stable unit? Quintes? Hi, what was your time slot again in the morning? Time slot that you wanted? Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is already. This? Okay.
Hello everyone. My name is Rand. I'm a cryptonomic researcher from Quintus Protocol and Kitabik Lab. So Quintus Protocol is building the first perpetually appreciating asset, achieving annual growth rate of 18 to 30%. It is fully backed by collateral and redeemable at any time. The collateral is stable coins, Bitcoin and Ethereum. What went into the development of what can be the best performing asset was 2 years of extensive research by contributors like Kitabik Lab, which is a cryptonomic research and token engineering lab. Other contributors are Crypto Econ, which is a center of economics, who have been contributing to verifying Quintus protocol mechanisms. And we spent around 2 years of extensive cryptonomic research to design, verify Quintus protocol architecture and mechanisms. So what is the problem that Quintus is solving? This is something I would say obvious, because no asset class has performed sustainably, only increasing in price at 18 to 30%. But if we outline the problems, it's of course asset deappreciation, because no asset can only go up in price. The other problem is the lack of sustainable yield. So no financial instrument can provide this yield in a sustainable way, an ethical, scalable way. As mentioned, when we observe asset classes historically, no asset performed at the same rate and continued the same performance. So what are the key facts about how Quintus works and where is the yield coming from and how it is sustainable? Well, first of all, the yield is not coming from previous buyers. This makes it ethical and fair. It is also non-dilutable because the yield is not coming from token emission and inflation. It is decentralized and censorship resistant. The collateral is fully on-chain and non-custodian. It's also sustainable because users can redeem it anytime, regardless of the state of the market. It will be built on top of Ethereum, and one of the layer 2s that we'll be able to disclose about later. It will be accessible to crypto users, which I believe most of you here are familiar or have wallets, and also to traditional investors who don't know how to use decentralized applications or have a wallet, or even access to centralized exchanges. And it is fully Sharia compliant. All the mechanisms of the protocol are aligned with Islamic principles. One note is the protocol uses a dual token system. QTS is the protocol native token that is used for governance, and it serves the protocol with key functions, and it has a deterministic value based on its utility in use, which is around 1/3 of Q1T market cap. The other value is based on speculation, which is a normal thing in any asset class. So who's the team? We have around 6 core contributors and other contributors that have been building with Quintus throughout the 2 years. I am the researcher and inventor. We have most of our team as our researchers and developers. We have also advisors who have been contributing to Quintus from a different perspective, specifically from an architecture and technical aspects. So the background, as mentioned, we did the research and I published the research. It's not an academic research, it's just a proof of work about what went through the invention of Quintus, and we've registered as a provisional patent and now undergoing a global patent. So here's about one of our contributors, which is Crypto Econ, which is a Swiss-based cryptonomic company that works with different protocols to validate their systems before launch. And few of their projects are Synthetics and Bumper. So the market, obviously, anyone who is looking to invest in credit market and bonds can benefit from Quintus. And this set the time to be 52. So we'll be launching in Q4 this year, and our team are working on building the community and establishing the social presence. And now we are raising at $36 million valuation. We're raising $3.6 million through SAFE and tokens. The team is multinational. I am based in Saudi Arabia, and we are incorporated in Singapore, but our team comes from different locations. Thank you. If anyone wants to connect with us, feel free to email me through my email, or I'll be here in the venue. If anyone have any question, you can reach out. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Next up, we have data sign.
Not this one. Excuse me. Sorry. Good evening, ETHDubai. My name is Iqbal Singh, and I have around 20 years of experience in IT and system development. And I am a CTO and co-founder of DataSafe Sign. Basically, this product is about providing a secure and competitive signing system. So it is blockchain-based security and sign, and very simple design, and sign is very easy, and it is built for decision makers, so they can easily manage their document and sign contract. And we have tailor-made package for individuals and businesses. As I said that its design and usability is very simple. We take care of the age group of decision makers, especially like in banking or in lending, in private lending or other contractor. So this is a brief interface for the DataSafe Sign. As per market analysis, the document signing market, it will be like grow tremendously, like about $14 billion like by 2028, and it's growing very fast. As you know that everything is going digital, everything is like on cloud, on digital platform. Nothing is on paper, like mostly by 2028 or 2030. And this is the market share. Like currently DocuSign is like holding major share in this market, and there are other platforms like Adobe Sign and Jing, and we are trying to make our place here. So the target sector: energy, banking, notary justices, financial services. Like right now, we have introduced this platform in financial services, in private lending. Around 16 companies are like participating in beta, and we have tested it with like around 6,000 contracts. Market by country, you can here see that North America is has a major portion of it. And then Europe and Asia Pacific, Middle East. So I think it is a need of every region. So here is again the sector that we can target under this software. So like our major USP is like blockchain. The blockchain is helping us to provide a cyber security to all the smart contracts. The verification of contracts are done through our own DataSafe blockchain. Like once, like we are saving the history of document signing, like first party sign and second party sign, and then we submit the hash of document to this blockchain, and we can verify it like at any stage, and And it is totally decentralized. So it's the blockchain actually saving cost of cybersecurity for us here. So we are like counting on it. It is the benefit of blockchain. As you know that blockchain is powered, Bitcoin is powered by the blockchain. So there are like 500, $400 billion which is running on the blockchain. So definitely blockchain will help with this platform also. Proposal, actually our software is ready already in the beta, and we are looking funds for the marketing, go to market, and we are like about to fly. So it is just the matter of scaling this software. So we are asking for 1.2 million at 10% equity and convertible notes, on the convertible notes. And this product is basically Australian based. It is registered in Australia. So our managing director, Carrie Reagan, he is from Australia and I am from India. And almost like 50 plus developers are backed this product. And we have our in-house team and we just need funds for go to market. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have ID sign.
Hey guys, I'm JC. So basically, the team just pitched before me something similar to our product. But let's talk because we have many integrations. We are also talking with ETHSign and HyperSign because what we are doing is a whole product for the RWA industry, for any Web2 user. So let me start from the beginning. So ID sign is a decentralized signature protocol. Like this is good. Ah, there is a microphone. Okay, this. In the world where data is gold, who actually holds the keys to your privacy, right? So right now, everyone that is doing any token gating or putting information on the blockchain, everything is public because actually blockchain is a stage and everything is transparent and verifiable. But how do we solve the issue of something being private and shareable between multiple wallets and at the same time verifiable when needed? So, and plus there is a lot of vulnerabilities in centralized systems. So DocuSign, they store everything on their private servers, private data, centralized, and if it doesn't get hacked, it might get intentionally leaked. So this is a problem that a lot of big companies, governments face, that their document itself is not safe. So what we built before building the e-signature protocol is actually the ZK sharing module. And this is, we are working with the Partisia blockchain because Partisia is a MPC blockchain using TSS. It can generate multiple parts of the key and allows you to have full control of your encryption keys, verifiable by an MPC network. So no one, not even us as ID Sign, will ever have access to the document shared because of this module that we'll do, and this module will actually be open source. So ZK Share or ZK DKMS, Decentralized Key Management System, which will solve all those problems. And ID Sign is going to be a SaaS built on top of our protocols that are audited, that will give you a proof of signature and proof of humanity, which is the KYC token. And it actually is very easy to use. We have levels for it. So if you verify your email and SMS, you get level 1 KYC. If you verify your signups, Anima, WorldCoin, even upload a passport, you will get level 2. If you upload your work, your proof of residence, and if you do AML checks, this is a dynamic on-chain NFT, which is soul-bound to your wallet. And the cool thing how we will onboard people is we will just log in people with Google, and if I can open actually I can show you how easy it is. If I can open Safari app.id sign. What we want to focus on is actually bring all the lawyers, all the government people, and we are using account abstraction to pay for the gas fees on behalf of them using SaaS models. And you can just click Connect Wallet like everyone is used to. You have your MetaMask Wallet Connect. If you are a company that is using multi-sig, you can use Safe, but if you're someone, you can just use Google and you will get a wallet. So now I will not show it because this is not my laptop, but you can try it out. So yeah, so DocuSign is a very big market, but we don't plan to only target this market. We target on doing escrow, decentralized escrow, KYC. So, but the first version will be PDFs. And the subscription plan, it's a very big market. And those all our competitors, but we actually reached out to everyone, and we will integrate everyone in ID Sign because it will be the front-facing SaaS for everyone to quickly use without knowing anything about Web3. So we have our alpha now. We are also doing a private sale right now. If anyone is interested, please go to idsign.com. We have the white paper, idsign.com, and you can connect with us there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is a stable unit.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yep. So I know it's been a long day, but I'd love to get back to a simple topic, a topic everybody would understand and love, which is DeFi. And this is what we've been building for the past 2 years. We built a stable unit. So in a nutshell, since we don't have enough time to go into the details, we built an LP and LST-backed stablecoin with the focus on LPs. It's a yield-bearing stablecoin. And why we did that? We noticed the rapid growth of LSTs, LRTs, and there is a market for yield-bearing tokens. And they're taking a big chunk of the market compared to ETH. They're growing exponentially. Stablecoins should follow the same path. With credit cards, as soon as credit cards that had cashbacks appeared, you cannot see yourself having a credit card that doesn't have cashbacks. So what we did is a stablecoin that provides you yield from multiple revenue sources directly into your wallet without choosing rebasing. So how does it work? So it's a CDP stablecoin. So it's over-collateralized by LP tokens from the yield optimizers such as Convex, Aura, Tokamak, and others. You can come in with those positions, borrow the stablecoin, leverage with it, and the stablecoin will provide you yield from 3 main revenue sources. The first one is those LSTs, LRTs, and LPs. Second one is the borrowing fees, and then we have a unique liquidation system that provides yield as well to the stablecoin holders. So, yeah, compared to the competition, what we have is unique because if you look at other yield-bearing tokens that use rebasing, you always need a wrapped version. In the case of stable unit, you don't need to overcomplicate it. You have one token, it provides you yield, it comes from those different revenue sources, and yeah, this is unique in the market. We don't rely on one revenue source. So for the go-to-market, there's 2 ways to go to market for a stablecoin like that. First, there's the LP part. We need to go towards yield optimizers, and that's what we did, yield optimizers and DEXs. And we have partners lined up for launch that have cumulatively over 5 billion TVL. For the retail side, which would be the secondary buyers of the stablecoin, we already worked with multiple ecosystems. This is provable track record. And we're planning to launch with a large L2 that will be disclosed in further discussion. So if you guys want to learn more, feel free to reach out. Our investors for the pre-seed, it was led by Fundamental Labs, which is an Asian VC that is quite popular. We also have participation from NGC, MEXC, which is the white box here. We have also XT Ventures and angels from the leadership of many DeFi protocols. So where are we now? So it's been 2 years of development. The core protocol is ready. We're doing gas optimization right now and going towards audits ahead of launch. We're conducting our seed round currently. We actually started it last week. So if you guys are interested in learning more, feel free to reach out again. And for the team, we have the founder who has a tech background in DeFi. He was the second employee of 1inch. It's Alex. We have CTO who worked for the 2 largest Eastern European banks. For me, I did my master's thesis in DApps marketing, and I worked in the stable unit for over 2 years, since the beginning, actually. Sorry. And we have very qualified advisors from different parts of DeFi. So BitTensor, which is this one here. We have also KuCoin Ventures here. So yeah, I try to keep it simple. The core thing I would say is, if you remember in 2022, there was this popular DeFi strategy about STETH looping. People were leveraging a lot through STE to get leverage yield. We allow you to do the same, but with LP, so you can just imagine how much the yield is, and we allow you to leverage yield farm on LPs. Thank you very much. I will be around, so feel free to ask for contacts, and I would love to meet you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alterproof.
Hey everyone, so my name is Matt and I'm here with you today from Alterproof, the co-founder of the project, yeah, it would be great to tell you a little bit more. Alterproof is an alternative digital ID solution, but unlike some of the pitches we've heard here today, hopefully they're not actually competitive, but to some extent complementary. Alterproof is a verified data history-based digital ID solution. And maybe I'll start with kind of like the problem and why it is that we even decided to approach this topic. So for a long time, I worked for a layer 1 ecosystem. And as part of that work, we've worked with a lot of institutions, governments, and kind of big regulator organizations. And the kind of topic that came up all over again is data availability and kind of comprehensive citizen data verification, both in the context of private and public data and kind of service delivery. And this is mainly because there's multiple fragmented systems that capture citizens' data, and they don't talk to each other. Whether we talk about education or employment data, credit history, these are all siloed databases. And whenever they need one another to verify something about the user or the citizen, they have to kind of come and ask each time for that data. When that's not possible, oftentimes the service can be subpar or not even delivered. That's also true when someone might be moving countries and might want to get credit in a new country they just moved to. And unfortunately, you can't bring your data with you like that, so you kind of can face those issues. And that's why we started thinking of identification in the kind of Web 2 normal world in a bit of a different context, in the context of building your verified data history, putting it all together, and using this as your form of identification. And that's ultimately what Alterproof provides. It's an alternative form of digital identity and a verification provider, ultimately, that's built around that kind of user's personal database, and that allows them to unlock services they previously didn't have access to. This is especially important, in developing countries, and this is the kind of part of the world that we're coming from and that we worked with most in the ecosystem that I used to work at, African countries and the developing economies, where that kind of issue persists. Not everyone even has a form of formal identification, and they can actually only rely on the kind of data that they have from interactions with different institutions. So from an individual's perspective, what Alterproof is ultimately a place where people can go, provide their personal data history, so where I studied, where I went to school, where I worked at, and upon verification of that data by the institution, they receive an on-chain proof of validity. And that way, people can verify their data once and reuse it whenever necessary, rather than having go and re-ask for kind of the verification of an institution when, let's say, they go back to an employer and they're going through employment checks, so that they don't have to kind of ask again and again. They can just show their verification to say that this has already been verified. This might be important in situations where, let's say, I don't know, my university stopped existing, and I can no longer just call them up and ask them, hey, can you let these guys know that I studied here? These situations are kind of where this comes into play. It also is a great place to collect data moving forward. So whether it's a kind of proof of interaction or proof of attendance, whether that's events or kind of aid institutions like UNICEF, they oftentimes provide aid and want to make sure that they don't provide aid to someone twice. And if someone doesn't have an ID to prove who they are, it's very hard to do so if we don't have a verifiable way to check their history of interactions with a specific organization. From an enterprise perspective, this gives us a unique position to start interacting with our database and almost kind of an SDK-like experience where we can have a sign-in with Alterproof. And those organizations can access users' data similar to kind of how sign-in with Google works, where the user can give permission to certain Google data. Here, the user can give permissions to their Alterproof database, and they kind of remain the custodians of the data itself, with the on-chain proofs being kind of publicly available. If KYC data is part of the user's profile, the enterprise can also access that KYC data of a user straight away on login, rather than having to run their own KYC processes, and we charge much less than a normal KYC provider would for running the KYC process from scratch. So rather than, again, having to do your KYC process with each single institution on Binance or somewhere, you can just do it once, and then if you are returning users to the different places and those enterprises do incorporate sign-in with Alterproof, you can reuse your KYC verification already. Like I touched upon in the beginning, the market potential obviously can be thought of, globally, and there's a lot of places where that can be useful. But we've kind of started thinking of the African market as the first touch, and that is also because of how the team is built. I will talk about my co-founder in a second as well as part of the team. He's from Nigeria, has built startups before, part of YC Combinator and whatnot, and he has a kind of big network there that we managed to leverage. And it's a kind of great place to show the value of that product. Like I mentioned, millions of people there don't have formal identification, but a lot of them do have smartphones that we can leverage and to kind of make sure that they have access to public services or private services, and that we can make better by building their verified data history profile. And just to kind of compare ourselves maybe to some of the other, KYC, proof of personhood type solutions, I like to think of Alterproof as ultimately a layer on top of that provides more so a verification layer rather than that kind of KYC layer, because we can digest all of that data, whether it's coming from Stripe Identity or WorldCoin ID or IDOS and all of these kind of things. We can digest that data and actually feed our data back into those solutions. So IDOS, for example, aggregates users' data that are verified from different sources. You can also import your Alterproof verified data into your other digital identity solutions. The app allows you to kind of log in. It's all account abstraction, so obviously a person somewhere in Uganda, Tanzania might not be familiar with the Web3 world, so it's all kind of sign in with Google, a wallet created on the back end. All the verifications are soul-bound to the wallet, but there's kind of no need for the person to ever interact with that wallet per se, other than through the app. They can upload their data. They remain the custodians of their data themselves. Once a verification is getting issued by the institutions, they get an on-chain proof of validity that is displayable in the app, as well as in their kind of public version of their profile. So there is a kind of page that is dedicated to each user that is publicly available, where you can view all of their on-chain verifications. And if you want to request more data on the user, whether that is the school's name or the exact data period that they went to that school, you can access that by requesting it. You get a one-time password from the user, and you can then type it in and actually reveal more data. But the user ultimately decides if he wants to share that data with you as that particular institution. Now moving on to adoption, we actually have some exciting stuff happening that has already kind of been thanks to our existing network. We're working with some universities on delivering the kind of on-chain versions of their diplomas. So all the graduating cohorts receive an on-chain kind of proof that they have graduated that then can be reused in different places. We are working with a phone manufacturer in South Africa that will be distributed end of Q3, and Alterproof will actually come pre-installed on the smartphone. We're expecting, the company is expecting to sell around 200,000 units by the end of the year, and hopefully kind of, increasing traction of the Alterproof solution. And thanks to some of our connections as a team and some of the early relationships we managed to build, we're now part of some kind of government pilot programs as well. So we're in conversation with the government of Tanzania, their innovation team, the Ugandan Ministry of Health, and the South African Ministry of Education and their innovation team. And that's kind of where the University of Western Cape conversation came about. Here we're looking to kind of digitalize the education proofs. So again, whatever school level you are at and wherever you've graduated from, whether it's a certificate, a professional certificate, high school, ultimately you would all receive an Alterproof on-chain proof of that education. In terms of the Ugandan Ministry of Health, it's more revolving around building your health profile and health ID. These are all kind of pilot stage products, but nevertheless, these kind of other opportunities that I've mentioned before here are already live use cases. The MVP does exist. You can kind of go and check it out, set up a profile. The demo is available in kind of an open beta, and these projects are currently run in a kind of a closed beta program. As for the team, we have myself, kind of extensive Web3 kind of ecosystem level experience, my co-founder Adebola, who have previously co-founded us a YC-backed startup in the African markets around lending. We have a very skilled kind of partnerships and communications manager as well, Maria, who has worked with government policies and research, and a few advisors that are kind of not mentioned here, but the team is a bit more expansive than the 4 people here. We are currently raising our pre-seed round, so it would be very interesting to talk to anybody that might be interested. We have secured some grants from, again, kind of on the more Web3 side, but whoever might be interested in kind of an equity investment, let me know. I'll be around today, tomorrow, until end of day. Or you can also reach out to me at Matt at Alterproof. Feel free to connect with me on the platform as well. It would be great to chat, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from XDC NFT Marketplace? Seems like not. Mimic Finance. All right. All yours.
Hey everyone, so my name is Lucas. I'm head of business development at Mimic Finance. So Mimic Finance is a startup that was founded in 2021 that initially started as an asset management tool for friends and family. We developed into 3 different iterations and currently are DeFi automation tools that helps protocols to manage their assets. And to date, we've processed $3.5 billion in funds for our customers. So what we're trying to resolve is interacting with DeFi can be cumbersome, especially on a protocol-to-protocol level, and we're planning to change it. So operating in DeFi is becoming as promising as more complex. So especially on an app-to-app level, it could be very difficult because DeFi is an ever-changing space where new protocols emerge, existing protocols update their smart contracts. Some of them offer APIs, some of them don't. So both users and applications have to interact with most of them on a very isolated way, which can lead to a lot of security breaches, and it's not efficient. So our vision is to be the go-to platform for easy and secure DeFi interactions, offering a set of tools to create custom financial solutions. So what we mean by that is we want to build a DeFi interaction layer by using or by building intent-based infrastructure. Together with our existing automation tool, we're going to be able to build a layer that any protocol will be able to interact with the whole of the DeFi. So by a single integration, single API, or a single SDK, anyone will be able to perform any DeFi operations, and they will also be able to program those operations. So they're going to be able to do high-frequency trades, they're going to be able to do very complex interactions through a single API or a very easy user interface to perform them. So what it allows, it minimizes any smart contract risks because protocols will not have to connect with other protocols individually. It offers a single API, and it offers the high efficiency of the tasks performed through Mimic. So some figures to date. So as I mentioned, we're already operating protocol. We have had the volume to date. That's actually a wrong number. It should be 3.6. Sorry. We've processed 3.6 billion to date with a 1.4 million revenue, and we are cash positive. We've processed 5.3 million transactions and had 100% of client retention. And you can see we've been working with some of the industry leaders, providing them the DeFi automation tooling. So we're a team of 13 at the moment with 10 engineers, and our founders are some DeFi OG engineers with experience in protocols like Aave, Balancer, OpenZeppelin, Aragon, the Graph, and POAP. We have raised a pre-seed round in 2022 from friends and family, and we're currently looking to raise a seed round to help us to excel and build the infrastructure to interact with DeFi. So if you would like to talk more about this and learn more about how we plan to do it, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Payflow.
Okay, I can connect after. Hey everyone, can you hear me? I don't have such a flashy presentation. Just made it today, actually. And today I want to talk about the project I'm bootstrapping. I'm a solo founder. It's called Payflow, and it's all about embeddable on-chain social payments. So why embeddable on-chain social payments now? I think it's all because the social layer goes live. And what I mean that with each day, we have more information on-chain about the users. And we, as a consumer app developers, can leverage that. And one of those examples could be emergence of Web3 socials. Anyone heard about Farcaster, Lens? Okay, cool. So Farcaster, Lens, ENS, those all are the Web3 social layers, identities. And then even Telegram, if you've been looking at the Pavel Durov presentation a few days back, even Telegram is going on-chain. So even that can be used for the as a social layer. And I'm quite sure that that Twitter, Meta, and other will have to catch up. And on a graph, you can see the growth of the users on Farcaster, and this is the platform I'm mostly currently integrating. So who is it for? I think that with more social layer available, more apps would find use cases to integrate that layer as a one integration piece. And I think this will result into more users, more payments. And one of the problems that I see is that every app in one way or another will have to integrate some payment solutions. And this results in the payments fragmentation where you have many apps, many chains, tokens, many wallets to manage, and so on. And I think it would be cool if there was one payment ecosystem which could be used across different apps, united by one social layer. And obviously there could be different social layers, like people can use Farcaster, Lens, or it could be even Telegram usernames. And the solution is simple embeddable payments and mini apps. So today, Forecaster is pioneering with a frame mini apps. If anyone heard, then there's an option to create cast actions. You can come up with the boats. Even Telegram has introduced a mini app store. And there's a very cool wallet app inside which people use. And then eventually you can have in-app integrated payments, and as well as just simple checkout when they just go to another page. And I would like just to quickly demo some things. Unfortunately, I couldn't connect my phone, so we're just going to go a harder way. Okay. Okay, so this is a Forecaster, and let me log in the app. Sorry for that. Oh, okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. So there's a lot of things to demonstrate, but a very simple use case is that, let's say I go to my home feed, and then I have some user, right? And I created a custom payment action. I can just submit. I can just go to the app. Oh yeah, actually it pulled already. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that takes a bit longer. And I just need to enter some code. And I can just pay. It's all signless, and the users have already smart wallets created for them. And once you do that, you can notify the user about the payment which was completed. And then obviously the user has some history of the payments, as well as you have some context integrated based on your social layer. So like if you follow someone or you have any other criteria, it could be like if you integrate Telegram, let's say it could be like either usernames from the contact book or anything. So yeah, I think that's for the presentation. If you want to contact me, there's an email. You can find me on Twitter, Forecaster, and here's a link to the app, and the invite code is ETHDubai. Thanks. And sorry again, like I hope I could connect my laptop. Sorry again.
All's well that ends well, they say. Next up is VIH Messenger.
good evening, everyone. So I think my presentation would be probably the second last or the last. And I can promise you it's going to be very different from what you've been seeing, since morning. As the name suggests, messenger. So we hope to challenge the likes of WhatsApp Messenger. We hope to challenge the likes of Google RCS Messenger, with our product offering. So the industry that I'm talking about is worldwide worth about $20 billion today. And it's growing at a CAGR of about 22%. So in 5 years, we are looking at an industry size of about 40 billion. Now, there's a problem. The infrastructure for this industry has been built by the telcos. But the monetization is being done using that infrastructure by the OTT players like WhatsApp and Google. So let's turn the clock back about 25 years. We used to send text messages to each other. Now, great, but then it was plain text message. Turn the clock back today, how many text messages do we send to our friends or family? It's all about WhatsApp or Telegram or FB. Why? The problem with text message is that it lacks richness. It lacks two-way communication. And that's what this product solves. So you've got an industry which is huge in market size, and the telcos are not able to monetize it. What if we can offer a solution to the telcos where they could add richness and interactivity to their offering? That's what this particular product solves. Now, how do you do that? How do you make a plain text SMS rich? Well, if you find a way, what is it that WhatsApp has today? It has about 2.5 to 3 billion downloads and apps, right? Now, if we can find number of apps which are more than WhatsApp apps, then does that solve the problem? I guess it does, isn't it? Because the messages on WhatsApp is traveling on IP. Now, do we know what is the number of total downloads of telecom operator apps across the world? It's close to about 7 billion. Because anybody who has a smartphone from a telecom operator has downloaded their app. Now, if we are able to enable the telecom operator's app with richness, I guess it solves the problem. Because then the telecom operators also can add 30 to 40% premium to their plain old SMS and monetize it. Now, the other challenge is interactivity. With plain SMS, you cannot be, I'm talking about business messaging. You cannot interact. There are enterprises who are willing to spend millions of dollars if we can open up an interactive channel where they can interact with their customers. The middle layer will have to be controlled by the telcos. The telcos will always be there. Without them, you cannot, But then the OTTs have found a way to bypass the telcos. And you talk to any telco today, and the main problem they say is that the investment has gone from their side, but the monetization is happening from the other side. It's the OTT players who are able to monetize it much better than the traditional telcos. So this product which I'm talking about stands on 3 pillars. It's AI, it's blockchain, and it's metaverse. When a message comes in, if you can add an AI layer, and if you can add blockchain, which gives you security and stability, and if you can enable metaverse for the enterprises to their end customers, I think we are covering all the bases. So the product itself is now, we are 95% ready. So far it's been self-funded, and with some fund from friends and family. And if any investors is willing to, looking to invest or have a discussion, I'm here today and tomorrow, and we can take it up accordingly. Thank you very much.
No, it was incognito. Or maybe I closed it, right? Possibly. Is it here? Oh. Maybe, yeah, sorry, maybe Chrome. Okay, no, yeah, it's closed. Okay, all good.
All right, next up, do we have Yona Network? All right. Oh, Max. Yeah. Best of luck.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hey, my name is Max, and I'm a co-founder of Yona Network. It's the fastest ZK rollup on Bitcoin, powered by Solana Virtual Machine, and using EigenLayer as a economical security layer. Yeah, so what's the problem? What's the opportunity in current Bitcoin ecosystem? So over 1 trillion Bitcoin, like in dollars, is frozen on Bitcoin network, and there is no way to use it. So you cannot trade it like in DeFi, I mean real Bitcoin, not bridged one. And yeah, so the transaction speed is low, and the UX experience is really bad for ordinals and BRC20. And we have a solution for that. So we propose a layer 2, a modular layer 2, which is the fastest L2 rollup on Bitcoin. And we use Solana as our execution layer, which makes it possible to reach up to 10,000 TPS. And we are protected by a combination of Bitcoin and Ethereum security, powered by EigenLayer. So basically, we use Solana as an execution layer. We do settlement on Bitcoin. We do proving on Eigen IVS using ZK, and we use EigenDA as our data availability layer. So it's like very modular, and each module has very particular role. So there are 3 most important use cases. Well, I'd say like the most important one is obviously native Bitcoin. So you can use your Bitcoin as a collateral. You can generate yield on your Bitcoin without like sending it to some centralized exchange, which is custodial, and well, this creates problems. And yeah, basically all the DeFi instruments become available for Bitcoin, and all of that on Solana Virtual Machine, which is very fast, and you can build order books there and like all kinds of sophisticated apps that you cannot build on EVM chains. Also, ordinals and BRC20 can be traded again in real apps in very kind of wide and thriving Solana ecosystem apps. So we have a lot of builders from Solana. And yeah, so Solana itself has its momentum, like with meme coins, with all kinds of things, and all of that will come to our network too. Yeah, so market size is insane. Yeah, Bitcoin, ordinals, Solana, so the opportunity is tremendous in our opinion, and this is the right time to launch. So we see incredible growth in Bitcoin ecosystem, and like there are a lot of products that are targeted on Bitcoin and its TVL, and so we are here, we are creating an infrastructural layer on top of which other things can be created, and Bitcoin will be utilized. Yeah, so as for tech stack, as I mentioned, yeah, Solana and Solana Virtual Machine, EigenLayer AVS, and EigenDA with BitVM. So once BitVM becomes a thing,
Currently, it's like a work in progress by Bitcoin community. So once it becomes a thing, we'll definitely be among the first to implement it too. But so far, we are using eigenlayer security to kind of compensate the absence of working BitVM. So yeah, this is our architecture. So yeah, probably I kind of said already enough about it. I won't go deep into it. Well, as for competition, so Bitcoin ecosystem is very hot these days. So there are several side chains, pretty old ones like Stacks and Rootstock, but they are not like trustless. So their security is not the same as security of Bitcoin itself. Yeah, that's why we don't think they are kind of competitors. There is a number of Bitcoin rollups, especially like all of them are EVM rollups, and as I mentioned before, Solana VM has an obvious advantage in terms of speed, in terms of low cost of transaction, and yeah, so our solution is fully trustless, as our bridge is also built on as Eigen AVS. Yeah, so as for our roadmaps, there will be 2 testnets. So the first one, so we want to launch as soon as possible. This will happen next month, and we already start building our community, kind of building incentive programs for attract builders, and yeah, so basically start being active on marketing side. Simultaneously, we'll keep working on our tech side. So we'll yeah, make things more decentralized, more trustless. So we'll implement ZK validation layer on Eigenlayer AVS. So we'll kind of implement Espresso decentralized sequencers to again improve trustlessness. And yeah, and after that we'll launch our mainnet. So we'll run liquidity incentive programs similar to like what Blast does and some other chains do. Yeah, so a lot of incentives for builders and everyone, and after that we'll launch our token. So our go-to-market strategy essentially consists of like 3 directions. It's like attracting builders, attracting users, and then attracting liquidity. So we have answers for all of them. So essentially we'll have like point system for users, like deployment incentives for builders, and also liquidity mining program for liquidity. Yeah, so we have like a detailed plan for that launch. Yeah, so we have a seasoned team that used to launch other products before, so we know how to build things, how to promote them, and how to build the companies around the products. Yeah, so our pre-seed round is now open, 1.5 million at valuation of 20. Yeah, so that's more or less it. Thank you everyone for attention. So let's make Bitcoin a better place where we can interact, transact, and earn more yield from our Bitcoins. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, do we have someone from D Telecom? Just name? All right, just name is next. Yeah. Yeah, you can just keep it here.
I will forget it.
I'll hold it if you want.
Thank you. Hello. So we're just a name, and our mission is to make Web3 simpler. And we're going to start with that, with usernames. The main problem in Web3, in our view, has been UX frictions. There are many problems, but for mass market consumers, it's mostly about, it's too complicated to deal with seed phrases and wallet addresses. There are many frictions. It's really difficult to develop products on chain. And we've seen that the adoption is really not good when it comes to non-technical users. We are mostly nerds and geeks in this industry so far. we're working is we're building an identity layer on top of ENS, which allows us to replace your 0x23D and so on address with a human name. And this really allows us to, for any brand, to issue an unlimited amount of usernames for their users at virtually no cost. The way we do that is that instead of using L2 solutions, we use CCIP read from Chainlink and do off-chain resolutions. This allows us to sell the idea that free is much better than cheap, especially for the day where you have massive amounts of users. Say if you had millions of users, you do not want them to deal with gas fees or to have to deal with their gas fees through paymaster features or whatever. You want to issue them the usernames and then have them only use server costs, which is basically nothing. Our solution is on two sides. For brands, we have an admin portal that enables brands to issue, manage, and revoke usernames for their user base in a normal SaaS-like experience. For the user, it's just much easier to use with that. How it works, I went through that. So we were using CCIP reads and Ethereum naming services. And we can see, so if you want to see the data, usernames in ENS have been booming in 2022, but then there's a lot of friction for mass markets. Basically, only people having experience using an L1 will get an ENS name, pay $100 in gas fees, and start using it. But since Coinbase has been using off-chain resolution for their Coinbase wallet, that number doubled in just a few months. The other company that does it is Uniswap. They've released the .uni.eth names for their users. Within 4 days, they had 100,000 signups. And we're about 2 months from the time they did that. Now there is, I think, 500,000 users. Uniswap used that in a much more interesting way than Coinbase just has if you want, an explorer where you can see people's ID and their metadata in their profiles. But Uniswap has been using it in a way like a CRM. So they issued a bunch of usernames for their user to claim for free, and then they use these usernames as right to have access to their wallet extension in advance in beta product. Then to reward their users for testing the product early, they issued them 20 USDC for each .uni.eth names that had the wallet extension. So the way we're going is that we think there is a much better way to reach and engage users on chain without having them to deal with all the complexities of having a username that replaces the very complex wallet address, and to basically engage with them and finally maybe try to have some retention in the industry, which I don't think anyone has retention other than Coinbase and Uniswap so far. In terms of market validation, I think it's been booming with Uniswap, and there is a lot of demand to do that. The thing is that it's very complicated to do what Uniswap and Coinbase did. You need to have a massive engineering team to be able to allocate on that specific problem. What we do is to offer that as a SaaS for anyone to use. So any small brand in Web3, not Web3, that wants to access and engage with an on-chain audience will be able to do that just using our software platform. The size of the market, well, compared to the number of Ethereum addresses, almost no one is using Web3 names through ENS. I think we have about 3%, 2 to 3% only of addresses that have a name attached to it. How we're different? Our solution is probably the most scalable because it's off-chain and you can scale to infinity. Our few competitors are more going towards the L2 solution. There is one competitor that does about the same approach as we do, but it really lacks a lot of features. It's not good. In terms of business model, I think there is a pretty organic, drives more demands for names, and at the same time, a brand that is successful has a growing user base, which also drives more demand for names, which is good for us. But technically, this is a field where you really have a lock-in effect, as in, when you start using a naming system, it's extremely difficult to move away from that. Business model, we're starting with just a normal SaaS revenue model with a free tier, freemium approach, which is limited to only 20 subnames. The idea is that you want a community for your WhatsApp group, your Telegram group, you can do it for free. And then start scaling up the price. In terms of enterprise, we're offering more customized access for brands to be able to build, for example, token-gated access for their users. Medium term, I think use cases when you want to deploy names for your users are very different depending on the brand persona that you are. If you're an NFT community, it's very different than if you're a protocol or a dApp or a DAO. So what we're going to do is to extend the freemium model by building specialized plugins and dApps for each one of these personas. Long term, there is one caveat with our solution, is that we use centralized databases. But our idea is to actually decentralize the data network using nodes to secure data validation and give permission based on utilization of interoperable user-owned data by external applications built on our protocol. So we're going to turn our backend into a protocol decentralizing the data availability for across the network. Benefits for that are stronger security. It's especially about stronger security, but also this transparency. And it's just going to make things more scalable long term. Our team is mostly technical. We have half of our team is engineering, the rest is ops. Initially, we are an innovation studio, and we focused on that problem maybe 5 months ago. Our team is pretty experienced in Web3. Radi, the CTO, has built a few dApps before already, and I co-founded an NFT minting platform before. So for me, I'm former AxiomZen founding team member. AxiomZen is the company behind Dapper Labs, which is the co-author of NFT, non-fungible token, when they released CryptoKitties, which later became Dapper Labs with the Flow blockchain. Maybe you heard about NBA Top Shots, Disney Pinnacle, and a bunch of other products. Our advisors, we have Fabiano, which is a former co-founder of mine. We got Collection acquired by Animoca Brands just a few months ago. Fabiano was one of the co-authors of ERC 721 when they released CryptoKitties, and which coined the term NFT. Michael Nayem is a co-founder and the president of Dapper Labs still, as well. As for Pierre Nayem, he's director and advisor, used to be director and advisor at XBTO, which is probably one of the very first market makers in crypto. They started in 2015. For terms, we're not raising funds quite yet. We're still in pre-seed. And that was just practice for us. If you want more information, please reach out to us on my way out. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we have a couple more left. Do we have someone from Fairmath? Nobody from Fairmath. What about Olderfall? All right, Admil is up next. Admil? is it? Can you send it to me? Send it on my Telegram. Scan my Telegram and send it. It's not there. Can you scan this and just send me that? Sorry about that.
Cool. Hi everyone. I hope you are not sleeping. I'm building AdMill. This is the social marketplace that supports incentivized creation to purchase value chain. So what we do, there's 106 billion people like Jamie, who is like sitting at home, cooking, and spending a time with their children. And they test different products for large brands, create new recipes, generate new culinary data, but they don't earn money. Basically, usually they sit at home and don't generate any revenue. So, but these people actually generate a lot of values because they kind of provide consumer insights, because they kind of test different products, and also they act as influencers because of they communicate a lot with different parents, yes, and also share with them their products they use and so on, and also they kind of really good audience that we can get data for targeted marketing. So, but the current social graph is broken because all money flows from brands to mostly to media platforms, but not to these home cooks who's like generating a lot of values and data. So what we do, we built new social graph where all these CPG brands can interact with home cooks and food bloggers directly, and these people can generate new revenue. This is not just like values, we're creating impact, and we already won Social Impact Award from Cello, and we also kind of verified startup on donation platform called Giveus. So how it works, brands, they list their products on our platform, and then home cooks, they can create new use case or maybe recipe for their product, and influencers can promote it and start getting revenue from promotion of this recipe. With this recipe and use case, the digital collectibles will be issued, and all other home cooks, foodies can collect it, trade it, and generate the liquidity for these brands. So the core features, yes, they will have, these co-creators can have co-publishing rights, so that they can, all this revenue will be split among all these holders of NFTs. and also part of the commission will be donated to the public good funds. So there's like several revenue streams, like transactions, commission from transactions, sales of NFT collectibles, and also kind of promotion tools for brands. We already have community. There's like we have 16K for waiting list, and we tested our product MVP with 2K beta users, and we have bunch of really those people who are interested in our product from France, from Portugal, and from over the world. This is our team. Myself, I worked in Venture Studio, and I launched several businesses, startups also, and right now working on this idea to bring new ideas to the creator economy. And I inspired there's a lot of people to join as a contributors, and they love our vision, our idea, and contributing to bring this idea to the life. So basically that's all. If you're interested, you can scan our product. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have someone from DM3 protocol? All right, next up is Dual.
Well, hi guys. Currently, there is a rising demand for high risk and high return investments, especially options. In classical stock markets, it's seen all over the place, and in crypto, we identified there's 16 million people that could, and the market could grow up to 170 million people. And these people, or these investors, they have $1,000 to $50,000 to invest into these high risk and high return investments. And the options are really a great instrument if you compare it with other things, but they pose quite a lot of problems. First of all, they are very hard to grasp for beginners. So there is a lot of variables to understand, a lot of formulas, and you can buy them mostly on the centralized platforms. Puts can lead you to bankruptcy. They can destroy you totally. And premiums are very high on crypto markets, and that doesn't really make sense for crypto. Our solution and our vision is that we can make it much simpler and easier. So we devised a platform with a type of option that's very easy to grasp, and where the risk is known upfront. It's usually up to 100%. And customers can set their own premiums, and the whole platform is, of course, on-chain, thus 100% transparent. So again, our business model is a trading platform where people all around the world can open the positions for free, so there's a lot of liquidity. We take a fee from the winning side, and customer acquisition is done by social media and other types of marketing, and big market makers are usually approached by direct sales. We are also looking forward to set a DAO and a governance token to support this whole initiative. Our competitors in crypto space are yet not existent really. So we mostly compete as a new product with the traditional established derivatives, and they are offered in DeFi, for example, in Hedgig, Panoptic, DIDX, or traditional exchanges such as Binance, Kraken, and so on. Our team is composed of seasoned startup veterans. We have cumulatively, together with our advisors, over 50 years of experience in shipping successful startups. I think that's pretty cool. Also, the core of our team, especially the tech part, that's me and Mark, we are in the crypto space yeah. We have, we basically encompass all domains that are needed to launch a successful project. Engineering, banking, there's a lot of experience from sales and marketing from our advisors, and we also have a lot of experience in leading people and leading teams, so we can hire the top talent quite easily. The core met in Prague, and it's very centric and affordable location. Also, it doesn't hurt that that's a place where the first mining pool originated, as well as the first hardware wallet, which is pretty cool, I think, again. So, to sum it up, there's a huge opportunity for success in a growing market. There is 16 million people that would be interested in this type of assets, and we are here to deliver it for them, make a lot of money, and also have a lot of fun. So, thank you. The project is Joule, and these are my contacts. I'm looking forward to talk to you in more detail, perhaps, about derivatives and the project in general. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have Unitap, 3NS AI, or Pondal? If not, I think that is the end of the day. That's all we have for today. Thank you for joining us. Hope to see some of you tomorrow. Have a great evening.